I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Kart's onto the racetrack. Mark that countdown to green, presented by Perico Energy Drink at 0. It's time to go racing for the first time today, first time this weekend here with the Swift Stars division for the Stars Championship Series night fight. Ages 8 to 12 years old, the second youngest on the class structure. And this year, they have provided week in, week out. 7 minutes plus 2 laps, the distance for all heat races today. That'll give these young stars right around 9, if my math is correct, and they might get to 10 depending on how the race plays. Both heats set by qualifying, then they'll get re-racked into a new order for the pre-final. This will be how they'll start for heat number 1. Liam Nachawati on the inside of the front row. The JHDD driver met the wall in this turn, turn 11 in the final practice, rebounded, came back from a scary moment, and qualified on the inside of the first row. Maxwell Macha continues his qualifying streak on the outside of row number 1, and behind them it'll be Cade Wolf, Lawrence Perriman, Holden Myers, Jaden Francisco, then Santi Orioli, Cameron Johnson, Jake Benaglio, and Hudson Howard. And the field is deep. In total, 29 of them. Let's get set to let them loose. Swift Stars for our first race on the day. 7 minutes plus 2 laps. And we are green down to turn 1.
Everybody able to make it through the start and already to the lead of the race. Cade Wolf able to get to the front. Liam Nachawati slots back to the 4th spot. Maxwell Macha to 3rd. So again, a great opening lap out of the Roto-Rooter Kart to get to the point. More moves further back. Lawrence Perriman side by side with Cam Johnson, who gets fed a wheel to the dirt.
Cameron Johnson only just now probably starting to have that Nash Motorsports tent feel like a new home. Let's see if he can do good to rebound from that as the pack splits a bit. Top 5 with a little breakaway here at the end of lap 1. Wolf, your leader, to his teammate. Then Macha, Nachawati, Francisco side by side for a couple of parallels. That is Camila Canache going by on Colton Bruck for position number 9. Nice move for Camila. And the race continues down the backstretch with another move up here for 3rd. Nachawati is passed on Macha.
He had to work for that move there on the inside of turn 4, and then again Max just had to brush the brakes, open up a little bit, let him through, and now Francisco looking to go as well. He stays in line, but the groups are already starting to form. Everybody else single file further back, and your top 2, it's going to be hard to break away for them, right? Everybody else further back going to be single file, pushing each other along, getting themselves up to Cade Wolf, Holden Myers, 2 drivers that, again, on the same chassis, teammates. They're going to work together quite nicely. Don't expect to see them fight it all too much. But again, we were expecting to see this move earlier. Jaden Francisco looking to go on Macha, works for it into turn 1. He gets clear.
Behind him, Lawrence Perriman closing in, although he felt the pressure as well from Santi Orioli. They cannot fight too much. Those 2 Timmy Tech comp cars are rolling out front, and this will definitely open some gaps further back, as that was an argy-bargy early race moment for Orioli, and Perriman tipped the scales to the way of the 106 as we check in down the board. Top 10 still relatively close. Here's another move for Jaden to the inside of Liam, and that'll open the door for Maxwell to get by the both of them. Nachawati now tucks back into 5th to try to go back and hopefully not fall any further away from the lead. It'll be up and over a second now, and we're only 3 laps in. Wolf and Myers driving away here in Swift Stars. Look at the delta back to Macha. It's going to go from a half second to a full second, double in that lap alone.
This is huge, and again, for those of you at home, keep an eye on the championship fights. Maxwell Macha came into the weekend 2nd to Jaden Francisco, who was leading. And again, those 2 find themselves up for Francisco 4th, for Macha 3rd. So that's the battle that we have our eyes on the weekend for overall championships. Also, don't count Holden Myers out. He's 3rd in the standings, still within a shot of a championship fight here, and he's 2nd, so he'd pick up the most points as Francisco now looks for 3rd. He gets it in an 8. Not for long, as easy as that. Over-under for Maxwell Macha, gets through for 3rd again.
They need to quickly get back to work here on putting some good laps in. Jaden Francisco, Maxwell Macha, Liam Nachawati. If they are thinking championship, they need to be reminded as well that the heat races don't pay that much, and more importantly, that the split down the board is not that hefty. There's a 5-point swing from the win to second, 50 to 45, but the spot they're fighting for is a 1 to 2 point difference, and again, they're still all gonna have 40 plus as they run right now from the opening heat race. So while you do want to set the tone, you do want to let the other drivers, your competitors, know that you can't get rattled. You're not the one they can just walk over and step on like a doormat. You want to get your respect earned early so you can get the dividends of it in the main. But if you're going to allow 5 points and really 6 to just drive away from you this early in the weekend, you're giving up valuable ground in the championship fight if you're one driver that enters this weekend needing a major performance. And realistically, that's not where Jaden Francisco finds himself, so I can't blame the 130 at all. His lowest score in the opening 3 weekends, Caleb, 26 shy of a perfect one, 374. Not only that, even his still 2 other scores that would stay in if this weekend went better for him are enough and are the best of the rest of the field. 24 points above Maxwell Macha if it was a best 2 out of 3 coming into this weekend. And another 21 back to Holden Myers, and further back to the likes of Enzo Di Gennaro and Jake Manali. But we've got problems, folks. Red lights, red flags, and a pause to the first heat race on the weekend. Hate to see it, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, and we'll go quiet from our side here as we get more information. Again, just getting an official word here. The 2 drivers involved in an incident in turn number 11, the 184 of Parker Firestein, as well as Leo Sabino, the 161, 2 of the drivers involved. They do look to be okay up and out of the carts, just being attended to by the medical staff on track. And it looks like this race just going to resume in a couple of more moments, but I can confirm 2 drivers involved are okay.
man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Update from race control. Swift Stars Heat 1 has been concluded here. They were past the halfway point, so race was official. That will put a shorter end than what they were hoping to run for the distance. 5 laps for them. Cade Wolf will be scored as your winner from the opening heat race over Holden Myers, Maxwell Macha, Liam Nachawati, and then Santiago Oriola. Here's the rest of the unofficial results. With the red flag causing an early exit. As Kayla mentioned right before the break, the 2 drivers involved are getting tended to by the on-site medical team. You heard a bit of applause as well right when we went quiet. That was because they were just getting up under their own power, Leo Sabino and Parker Firestein. And so with those 2, hopefully we get to see them later on tonight, the Fox and Sun Karting 161 and the Mike Doty Racing 184, and we will continue to get prepped for the next sessions ongoing. We're going right back to it. It'll be Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters coming up next here right on the timetable for heat number 1. They're slated to go out in 2 minutes. So it's still, for those in the paddock listening around, keeps us right on schedule. And for those watching along at home, you can see the full schedule as well on the link in the live chat, along with live timing and scoring on Alpha Timing and the Alpha Race Hub app on your mobile devices. But Swift Stars will clear the circuit, and in a moment, KZ Masters and KZ Super Masters will get set to go green. Right back at it with the track hot at Trackhouse. KZ Masters, KZ Supermasters onto the circuit. And let's get set to run you through the starting lineup for today's action in heat number 1 and then heat number 2. Jordan Musser, quick through the season to this point. Matt Machiko, however, a little better. And so were a lot of the field up until the very end of qualifying. Jordan Musser, one of a few drivers that'll be having to go from the rear in the field. We'll have to watch as the most dominant driver in Masters Shifter competition over the summer stretch. Rolls from the inside of row 5. It'll be Scott Presti on the Croc Promotion machine on the inside of the front row. Machiko to the outside. Warren Van Tok and Hugh Templeman for an all Supermasters row 2. That's the front row of their class. They're the 500 digits. Owsley Cheek right there with them. Then Frank Runco, Brad Danoff, Kevin Simonelik, then Musser and Chatfield. And the rest of the field are now here. 12 drivers strong for Supermasters and KZ Masters action as we take them into the start boxes for our first standing start from the night fight in the heat of the afternoon. Which lane will have the preference? We go to the lights, and for the first time today, KZ Masters, KZ Supermasters are green. Give the whole shot easily to Scott Presti here as he takes the field down the bowl into turn number 4 for the first time. Matt Machiko slipped right in line, and we'll keep tabs on the 616's progress as he was the third of the trio throughout all of yesterday's sessions. And how about Warren Van Tok as well? As already Musser's going to work back there for 4th overall. He's nearly 3 wide with Magics on either side of him. He'll get just barely ahead of Hugh Templeman to complete that pass in turn 9. And back up front we go. Presti will lead lap 1 under pressure. Matt Machiko got a great exit there out of turn 11. Let's see if he tries to pull the trigger right here. Turn 1, lap 2, new leader. The 1 plate's out front.
There you go for Matt Machiko. Really worked that entire opening lap to try and get back ahead of Scott Presti after Presti was able to get the whole shot. Little tap to the back of the helmet, and I think the two of them know, right? Jordan Musser going to join them here in a couple of moments as Jordan now looks to close in on the 568 Supermasters driver of Warren Van Tok. The 568 showing some pace. And again, like we talked about yesterday, right? It's a 10-pound difference, but hasn't really affected him at all. Has been right there, just a couple of kart lengths away from the top 2. And Musser, although he had to do some work at the start, he's now got himself within some clean air chasing down the 568.
That'll put 2 laps now in the books and 2 different leaders so far. Warren Van Tok in the Supermasters 568 with a nice advantage thanks to Jordan Musser going quickly through the grid on this out lap and then, or on the opening lap, and then pulling away from them as well. And Warren's got a 10-pound weight deficit he's got to fight from to be able to hang with the regular Masters drivers. He's not showing any signs of having a disadvantage. He's still a couple car lengths up the road from Jordan. He had a little moment actually in turn 4 that we caught right there. And we're back to turn 8 with all 4 in lockstep and the gap continuing to grow backwards to the fight for second in Supermasters between Hugh Templeman and Danoff, who has now gotten by Owsley Cheek at the end of lap number 2. Also, again, like Musser, having to charge from a little further away. Here's Jordan now looking for 3rd overall. No change in the class, but it gets him now closer in eye shot to the top 2.
Yeah, Musser sent it in pretty deep there into turn number 1. Very narrow line there, able to get through. That was about to allow Warren Van Tok to almost set up an over-under. Just couldn't get onto the gear quick enough there on the exit. And now Musser going to chase down, like you said, the trio, right, of what was yesterday, the 3 drivers that found themselves inside of the top 3 all day. Matt Machiko, Presti, and Musser now chasing down the Magic Kart in the Croc Promotion as we're about to get halfway into this race, just under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, just at that mark or maybe a little bit further from it with the 2 bonus laps as well for him. Jordan Musser will set the fast time as we got 1 off in turn number 11. The 619 of Brian Chatfield is spun the wrong direction and beached in the grass while he's been able to keep the motor running. I think he's just now realizing that he still, with as much horsepower as that carbless engine might have, does not have the tires touching the ground enough to be able to get out of that one. He'll be done. And so we're down 1 off the rip. Moves him to 12th, moves Simonellik up to 11th, John Ditzelwig to 10th. And up front, things are closing, not just from Musser catching your top 2, but Scott Presti at certain points right on the heels of Matt Machiko. But they're pacing themselves still. They've got to make these tires that already have a qualifying session on them last all the way through their lengthy pre-final. 4 total heat cycles, and you don't want to be with worse wear than your competitors when you look at how close they were in times in the warm-up earlier and how close they look right now. Musser might have a bit of an edge. At the moment, he's been pushing, so the lap times show a major edge, 4/10 faster than what Machiko and Presti are doing. But catching them is one thing, passing them is another. And again, Jordan may take advantage of the fact that it's no need, there's not a huge need right now to go by either 2 of these drivers because he's got still so many points up for grabs on the weekend. And it's pretty open book in KZ Masters and KZ Supermasters with the way the season's played out for both Presti and for Machiko. Even with Jordan missing round 1, they've all essentially got to perform this weekend with the drops, counting your best 3 of 4. Here's Jordan though with a look, and again pulling back on it into turn number 4, no move made. Backwards for the Supermasters field. Templeman has still Owsley Cheek now on his heels. Bradley Danoff got to that spot and then quickly has been shuffled backwards, but there is a 2-driver fight for second in that class while we've got the fight for the lead in the regular Masters division. And Morin Van Tonk is just out here for a Friday afternoon drive. Caleb, he's all by his lonesome 2 seconds away. He's got a great view of this fight that is just getting ready, it feels like, to commence.
Yeah, it's just about to get started right where you have a minute and a half to go. I think that's going to give Jordan Musser the little warning. You got to go, and right on cue, turn number 1 on Scott Presti. Jordan Musser up to second.
Presti's the one he's got to be a little more concerned with than Matt Machiko, because Scott Presti's consistency has a 314 as his lowest of the opening 3 rounds. Again, with the size of the field, you're pretty much guaranteed to get at least about 300 points from any of these Stars weekends. So Scott will still need to outpunch that to be able to close the gap to Jordan. But again, Jordan's got a goose egg, so he needs a big, big weekend here. There's a look as well at the Supermasters standings. Morin Van Tonk leads that pre-drops over Lance Lay and Owsley Cheek second in the pre-drop standing for the Supermasters class. And Hugh Templeman fourth, sorry. And with the drops, it still ends up falling the way of Morin by a good bit. This run, getting max points, 50 in Heat 1, will only continue to bolster it and take more off the board from his competitors and try to secure that championship. So 2 title fights, one a little bit further out with the Supermasters because of how good VTM has been. But on the same token, Matt Machiko, Jordan Musser, Scott Presti, championship implications and race implications. Here's a move to the inside. Musser is through in turn 8. Presti's going to try and follow as they go door to door to 9. Oh, and he got it close there, but he does get the job done.
Yeah, as soon as Jordan Musser went on the bottom, Scott Presti followed him through, right? He knew he was going to lose some time there if he stayed in third, if he didn't go through with Jordan. And again, did what he had to do. Got himself up to second. Now we're going to see what Jordan Musser can do in some clean air, right? Finally, able to stretch his legs, a term that I like to use a lot because you don't have to brake early. You're really pushing yourself, braking deeper than you have into the corners lap after lap, and we're going to see that out of Musser. And this is where we're going to start to see the pace as well, right, with just 2 laps to go.
Yeah, timer at 0, so we're in overtime for heat number 1 here in KZ Masters, KZ Supermasters. Matt Machiko led the majority of this one. Now he looks a little bit out of shape, trying to push to hang on to the coattails of the top 2 as they have started to pull away following last lap's pass. Only a lap removed from it. Scott Presti starting to pick up the pace himself to try to match Musser. Again, Musser was as much as 4/10 better than these 2 when he was tracking them down. Now with the white flag and a 4-car length, 4/10 exactly, gap back to him to boot. Behind, look at this. What a fight here in Supermasters. Change potentially coming for second. Owsley Cheek looking low. Couldn't quite get to the inside of Hugh Templeman there in turn 1. Hugh will hang on to that spot, but the battle continues a ways away here from the regular Masters drivers. Nearly 9 seconds back is that battle for P2 in Supermasters. Jordan Musser's making it look easy on this final lap, Caleb.
Oh yeah, he's opened up that gap. He already has half a second now in between himself and Scott Presti on the racetrack. So Jordan Musser, again, wasn't easy. Had to work through the field after starting down in 6th or 8th. And again, as easy as that, gets himself to the lead and gets himself a Heat 1 race victory.
Oh no! Contact in that battle we just switched back to. Supermasters, Daniel Paras, Hugh Templeman at the exit of turn 4 are stuck together in the grass, and Hugh is, I think, pretty easy to tell off the body language there, convinced it was not his doing in this case. So Contact takes 2 more. Oh man.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. They're going to fall down the order here. And again, they came together in turn number 9.
Wow, that's far from turn number 9. Look at it again. You can see the runoff. That's where the field is right below us.
Yeah.
They're closer to 4 than they are to 9. Good ways off the track, and there's ample runoff as well. So that'll unfortunately bring the cleanup cart out. And as we take a look back at the results, Jordan Musser makes it look easy. He'll have to do it again from 9th in heat number 2, but it was no match for the pace of that PSL Birolard. He ends as your winner in heat 1 for Masters. Super Masters taken by Morn Van Tok. Osley Cheekle ends 2nd. Brad Danoff will get 3rd out of it all. And with Brian Chatfield going out early, Paras and Templeman now stuck in the infield. We'll take a break here and return with the youngest stars, Micro Swift, on the other side.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Full field of Micro Swifts now on circuit. 7 minutes plus 2 laps for them. Let's get ready to set it for you here. Enzo Ramos, first national pole with the Stars Series. What a way to do it. A big time lap at the end of the session, and this was the craziest practice qualifying session that we saw of the night. Lots of movement, lap after lap, drivers trying to reset themselves. Dutch Westbrook was able to throw a lap late in the session to get up to the front row. Jack Katowski, Bo Stowers on row 2. Your championship contenders are back on row 4. Slate Harrell and Brody Stoffel.
And you go back to Bryson Barnett, Liam Francisco, your last pole sitter that we had here at the Stars Championship Series over at the Earthquake. Grayson Knifick, Mason Brody on row number 6, Liam Compatiello and Brody Brown on row number 7. Trey Sanders, Roman Machine, Spencer Height, Samuel Chavaret, Leonardo Tavares, Franco Schiavo, your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters. Again, we got just a little bit more than that joining us here for this race. And again, this championship, one of the closest ones, but your 2 points leaders in Slate Harrell, Brody Stoffel find themselves dug further back in the top 10 on row number 4. 50 points up for grabs in this heat race, but it's Westbrook and Ramos on row number 1. It's Micro Swift getting set to take the green flag, and we got it. We go racing.
Right at the end of the backstretch run for the first time. First lead change already. Jack Katowski straight to work over Enzo. Puts the TKG Beer Alert out front. Lennox Lockhart third. Great start for Slate Harrell in the number 8 Nitro. He's up to 4th. Westbrook slid all the way back to 5th. Maybe he can pick up one as they go side by side in front of him. Lockhart, Harrell, both trying to get by Enzo. They will. They'll shuffle the 16 back, and the pole sitter slips to 4th here before we even get done with lap 1. The 92, Jack Katowski, takes us up the hill, and we'll put the first one officially in the books. Big moment for Lennox Lockhart there. Got just a little love tap at the perfect, or really most imperfect time in turn 11, and we got another one around. That's the 44, one of the other Paralympians. Charlie Skurzapowski spins last turn. He'll drop to the rear.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Charlie going to the rear as more moves there throughout the field. There goes both Stowers going through on Lennox Lockhart. Dutch Westbrook wanting to go through as well. Turn number 5, Westbrook over the curve, got popped up into the air. A massive amount of airtime there for Westbrook, and he's going to slot in the line further back in the field behind Barnett, as now Lockhart looks to recoup, get himself, find his footing again, and the same for Westbrook, as it's going to take him a little bit longer. Francisco going to pass him through in turn number 9.
Still a lengthy race to go, and a lengthy pack here in the midfield as Brody Brown makes a move right in the mix of it all in that final turn. Look at the gap out front. It might get smaller with another lead change. We've got it. Slate Harrell to the lead over Jack Katowski, and they've got now maybe only 8/10 back, and that's within that draft window. Lennox Lockhart trying to charge back to your top 3 as they run into turn number 4 with Bo Stowers and Brody Stoffel right in tow. All of them slipping up the racetrack a bit in turn 4. I didn't see too many drivers go off, at least from our cameras, in turn 3 last lap, but it looked like they were really struggling to keep it on the bottom through the corner. And as they run to the infield, here looks clean enough, and it will be clean enough for some more moves. Dutch Westbrook trying to claw back up the board. He goes to the inside and passed on Bryson Barnett in the 22. And by the way, that bumper on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart, the right side looks very loose for Bryson. Hopefully that doesn't come fully dislodged. With a big grid here, that could be huge in the weekend buildup if you have to suffer a DNF in any of these heats, just like we witnessed in Masters, but triple that with triple the turnout, essentially. Pass here, Brody Stoffel by on Bo, and he had to. Lennox Lockhart already pulled a good bit up the road from him down the front stretch, and now he's latched on. He's right there here with the top 4.
And we're side by side for second here. Enzo Ramos looks to go on Jack Katowski, turn number 6. One of the harder passing zones on the racetrack. Very difficult to get it done here. We've only seen it a couple of times. Is now Lockhart through turn number 8. Going on the inside on Enzo Ramos. He gets clear for 3rd. So again, after just getting moved up the racetrack, starting to find his footing again, and starting to get himself back into the groove, into 3rd. The gap further back with both Stowers. He's starting to close in. the driver in 5th. Brody Stoffel kind of sitting in his lonesome in 6th, looking to close into the top 5.
Right at halfway with a 4-pack out front. Slate Harrell knows this place well, and he is keeping that wheel nice and steady with Jack Katowski signaling to the cars behind to say, look, we've at least kept it only the 4 of us. Let's keep going as Lennox Lockhart slides up the racetrack, just as he did a couple laps prior with Bo Stowers and Brody Stoffel behind him, and Enzo Ramos slips on by. Smart race here for our newest face at the front of the field here in Enzo, and let's see if he can get another one. Big over-under move as the leaders wash out wide in turn 8, but he won't be back to the inside in 9. Now he'll be hung out to dry. Look at Lennox, 3 wide on the inside in the double right-hander. He'll send Slate Harrell now to the runoff. And now Slate's on the outside as they freight train him into the last turn. And look who just joined it. 5 deep now. Brody Stoffel moves to P4.
Yeah, Stoffel was just sitting quietly in 6th after not having the best of starts. Got himself through on his teammate, and now championship points contender as well, rival if you will. Getting himself up to 4th, only about a 1-point difference in that position as Lockhart looking for the lead. Contact into the wall for Lennox Lockhart. Oh. Seems to be all right, but massive, massive impact for Lennox.
Quick, okay, oh man. Poor Lennox, he's stuck in the barrier. Oh no, poor Lennox Lockhart. A hard impact as he was trying to get up and out of the go-kart. Hopefully he's okay from that spill, as he was doing everything you train your young drivers to do, that if there is a moment, don't get too caught up in it and get yourself to safety. He was trying to hop over the wall and get behind it. Meanwhile, that moment now has closed the gap backwards. Dutch Westbrook can almost taste the lead. He got within a second of the top spot as of last time by. Brody Stoffel and Slate Harrell now your duo up front. Then Katowski and Ramos. Westbrook and then Liam Francisco and Bo Stowers aren't terribly far back. Neither is Mason Brody and Brody Brown. They're within 2.5 seconds of the lead, and we don't have a lot of time left because we know they're going to start battling again at any moment. 1 minute and 2 laps on the clock.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end here. Stoffel, as it stands, he would gain 50 points. At the end of it all, Slate would have the second best points finish in this heat race. But again, everything counts to the last point, to the last 2 points. So as it stands, it's going the way of Stoffel. A 1-2 for Ryan Perry Motorsports. And here's a look back to what we were going to see earlier. We are going to take a look back at that incident for Lennox Lockhart in company of what exactly happened there. Just looked like he got into the back of Slate Harrell in turn number 4, but again, a little bit of separation. Francisco gets himself into 6th, working his way through after starting 10th. And Dutch Westbrook as well. They're just not within drafting range just yet. They need that fighting to commence from your top 4, and I think they're going to get it with Jack Katowski starting to close in.
He's there now as we take a look here at the rest of the field. This is from just, I believe, after the moment with the Shop AKR replay, but coming to the white flag and the 2 to go signal that will precede it this time by. Timer at 0. 2 laps to go. Brody Stoffel leads him up the hill to the final turn. 4-pack all together, little gap out back to Westbrook and Francisco, and they're going to take him down to the inside lane. 4 drivers all together, 2 laps remaining. Look at Slate! Catches Brody Stoffel off guard. Here comes Jack Katowski up the hill to 2nd. He'll bring Enzo with him. Brody Stoffel back down to 4th, side by side. Dutch Westbrook down the inside. Into turn 4, around the outside, and then back and over under. Oh, what a sweet move that is there for Katowski, new leader.
Jack Katowski, what a move to get to the lead. Slate Harrell to 2nd, and they're all stacked up. Back to Liam Francisco. Bo Stowers in the 68. He's not too far back. He's starting to close in as Slate Harrell back through the inside. Enzo Ramos gets the over-under on both of them.
The fighting's not done yet, folks. We still have 1 more lap remaining as they roll out of turn number 9. Enzo Ramos headed back to the white flag. It'll be the first lap this race that he's led as he defends a little into 11. And look how big the train is. Brody Brown, Mason Brody, they've joined the party. It's 9 deep up front and a big send again to the inside by Slate Harrell. Ramos tags the wall, off and into the grass for your former leader. He'll drop all the way to 9th, and look at Dutch. New leader down the back again. It's the Bennick number 30 to the front here in turn 4.
What a last 2-lap display by our Micro Swift drivers. Westbrook now, for the first time this race, is in the lead of it. Slade Harrell has caught many drivers by surprise. We saw it in turn 1. We saw it in turn 8. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough of a gap to the bottom. The first one on the outside is Mason Brody.
He'll hit the marbles and wash out, but now they're 3 wide for the lead at 9. This will get tight in a hurry. Harrell to the outside, Katowski the same. As they park it down low, they've caught the curbing, but big run coming for Slate. It's not done yet. Final turn, Dutch to the bottom. Over-under coming for the number 8. Can he get there? He'll have the momentum, but it won't be enough. Dutch Westbrook holds on in a wild one for Micro Swift. Harrell, Mason Brody steals third on the final lap. What a run. 10 spots gained for Mason from 13th on the grid. Liam Francisco 4th, Bo Stowers 5th. Nitro Karts take 4 of the top 5 spots and 5 of the top 7. But the best of them is Dutch Westbrook in the Bannock. What a race.
Yeah, what an end there. The last 2 laps kept us on the edge of our seats. And again, what a display of driving a racecraft by those drivers. Dutch Westbrook in the end, the 30. Talked about him again. He's 4th in the championship, 50 points at the end of the heat race. That's going to help him. The only thing, Harrell as well had a good point haul at the end of that one. And again, in the end, Lennox Lockhart, unfortunately, the one DNF that we did have, along with Caden Cladere, and it looks like Roman Machine, 3 of the drivers that couldn't make it to the end. And again, we'll keep an eye on them in heat race number 2 later on today. But what a race, what an end to Micro Swift.
We'll send them to the afternoon and now into basically almost sunset for when they'll hit back to the racetrack for heat number 2 at 6:40. Let's go to the scales though. What a way to end that one.
Seals only. Sounds good. I did all the tires, just the seals. Oh my god. Good to go.
I've got Dutch here. Dutch, it's a Heat 1 win for you today. That was an absolute hunt out of you. What did it take to get it done?
At the start, I started P2 and I fell back to 7th or 8th. And then I just started making up places. I got to the front, and as soon as I got to the front, they started blocking. And I made up positions and maneuvering and stuff. And on the last lap, Slate went too wide. And then I got the chance in the bull, and that's how I won.
Thank you, Dutch.
Yeah.
KA Jr. ready for action, folks. First of two groups for him. This is Group B. Onto the circuit now. Tristan Murphy will start on the pole alongside Isaac Malquit. It'll be Travis Pettit and Ethan Sky Manuchik on row 2. John Antonino and Nathan Dupuis make up row 3. Oliver Paludo, Max Weiland, Callan Berghofer, and Nolan Carney. And keep in mind, folks, that again, you really want to be in the top 15 or above to make sure that you're safely through to that A pre-final. With how many we've got, not all of them gets a race Saturday night under the lights. And the path to that continues now. Heat 1 is green.
Already we're side by side for second, third on back. Ethan Sky Maniachich around the outside on John Antonino, who loses a couple of spots there. Looks like one spot down in 6th at the start of this race. Tristan Murphy going to take him over to the bottom of the racetrack.
Travis Pettit's going to try to rip the high side. He'll have to bounce it through the dirt, but he's still got room. He'll be able to make the move stick on Isaac Malquit and get second away. And as they roll out of 9, Ethan Sky keeps a close look at him because they're going to go in 11. And Hurricane Trav is barreling through the field. New leader at the end of lap 1. And behind, here we go. There's 3 of them lined up. Manuchik, Dupuis, Antonino, all able to get past Murphy.
Yeah, you can tell Travis Pettit didn't want to wait behind Tristan Murphy for all too long if he was going to be defending in the opening couple of laps. Is now side by side. Oliver Paludo gets a surprise on the inside from Max Weiland, who's able to go through. And again, there's a good look at the cut line all the way down to 15th. Everything in red. Drivers looking to race their way in. Comadeiros, one of those, as Isaac Malquit, Ethan Sky Maniachich work their way through side by side for third. Dupuis looking to hold on.
The battle continues as this race slowly opens up. Hopefully all continue to the checkers here as the elbows remain out up the hill. Pettit, Antonino, and company got a freight train Nathan Dupuis. Malquit will lead at the end of lap 2. We go down to Haley for a quick update on Lennox Lockhart. A scary moment for the young man in the micro race we just watched.
Lennox, that was a rough hit for you. Tell me about the pass and what happened there.
So I was just trying to go for a move on Jack, and I saw that I couldn't make the move, so I slowed down, and then I just got a big hit from the back of my bumper, and then I just got on top of Jack, and I just hit the barriers.
Well, you're all okay, but the cart does not look to be okay. What are you seeing that's already wrong?
Well, I see that the left front tire is already bent, the tie rod, and pretty much the front of the whole car is bent. But hopefully we'll be able to fix it for Heat 2, and we win for Heat 2.
Thank you, Lennox.
Thank you.
That was a tough moment to watch. Happy to see Lennox up and okay after the impact. And like you said, he'll have to go to work, try and fix that Velocity Sodi cart up because they've got another heat race later on this evening and sadly got another one in the wall. That looked like it might have been Berghofer, one of the Nash machines for sure, in turn 4, just behind the leaders and just ahead of where we were tracking back to. And while we were away, nothing's changed in the lead. We have changed the order behind a little bit and just did again. Tristan Murphy up to 3rd, Manuchik back to 4th. Look at Max Weiland starting to lurk on now. Not too many up or down movements through the field. The biggest so far is way back for Andres Salazar. He's up 6, but had to start at the rear. Your leaders are only up 1 or 2 places at the most. 3 gained for Max Weiland, though. The momentum is taking him right to the heels of Manuchik. They're going to go right back by on Murphy and try to continue to swap 3rd around, and now it'll swap 4th. Weiland's by. And Dupuis also takes 5th.
Yeah, a lot of pushing and shoving there to get through, to make some moves there as well. Ethan Sky Maniachich now, the next driver who's going to fall under pressure as Weiland look in, turn number 8. He's clear. Dupuis looking to go by as well. Maniachich's going to drop a tire there into the dirt, and we've seen a lot of that, right? Last 3 weeks, if you will. 2 weeks ago when we were here for the Miami Grand National Championships, a lot of drivers going to lose some time there, and as easy as that. Still haven't fully scrubbed the dirt off the tires for Ethan Sky. Dupuis going to take advantage, and Ethan going to go right back. Tristan Murphy looked to go. Just had to brush the brakes. John Antonino as well. When we were side by side, he went up in the air. That front just made contact with one of the drivers in that group further up.
Parker Ives making a move ahead of Oliver Paludo. That was back for P8 as we check in with this kind of spread out main pack, and a big break now for Pettit and Malquit. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so color it halfway here. Ethan Sky Manuchik, Nathan Dupuis, John Antonino starting to even lose track of Weiland. I'm curious what kind of lap time Mad Max can throw down now with some clean air. No help to join him, at least as they currently run. And he's got a big deficit to try to start to eat into. Maybe he can get some ground taken with this. Change up front, first time in a minute. Travis Pettit back to the lead.
Yeah, Travis and Isaac have been very content to continue to go back and forth, push each other along as they're not losing too much time. That's exactly what we're seeing out of the two of them, right? Just working really well together, the two of them, very good friends off the track. Go out together for multiple sessions, and again, just content, right? Both of them really, really comfortable in the situation that they're in right now. Max Weiland, the next one, who has a lot of forward momentum, a lot of pace. We saw him qualify out of the slow group. And it's been an upward slope since then, getting himself to the position he is now, third on the track. Ethan Sky, a lot of development out of that driver since Orlando at the start of the year to where we are today, to get himself inside of the top 4 here. And again, that's due to the hard work from Alan Isambard. ADT have all been working hard with them. His contact for 2 drivers on the front stretch. One of the RPMs, another one of the Rocket Racing companies out of this race early.
Oh, and Gacchione, the one driver slowing on the inside of the track there. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart with a moment. And it looks like he did just at least push that kart back across the timing loop. Sadly, he'll join Callan Berghofer at the bottom, outside the top 15 in that kind of danger zone of having to really fight uphill in heat number 2 to hopefully get the automatic transfer into the main by going to the A pre-final. Max Weiland's tracking good for that, but sadly he's not as fast as our top 2. At least he wasn't last time by. Let's see what this time brings. Still a bit to be left there. He had that gap open up on him now, a 1/10 and a half, and he's starting to get reeled back in as Ethan Sky Manuchik initially set fast time. Tristan Murphy goes a hair better. Ethan's going to take the momentum that he's got, though, back to third. He'll wash a little bit wide. That'll clear the way for Nathan Dupuis to get that 4th spot away from Weiland. And the focus remains on them, and the shift further away from a shot at the win continues as now we've got red flags. And I think that was inevitable there. That was a big impact for Owen and the other driver involved, Caleb. That was sadly another big crash here in these opening heats.
Yeah, unfortunate there. And again, the medical staff going to tend to the 2 drivers involved. And again, we're going to give it some time until we get some more information. We'll take a quick break here. That session will be concluded. There was only 3 laps to go. So we'll wait to bring you guys more information. Quick commercial break from our side.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter, I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30, with in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions. Each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now. So the drivers for KA Junior Group B Heat 1 have been pulled into the scale line. Race called here with just a couple of laps left on the table, unfortunately. Travis Pettit will get the provisional win over Isaac Malquit. Max Weiland will get a mulligan there as he lost third on that lap, but it goes to the last previously completed one. Ethan Sky Manuchik, Nathan Dupuis, the top 5. You saw there right before we switched over, Callan Berghofer, from the moment he had in the wall in turn 4, also getting tended to by the on-site medical team, as well as the 2 drivers involved in the incident on the front straightaway, the likes of Jordan Martin, Owen Gacchione, and I believe Lage Powers potentially also. They'll end up with the 18th, 19th, 20th spots down with Callan. And while we get ready for KA Junior Group A to hit the racetrack for their opening heat race, we hope for some cleaner action. There's some notes as well, folks. I've touched on it a little bit. We'll have graphics to kind of break it down for you. All of the NKA rulebook updates that have been released through this weekend. You can check them all out. It's free to view the full rulebook and specifically the modifications, or really more so clarifications that have been added to make things crystal clear for everyone to be able to understand as you read it. And the officials have been continuing to specify all of that throughout the year. Let's break down a couple of the big notables, because there was also just a few really key additions. Specifically the first one, and this kind of goes again off the back of Quaker City, undefined situations, right? So where that comes in is, again, while a failure to adhere to any regulation or specification in the rule book doesn't apply a specific penalty, that then becomes a DQ. So anything that is specified as an infraction, but there's no penalty specified attached to it, goes to a DQ from the session. And then, of course, the officials maintain the right to elevate any unlisted infraction as well to exclusion from the event. Now, beyond that, the other points that were added here, this is, again, just giving them that clarity on penalties as they see fit. Track limits. Let's talk about that here. That was big, probably at other venues more so than this one. But the big change here is that the clarity on the spots that you have to give back, right? So this is the exact verbiage from the rule book, but the cliff notes of it is that you need to give those spots back, however many you gain or however many you could have gained, especially if you were side by side with the driver, within 1 lap of when you had to exit course and then rejoin if you gained anything. If you don't do that, that'll result in a DQ from the session. And as a cliff note to it, any impeding of other drivers when you rejoin could also draw a penalty. So a minimum of a 10-second penalty could be applied to the race results if you don't give back all the spots gained and re-enter safely to the circuit within 1 lap of having to take evasive action. That's noted mainly here for the starts in terms of where you might see this clarification come into play this weekend. Turn 1, Turn 2, the concrete runoff, and even going around it outside the barriers. We've seen many drivers have to take evasive action and sometimes end up better than had they stayed the course. For sure, at least better than hitting a wall or crashing. So this gives a little extra clarity. We saw that at Turn 1 at Quaker City with the 90-degree corner that has a cut-through for an alternate track layout. As long as you give back those spots within 1 lap, you're good. Beyond that, some of the other clarifications that we have, there's 2 more in particular to touch on. Let's go over defending. This is a hot topic. In fact, this kept you and the boys up late at night on Grid Talk, Caleb, defending.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was one of the biggest conversations that we had, and just the update, right? A defending driver may continue to move further in that same direction, but may not reverse direction or weave. And again, speaking yesterday, if you will, right, the Andrew Bajoso rule from that weekend, just a little bit. And then again, another update. Movements made by an attacking driver provided they are within reasonable distance to attack while attempting to position for a pass are not considered blocking to drivers behind.
So to break that down again for the folks at home, right, the one move or so, make one adjustment to your line, you're allowed to continuously go down the racetrack. Of course, not if a driver's already alongside you, and not necessarily, anything jagged or crazy, but you can continue to track down, and then you have a 1/4 cart width per the book of leeway for the corner. That's it. I mean, that's about as much as spitting the cart sideways, locking the brakes up. But with that clarification, it kind of takes out the idea of that one move rule. It's a go down and sacrifice your entry to the corner, or have a good arc into the turn, but run the risk of getting passed down the inside. And then the secondary big update here is for when we have packs like what we've seen already today in Swift, in Micro, and in K Junior already. When you have multiple drivers in a line, the driver that the defending rules really are applying to are the first car in the group. Second, if he's got third on his bumper and then he opens up for the turn, he's considered attacking the leader. He's not going to be held to that same standard of the driver at the front of the pack. So that's where that verbiage at the bottom really comes in. And again, just adds clarity. A lot of this is pretty much as the rules were. The arguable adjustment of which way penalties would fall on the one move idea is more of that further, the first update. The secondary one, that's just, again, adding on, hey, if I'm in second, I'm focused on my leader. I'm trying to set him up for a crossover, outside, inside, or whatever. I'm not so focused about losing third.
Correct. And this is all just clarifying that little gray area, right, of policing that little gray area as well. So that's huge. And as well, adding clarification for a lot of people, again, that are out here racing for the leader races, for race wins as well. I know it's been a topic, especially that second update of, whether that opening up for a move, if that's defending for drivers third on back. So going to get some clarification and, again, being applied. And as well, a huge shout out to the entire Stars crew for listening and adding a little bit of update, right, and being open to change. I think is the coolest part of it all.
And one more that, again, will apply to the heats, but thankfully hasn't been applied yet. Meatball flags or mechanical black flags, right? The original rule just had that the drivers do exit the track with caution immediately. Oftentimes, they'll give maybe a one-lap leeway, thinking maybe the driver didn't see the flag when they crossed the timing loop. Well, if we are in the final 2 laps of the session when that mechanical flag occurs, driver is allowed to finish. Which is a big change. But again, they'll stop being scored at the point that they would have been showed the meatball flag. So whether you stay on the racetrack with 2 laps to go when you get that meatball, or whether you come in, the moment the meatball flag is displayed is going to say, all right, at that point, you're no longer scored. We've seen it. Your bumper's off. You've lost a part or something. The clarification here really is just saying if you accidentally miss the flag, you're not going to get punished additionally for it. So you're still not going to get scored for the rest of the session. You might as well pull in, especially if you're early in the race weekend with heats and pre-finals, save some tires a little bit. Maybe just be the first one to the scale line, get out of the heat, and go to work on the go-kart. So those were the 4 notables. There were a few other specific technical updates. I touched a bit on the carburetors and exhaust pipes. KZ classes The FIA classes in OKN and OKN-J as well, they are a 2-motor class. Everyone else is on their single spec motor, but the update there is that the drivers are allowed to go to an alternate exhaust pipe or an alternate carburetor, so long as the primary carb that they first went through tech and sealed or had sealed still meets the tech requirements and still passes the tech inspection. If you do that, you can go to tech and you could swap and try a different carburetor. I'm curious if any of the drivers on the grid may have done that, especially those that will be starting a little further back in KA Junior. As you can see, there's not a whole lot of movement here because we are still waiting for the final all clear from the on-site medical team, but here's how they will stack up for that Group A heat race here for KA Junior, the other half of the field. So this is Lucas Palacio on top, overall quickest in qualifying. Nico Katowski was third in qualifying, puts him on the outside of row number 1. And then Ashton Woon and Oliver Nyberg, 2 drivers who were fast here 2 weeks ago, like Lucas and like Katowski as well, make it up row number 2. Caleb?
Valentino Santillana, Nathan Golseth, the KA100 shootout winner of 2 weeks ago, starts on row number 3. Darren Kidd and Ben Gleberman on row number 4. Isaac Payne and Landon Boer are going to round up your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters.
Row number 6, Ryan Mort and Lucas Dreibel for an all Kart Republic 11th and 12th starting spot. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. on the inside of row 7, and all OTK row there with Riley Dobelier's RPM Tony Kart on the outside. Then it's Anthony Lewis, Alex Miller, Jake Resende, Max Maitev, Edward Kennedy, one of many drivers to the rear. He had an issue in qualifying unrelated to anything tech or elsewhere that sadly didn't get to see him turn more than I think about 2 laps. So keep an eye on the new Speed Concepts Racing driver from Canada in the 896 to try to make up some ground. We didn't have a ton of ground made up. Biggest movers were only up about 6 in the top 10. It was a 10-spot game for Andres Salazar on that Rocket Racing Company LN kart, so bar set for Edward to go forward. He starts alongside Maui Angel. And there will be one more row, I believe, with the even split down the board, and it should be full with 21st and 22nd on the grid for Group A. 21 drivers in Group B. 13 of them will go to the B pre-final, assuming that we go all the distance. This is Arthur Barb and Luke Fedowitz back on the 11th and final row of the grid. So 11 rows again here for Group A, just as there were in Group B for KA Junior. And right after them, we continue with the KA100 action. It'll be KA Masters on tap with KA Stars, Groups A and B. And then the first of the 3 Pro Show Motos presented by Mazda Motorsports with OKN-J, OKN Stars, and then Pro Stars. 3 minutes until we go hot means that we can get inside the heads of the drivers a little bit before the helmets come on. Let's go down to pit lane with Haley.
Break like this, just try to get your head right.
Try to stay hydrated, not hot, like stay in the sun, cool off, and just make sure you're not hot before the race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last little bit to stay cool and collected here with that extra time. The mind can wander, right, Caleb, with moments like this when you have all that time in the world, especially if you're in Nico's place, to look down the grid and see all the drivers sizing you up and trying to already make game plans of how they can get around him when you've got the front row. It looks clear out front. There's oftentimes you can forget how big a field is if you spend your whole race in those first couple of spots. Beyond that, though, again, 22 drivers for Group A, heat number 1 in KA Junior. Moments away from going green with them. KA Masters, double heats, again, with KA Stars split in half in a record-setting field. OKN-J, OKN Stars, and Pro Stars Moto number 1 apiece for them as the 2-minute signal goes up on the grid. And then a short break in the action before we head under the lights with the second round of heat races and the second round of motos. Engine's hot, track is as well. Heat 1, Group A for KA Junior now on course. Hoping to go the full 7 minutes plus 2 laps. We've ran you through the lineup. Realistically though, the one driver to keep our eyes on is the one we've got right here, Lucas Palacio. I mean, he has kept an undefeated streak going now, spanning 3 weeks, session by session. That's something another Kart Republic driver knows a little bit about. And I think young Lucas might be able to have an even more impressive record with the speed he showed again in warm-up this afternoon if he can continue this feat of staying on top all the way to the end of the weekend.
Yeah, correct. And again, that driver you're referencing to, Joe Turney, over at a smaller event across the pond, the World Championships. All jokes aside out there, we wish him the best of luck as he gets going. But that being said, we're about to get going here in KA Junior Group A. The second of our 2 getting set to take the green flag. Palacio on the inside, the Burrell Art. TKG Machina, Katowski on the outside to the green flag. We got it. We're racing.
Quickly down to the inside for Lucas Palacio, fending off from Ashton Woon, and the rest of the field's made it around turn 4 and into turn number 5. Oliver Nybert right there behind Nico Katowski. Nathan Golseth got a good run through the infield section. This time he'll get a little bit of breathing room back to Santian as they flurry inside, outside, lead change. Ashton Woon to the front here out of turn 8, and Oliver Nybert back there for third, and a big send there from Lucas to answer back. And we're well underway here, Caleb. The battle is on.
Yeah, we're setting the tone early already. Palacio to the lead, Woon a second. Third for Oliver Nybert. Nathan Golseth getting himself up to 4th. And again, Katowski, who started on the outside. We've seen how difficult it is to start on that outside line, on that outside row. And again, Katowski fell back to 5th, and this is time for him to really start to recoup. Luckily for him up front, it's going to calm down a little bit. Spoke too soon. Golseth looking for 3rd on Oliver Nybert. They're going to stay side by side into turn 5.
They'll end up okay by the time they get through it, albeit with a gap now that has opened up to the front to Ashton Woon. You watched John Antonino from a little ways away in that KA Junior main 2 weeks ago stay behind Palacio, build the gap, and then watch Lucas drive away. Do you go back in on him again? He already proved his point. He wasn't willing to wait behind anyone. He went back in on you the very next turn. And I think for now, Ashton's going to play the patience game out and see where it takes him. He'll stay in line behind the 835, and we'll put another lap in the books. Golseth, though, fast lap of the session in the wake. He closes that gap by a couple of hundredths and might be on track for more if he can get that good launch out of turns 1 and 2. He got an okay one. I'd call that gap still probably even through turn 4. Oliver Nybert trying to stay right with him through that bowl, as well as Katowski. Opening lap here, now opening couple, as we've got 2 officially marked, and the first few movers are up only a couple of spots. 3 up for Golseth here. He's the most gained inside your top 10. You have to go way back to find anyone better. And as we check into the end of the top 10 here as well, you can see there's a 5-pack for the main group. 2 carts, 6th and 7th. Valentino Santian and Darren Kidd right there, and then a little gap back to Isaac Payne in the next grouping. As we get now 3 laps on the board. Lucas Palacio already starting to inch away. Look at that, Caleb, about a car length back to Woon now.
Yeah, and you don't really see that too often, right, in 100cc classes like this. You don't really see that one driver be able to break away. And again, Woon just able to stay with them here, but Palacio just showing that upper hand, right? Showing the pace that he's got at hand, able to keep, Woon just far enough where Woon isn't close enough to make those moves without really having ascended deep into the corner. And again, this is where it gets tricky, right? You asked the question earlier, when do you go? Do you stay behind Palacio? Do you wait? And if you're seeing the gap that opens up here on the exit of turn number 9, that's going to answer your question, right? Going back on Lucas Palacio, taking control of the race, because again, drivers behind you, Nathan Golseth, they're starting to close in little by little. The same for Oliver Nybert, and with them, the rest of the pack comes through. Katowski, again, just right there. So this is just really decisions, right? Decisions to make for Ashton Woon. He looks close in turn 4, but again, it opens up just in the last couple of corners.
That's a testament really to the go-kart that Lucas Palacio has got set up to roll speed through turn number 9. A lot of these corners here either are entering a major draft zone or, to be honest, more of a stop and go, kind of like turn 8, and that still has a good amount of roll speed through it. But right here, I mean, you're trying to pick up the power as soon as you can. You're at the limit of the load to the tire and how quickly that kart can be on the ragged edge of almost breaking loose, not bouncing or being too bound up, at the same point not getting into a slide and scrubbing speed that way either. And that roll speed, again, giving him a little bit higher minimum corner mile an hour than anyone else, means he can pull that longer gear and not suffer the same fate as other drivers may at the end of this backstretch when you get up to the end of the rev range and you're just in the slipstream or not. But you can see even still that time, while Ashton was a little closer from the exit at turn 3, it's not like he had a massive run to Lucas by the time they got to the brake zone. At this point, though, being that close into turn 8, if he can stay right there, and I think that might be where he wants to be, you could definitely send it. We've seen sends from way further back than where Ashton's riding right now. The question's going to be if he can wait that long and still hold second, because Golseth and Nybert, they've been clawing at the bit to get to the two of them, and they're just about there now, about a 10th away.
Yeah, they've been hard at work, right? Just setting in those good lap times. Unfortunately for Katowski, going to find himself really in no man's land at this point of the race. And like you were talking, that move, it's been brewing. Woon goes through for the lead. Golseth looks to follow him through, and that really would have been best case scenario for the two of them. We'll see how long it takes Palacio to try and go right back by on Ashton Woon. This time, turn number 8. Is it for Lucas Palacio? It's not going to be in second, and this is huge for Golseth, who looks again for second. Nybert going to just take advantage there of Golseth going offline and move himself up to third.
Yeah, Ashton couldn't wait any longer. Lucas Palacio knows the same. He goes back to the lead right there, inside and past. New driver out front. And right back to the inside, defending into turn number 1.
Here we go, further back, Nathan Golseth up and over the curb. Now side by side with Katowski. Palacio going to stack them all up to the bottom of the racetrack. Woon in second. Golseth around the outside on Katowski, looking to get back by on for 4th. Golseth stays ahead. And Palacio's really been good so far, stacking him up on that opening lap and stacking him up here in the closing stages. This is Woon on the outside now, looking for a move. Nybert as well.
Nico Katowski wasn't really a part of the picture here just a lap ago. Now he is. And as we go to 20 seconds plus 2 laps, there's more with Valentino Santian and Darren Kidd. They have kept the faith. As look at that move there, attempted by Oliver Nybert. Good heads-up moment for Lucas Palacio, and Nybert even gets tripped up a bit trying to get back onto the racetrack. Now to the outside, the fight for second opens up, and that's bad news for everyone else. Lucas Palacio gets the biggest lead he's seen yet as Nybert gets shoved straight into the grass, trying to hang tough on the outside of Katowski. Here comes Darren Kidd and Valentino Santian into play. Look at that side pod marked up from rubber, and Valentino slips by the both of them to get to 4th and into turn 8. Coming to 2 laps to go, Nathan Golseth pulls the pin on Ashton Woon, and Ashton will fall back to 3rd and shakes his head, realizing more karts are closing in, and now the gap is huge up to Lucas Palacio.
And that's almost planned as well, right, as that race has kind of gone on. Lucas has been good about just stacking them up last couple laps, last 3 laps, putting them in uncomfortable situations, and almost from second on back, they self-implode, and that really allows him to kind of get away with it, right? That happens in the opening lap. He does that to give himself a gap, and then towards the end of the race, right, to give himself the gap that he has now, and there's no choice for second on back rather than a fight, as we're seeing here. Katowski goes through for 4th on Valentino Santian.
So he'll get that spot back, albeit at a loss of a lot of time now to Woon and Golseth, and the two of them, they're just going to be fighting for P2 here. I think Ashton was maybe willing to give Nate a shot to try to close to Palacio, or at least keep that next group from getting to him. But as Golseth covers in turn 8, that one move there brings Nico now to within shooting distance. 2 car lengths back here. Ashton Woon, high side, low side, over, under. That was slick. He'll get the advantage now to turn 1. Here comes Katowski to send it down the inside. Yes! New man in 3rd. Golseth back to 4th. Here comes Santian and company. Darren Kidd opening up to cross them up down the backstretch. He'll get the nose down low on Valentino. He's even got the nose on Golseth. Contact! Darren Kidd goes wide. Nybert's going to get by all of them.
That was massive there for Nathan Golset to be able to keep his foot in it and again just save it. Katalski to third, Nybert Santillan, and this is all the while Lucas Palacios just absolutely ran away from the battling from second on back. Palacios set to take the win in heat race number 1.
Big moment over the curb for Golseth. Tried to get it on Nybert, couldn't quite. Up front, Woon now in second safely, and to the checkers for Lucas Palacio, Heat 1 winner in Group A. Woon, Katalski, Nybert, Golseth, and as your man in fifth, into the top 5. And we look down the board for Edward Kennedy, who gets to 10th at the checkered flag. 9 spots up for Edward, and from 21st as well. How about the run here for Arthur Barb as well, the PER Racing driver, closing in on the top 10 with support from Speed Concepts, I believe, as well. The 827 P13, Kennedy 10th. And we got all of our field -1. Max Maitev, unfortunately, going out on lap number 7. 20 of your 21 starters able to see the checkered flag here for Group A in KA Junior. And just like that, we shift over to KA Masters and begin to get the calculators out for KA Junior Championship points and heat points. See you on the other side of this break with more heat racing action from Trackhouse.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you?
Kart's on the racetrack for KA Masters, and they're going to have a pretty high excitement bar to keep us going through this session. Caleb and I just got a delivery from Top That, one of the many on-site food trucks and amenities here down Vendor Row, and we've got the Cookie Monster in front of us, and it smells like really, really good, Caleb.
Yeah, correct. No, very, very delicious. And again, make sure to check out that as well. Looking for a little sweet treat. I know we're always a fan halfway through the day, right, as well. Mom wouldn't be too happy because we're eating dessert before dinner, but nonetheless, we're adults, so we can do whatever we want for the most part.
You didn't have to add that part. You just had to say that it was good.
It was
good.
It
is a very sweet treat indeed. Check them out here along with the rest of your vendors. Make sure to show them some love. We'll show it to the KA Masters as Dusty Davis gets ready to take us to green. Chris Horan on the outside. Let's go. Heat 1 is underway. Nice and clean down the backstretch here for Dusty as he takes it down to the inside ahead of Byron Daly, who slips through to second on that Prodigy Motorsports best kart. Horan to third, Mardan fourth, points leader John Bonanno, and the reigning series champ rides in line in fifth. Anyone bailing out to the inside in turn 8, couple wiggles through the field. Mardan and Miguel Mir a little ways back covering, but all calm and together through turn number 9. A sight for sore eyes after what's been a chaos-filled afternoon thus far. Dusty Davis strings him out as he rolls out of 11. A 3-car length lead to begin Heat 1 for Dusty in the 277.
Yeah, Dusty able to get ahead early, and again, Chris Horan, he was on the outside, didn't get the best of starts. And here are a look into the championship contenders, if you will. Adamar Caligaro fell back to 11th. And again, just not the best of starts for him. Luckily, though, John Bonanno, the number 1 plate, leading the championship into the weekend, finds himself only 5th. And again, with some work to do, Laurencio Mardan, the driver right ahead of him, who's going to fade to the bottom. Looking on Chris Horan, slots back in a line, but again, Dusty Davis, we've seen him have the upper hand. He had the upper hand yesterday in the qualifying session. He has it now already, opening up to about 2/10 over Byron Daly. We'll see what they can do as this race continues to go on. But Dusty, I mean, always fast, always a factor here at Trackhouse.
He's kept the margin nice there, back to second, opened up a little bit that time by Chris Horan. Now is going to have to deal with Laurentiu here, and John Bonanno down the backstretch. Little look, nothing yet here for Larry back for that 3rd spot. Austin Queen still has a chance really to mix things up in the championship fight with Bonanno a little ways back. Adamar Caligaro a little back as well. He's all the way back outside the top 10 currently on the SLA kart racing machine in 11th. Paul Montopoli, captain of the Best Kart Brigade, rounds your top 10 as they run, and you can even see him still well within frame right now. Dusty's got a bit of an edge up on the field, but it's pretty evenly matched back from Byron. We'll put another lap in the books, and you can see that lead is starting to open and breathe, and Davis will make a quick carb adjustment. Daly the same, a few more. Hands going down to the needles on the front stretch. Just to the way that many of the drivers have called it here. You put the fastest guy in the lead, you're going to see the pack string out as they try to keep touch with him. And to all the K Masters credit, you know, when the field sizes really start to exponentially grow for any given class, some of the drivers that may be used to, how calm you can drive in a 10-kart field are less confident that they could take that same strategy, that same approach to a 25, a 30, a 40-kart field and may lose their heads battling for 3rd or 5th or 7th and let potential spots that they could have reached get away by getting too entrenched in the battles and worried about going backwards. But even with 20-plus karts on the racetrack right now, everyone's just been giving each other space and the opportunity to either at least keep touch with the car in front or try to hunt them back down. I mean, you saw a lot of hands tapping the helmets there on the straightaway, and they're all paying the respect to each other. I mean, no moves at all in the last couple of laps down the entire top 11. And then the break begins back at Evan Kozak, about 2 seconds away from his teammate in Adamar. This might trigger it. You just saw Horan really get sideways there in turn 6. Does Mardan finally go? Oh, he again just breaks it. Gives us hope there that we're going to see some fireworks, but ultimately keeps that conservative strategy going. And there you have it, folks. Again, literally the same spots that they ended up in by the time they got basically down to turn 4 on the opening lap. Have them frozen for the remainder of the 4.5 laps to this point. 5 down. Dusty Davis's lead now up to 9/10, all on pure merit, and he's just about broken the draft now.
Yeah, he's about to pull away from it here, and there you have Dusty Davis just getting away from Byron Daly. And again, Laurencio's kind of thought about that move for 3rd on Chris Horan, but again, just either hasn't felt confident in making that move, thinks he's going to lose too much time making the move. Could be a lot of things there for Laurencio, but again, like you said, very conservative here. He gets close into turn 8. It's really one of the closest he gets to Chris Horan, and just, doesn't really have confidence to go in for that move, and that could be a variety of things as well. Bonanno, again, he's shown pace, but just hasn't shown pace to make moves at this stage of the race to get through on Laurencio Mardan. It hasn't showed the upper hand, and you kind of have this train where it's drivers are faster here, others are faster there, which makes it really difficult to pass for some of these Masters guys. And again, it's starting to open up a little bit. Queen, the 222 as well, down to 6. Miguel Mir right behind him, lost a little bit of time. Chambeau right as your bumper, and Mardan again, where he thought he was going to make a move. Bonanno was committed on pushing him through. Mardan just thought better of it, and contact in between the two. They're able to keep going, but they lost a good amount of time there as Mardan got sideways up the racetrack.
I think the field must be just, at this point, understanding that the race may be for second without some divine intervention here, folks. Dusty Davis by himself, compared to this pack, all running in the slipstream of Byron Daly, is 2/10 better at minimum, and he might go faster this time. He'll go close to his best, a 50.8 for Dusty, 51 flats for the group, all the way back to Todd Shambo there in the 255. And when you're in the middle of the pack here, it's really tough because, again, you're equally close to the car in front that they are to the car in front of them. You're not going to get that straightaway draft effect to close up and make something happen. The only opportunity you have is if you can get a mistake out of the driver in front, if you can get them to wiggle a bit in a corner leading into a brake zone like this to then just make it all on your own, sending it down the inside. But again, Mardan for sure has had a few chances. The drivers just behind him in the line, Bonanno, Mir, Shambo, even Montopoli, they've all had definitely opportunities to do this, and they haven't. They have held back, held some restraint. In fact, one of the only moves here that we've seen now is that Paul Montopoli has slipped behind Adamar Caligaro. The driver who leads the non-drop standings has now clawed his way to 9th. Unfortunately, about a second and a couple tenths on top of that from the back of this main contingent that we're following here. All the way off the back of Todd Shambo in the Brandon Jarzakrak Racing entry. We are now down at 0 on the timer, so it'll be the double sticks in the air next time by. Not like it matters for Dusty Davis. He remains at an unmatched pace, and the gap is now 1.7 seconds. We're just waiting to see at this point here, Caleb, if any moves will happen amongst the top 5, or will we keep them in the exact order from turn 3 on lap 1 all the way to the checkers.
Yeah, Dusty Davis, last time by on the front stretch, he was continuing to make carburation adjustments there. Was busy on the needles and again, just has maintained that pace, right? Extended that gap. 2 seconds now in between himself and Byron Daly on the best kart in second. Haran, again, a kart length in between the two right now, and that's going to close out on the back straightaway. But yeah, like you said, just they've shown it's not easy to pass in this Masters class with the.
I think you also don't have to deal with
pace, yeah.
You know, the egos or needing to prove yourself or confidence of any way that you see in some of the younger drivers, right? Laurentiu Mardan, John Bonanno, Chris Haran, yeah, they could. They definitely could have made moves already. But what's the point, right? What's the real big need to go from third to second, fourth to third, fifth to fourth? Especially, again, even for a guy like Bonanno thinking championship, I mean, you're talking just a couple of points. You know, the big swing is going to be in the main event. A decent one maybe in the pre-final. At this point, you've got the fastest cars all around you, right? All ranked because you're racing for position compared to qualifying or practice where you're going to go out on your own. So why not just ride? No need, no pressure. Mardan's going to cover just for the sake of it down in turn 4, but I don't even know with how the race is played out if Bonanno was wanting to make the move. Larry may be our only one to try and pull something on this last lap. I think Daly's got enough of a gap. He should be safe in turn 8. Mardan will cover again to the inside, further back. Move there, that looked to be Caligaro and Mir starting to go at it for the 8th spot. And maybe Shambo as well, as Austin Queen's gotten away. And I think Mir might have gotten the better of Shambo. But it'll be all Dusty Davis in Heat 1 for KA Masters. And a tame group trying to hold on to him. Ending 3 seconds back. Davis, your winner, to Daly, Haran, Mardan, Bonanno. And a good battle at the end for Miguel Mir and Todd Shambo to the line. 5 thousandths, check that out. 5 thousandths of a second separating 7th and 8th. And not a whole lot to write home about, but more importantly, for the driver's sake, everyone going from green to checker here in KA Masters, minus Ken Simonellic, who didn't make it out off the grid. So we've got all 25 that took the green flag, going the full distance of 11 laps. KA Stars, however, I don't think we'll be anywhere close to what we just saw here with a 70 driver field. Split in 2. Group B now on grid and ready for action, and they'll go right to it with no karts to clean up here from KA Masters, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely not. A lot of names, a lot of drivers, a lot of star power as well. Alan Isambard in the championship fight here this weekend, getting set to start on the outside for the first of our heat races in KA Stars. And to his inside, Oliver Piatek there. And luckily this weekend for Alan, a little bit of a teammate, if you will. And Alessandro DiTullio starting on row number 2 on the inside. He's set to start third. And again, new hotshot, if you will, for Brandon Jarzakrak Racing. Cash Perkins coming off a great weekend 2 weeks ago here. Looking set to get his first senior national race victory here this weekend. The list extensive on the amount of drivers, the amount of names that are joining us here in this one. And it'll be hard to miss any of the action. Grab your popcorn, grab it all. You won't want to miss any of the action. The KA Stars roll out to the racetrack. Let's run you down that starting grid order for Heat 1B. Oliver Piatek, Alan Isambard on row number 1. Alessandro DeTullio, Cash Perkins on row number 2. Sam Adruski and Mick Gabriel on row number 3.
Henry Taylor is the first non-OTK machine. He starts back in 7th here in this group. Mateo Rubio Luengo to his outside, and an all Brandon Jarczyk row 5 to close your top 10. Lucas Theck on the inside, Ben Gott on the outside.
Davin Roberts and Satvik Sarathi on row number 6. Matt Landers, Miles Goodman on row number 7. Ethan Tovo and Ryan Crouch on row number 8.
Row 9, as we get to the back of the field here. Talon Laney and Luke Welcome with work to do. TJ Coyan and Chase Adams as well. This grid a little bigger than KA Junior in total. 31 drivers have crossed the out loop, or timing loop out of the grid. Meyer Lewis, Max Barron, Comerford, Manning, Webb, Thomas, Nastasi, Lyda, Portovich, Evan Centeniello, and Anthony Rivera from the tail of the field here in this one alongside Camp Chambers. Let's see what happens for that blue and black Nash Motorsports machine. Top of your screen, 7 minutes, Group B, KA Stars, we're green. Everyone fanning out inside and outside down the backstretch, but Oliver Piatek's kept them at bay. Great start here for the Aiken Racing LN Kart driver out of Georgia over a couple of Floridians and the teammates there on the Rocket Racing Company. Let's see if DeTullio, knowing that Isambard's back there, opens up. He's still going to stay on the low side. Allen does the same. In fact, the whole field goes about center track there to 8, and right off the rip, here we go. ADT to the inside. He'll carve a path for Isambard to go alongside for a moment. Piatek able to slip back in, and DeTullio will lead us at the end of lap 1. Piatek a little wide now out of 11. Isambard pressuring. Oliver going way low, and Allen's going to try and make him pay. Contact a little bit there as they back up and now really stack behind the 955. The pole sitters getting swarmed. 3 wide down the backstretch. Sam Avrutsky to the inside.
Alan Isambard tried it for a couple of corners in a row, just couldn't get clear there. Now he's going to fall under fire to Mick Gabriel. Lost a good number of spots, and look at the gap up front for Alan Isambard over Oliver Piatek. Then Sam Avrutsky sitting there. Cash Perkins able to make a move, and they're all going to fend low. Isambard going through on Cash Perkins into turn number 8.
Alan Isambard wasn't overly aggressive with Oliver Piatek, but he definitely was aggressive enough to try and make some moves, and that's now brought plenty of drivers to his doorstep here as we close the book on lap 2. Alessandro DeTullio with a long look over the shoulder to see who's all back there and what happened to his teammate. The 940, 6/10 out in front as Piatek tries to track him back down. Sam Avrutsky clipped the curb there at 3, and there's more scattering behind as Avrutsky comes under fire from Isambard. The march back forward is going to bring Cash Perkins with him now in turn 4. The breakout star from the IME Grands in the 963. We know the BJR karts have been quick. Cash jumping right in with them as he goes to work with Isambard to try and reel in your race leader.
Yeah, Isambard, I mean, he knows he has the same pace as ADT at this stage of the race. And again, big picture for him this weekend, right? Championship with Oliver Hodgson, the two of them going at it here. And again, Oliver was very, I guess, if you will, vocal without speaking much about keeping that second spot, right? Being the first driver to get up there to Alessandro DeTullio. And now with Isambard, we'll see what these two drivers do. Again, they have a little bit of a gap further back, and I think Isambard might have a look here. Mick Gabriel had one. That's further back. Davin Roberts, he was the driver that you saw go up and over the curb in turn number 3. And again, he lost a couple of spots there. He's up 2 from the start. But even then, just right behind Mateo Rubio Luengo is now Isambard going to try it into turn number 8. Side by side in between the two, elbows out. Isambard took him a couple laps, took him a couple of corners, finally able to get through for second.
A quick point forward here for Cash Perkins now as he goes by on Oliver Piatek to latch back on to Isambard. And now Allen can set his sights on his teammate out front. Haley, what do you have on the driver fighting for a championship that's now moved his way back up to P2 here in KA Stars Group E?
Yeah, I was speaking with Alan pretty much all day yesterday, and he was really struggling finding some grip in the rear. The car was just sliding just about everywhere, struggling with braking stability. However, after some axle switches, they've got that chassis figured out, and he's ready to go push to the front with LA.
Difference in driving style will require a little bit of a different setup between the two. And as they continue to get now closer to at least, I think this is only going to be their second or third race on track together, even including any club events or anything where they might have traded intel. Alan Isambard and Alessandro DiTullio trying to find that sweet spot of, all right, what's going to work for you and what's that slight difference that will get that same performance for how I need to have my go-kart set to go. Checking as well down the board, right? Anthony Rivera. We mentioned he had to roll from the tail end. He has picked up already 10 spots, and he's got more well within view, closing in on the top 20 now. The goal, again, is to try to get to probably 15th or better in the heats, knowing that, you know, the top 30 in heat points are going to auto-transfer to that A pre-final, and you won't have to worry about a crasher or mechanical making you be a part of potentially 30 drivers missing the Saturday night show. However, you've got to keep your nose clean. Big moment there. Laney out of shape, and the best kart in front of him of Matt Landers also out of shape in turn 8. And Anthony will pick up one. Let's see if he can get another. This will be for 18th inside turn 11. Picking him up, putting him down as the Nash Motorsports driver.
Yeah, just one by one, right? Lap by lap, corner by corner, making moves, and that's a good drive up the order for Anthony Rivera. Again, he's got another heat race to go later on tonight, where, again, going to be critical for him to make moves just like he's been doing in this race. As we look back up to lead of the race, Alan Isambard getting himself 2 car lengths away from Alessandro DiTullio. Cash Perkins, and now a move further back to Gabriel on Piatek for 4th. Gabriel able to get clear.
Nate Gabriel with a little bit of a different look to him here, a bit of a gray and chrome kind of blue AEM kit with 1:10 to go. We talked about a few drivers changing the kits up here. We're getting ready for the special events time of the season. And Mick's got something that should shine nicely under the lights, and maybe he can get closer to the front to really have that thing shining bright. That move for second's going to help a bit. Cash Perkins going by on Isambard. They were making steady progress towards Alessandro DiTullio, but obviously Cash feels at this point of the race, 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go, he doesn't want to be trapped in third. He wants to control his own fate and be the first one to arrive at the lead and trigger the battle. And that will, again, bring as many as 8 into the conversation. Davin Roberts only 1.7 seconds back from the top spot last time by. He's already picked up another one, by the way. Got by Sam Avrutsky this lap. And Davin was purple last time, 4/10 faster than ADT. A 49.78 for Davin. 15 seconds. We'll get 3 to go essentially here as they roll to 1. Here's another spot for Roberts. That's on Henry Taylor in turn 1. Call it done.
And there you go, Davin Roberts up into the 6th spot here. Cash Perkins now getting closer and closer to Alessandro DiTullio. As soon as he got close enough to Alan Isambard, made the move. And I can only expect the same from Perkins on ADT. Turn number 8 going to be the first real passing zone for Perkins. What does he do? Does he wait? Does he go? He's going to wait for a little bit here. Again, time is running out. 2 laps to go. Next time around, that's all we got left in heat race number 1 before we hit the dinner break here. Everybody else, Mick Gabriel still 4th. Piatek, again, promising speed early on. That has kind of gone away from him towards the end. He's down in 5th as we get to the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go left in heat 1.
Still with the A group on deck, probably watching along at the fence line, trying to get a gauge of what their race might look like. Cash Perkins looking for the lead, turn 4. He is through with Isambard. Cash Perkins now in command. Allen, do you want to take that extra 5-point bonus? I think you have to when you know Oliver Hodgson's got speed in the KA class. Here he goes. Mark it, turn 8. Isambard to the front now. Perkins second. Here comes Piatek back in the mix. We saw how aggressive he was on lap 1. Can you imagine how aggressive he could be on that final lap to try and make it happen? He's not taken the checkered flag first yet in the senior session. Neither, though, has Cash. White flag in the air, inside, and he'll make it happen in turn 1. Had to really send it on that one, though. Allen was going to call his bluff all the way down to the end of the break zone.
Yeah, for Allen, defending in turn number 11, very difficult to not get over under it, as now he's going to try it himself. Turn number 4, Roberts around the outside on Piatek. He can't get that move done, but everybody stacked up the top 5. Piatek back into the mix. Roberts, Henry Taylor also on the comp cart, not too far away. Perkins, as he defends in 8, he leaves the door open. Isambard takes advantage. He's clear.
And DeTulio is going to try and force him wide, trigger that fight for second, buy his teammate some room to get maximum points here in Heat 1. He still needs to think about himself so he can stay up front all weekend. He's gotten to third, right on the heels of Perkins as they all cover the low side in 11. Isambard wins Heat 1 in KA Stars Group B. And a run to the line. Davin Roberts snakes fourth away from Oliver Piatek with a slick move. Knowing the gap back to Henry Taylor was enough. He could cross over that 4-pack and get himself one spot higher. Great charge up for Davin Roberts. 7 spots gained. The update as well on Rivera. He got all the way up to 15th. 17 spots up per the book here. So right at that cut line, Anthony Rivera, making it. And again, with the natural attrition we would expect out of KA Racing, what we've seen in some classes today, you'd think that you don't have to get all the way there on merit because drivers will naturally have some DNFs. But in our first of the 2, all 31 drivers that started have completed it all the way back, unfortunately, to Edward Thomas and Joseph Nastasi. Everyone on your screen now here, they are in that danger zone, hoping for either some bad luck for others in Heat 2 or some better luck for themselves. Top 30 to the A pre-final. Alan Isambard provisionally leads the standings with that Heat 1 win.
Good job. I have to go.
Group B in the scale line for a clean opening heat. Group A released. Connor Ferris getting set to lead your field to green for KA Stars' second group. Jared Clark on the outside of row 1. It'll be Caleb Gaffaro on the inside of row 2 alongside Edgar Rodriguez, Adam Brickley, Chris Harrower. Hodgson leading the points coming in, rolls from the inside of row 4. Not the best qualifying effort for him, nor was it for the most recent KA Stars winner in Colin Lloyd. He joins him on the outside of row 4 in 8th. Hudson Brown and Forrest Adams complete your top 10. And in terms of other notables, having to roll from pretty far back here in this KA Stars heat race. Believe Enzo Vidmontien was supposed to go from the tail in one of the 2 groups, but I don't see him out here in this one either. We're ready to go though. Connor Ferris on the inside, Jared Clark to the outside. Green flag.
Connor Ferris able to hold on the lead of the race over Jared Clark. Caleb Gaffaro slots in a line just in third, sporting that brand new Hoats driver development suit. As now Jared Clark to the inside. Gaffaro looking to follow him through on Connor Ferris. As they stay side by side for second, Edgar Rodriguez looking to take advantage on the inside. Wasn't able to get that move done. Oliver Hodgson. Again, we talked about championship, we talked about points. 50 went the way of Alan Isambard. And again, we'll see if Hodgson can respond this time out.
Good start for Ollie as he closes on in. Adam Brickley right on his heels there in 6th. Little gap back to Hudson Brown. Heard from one half of the Rocket Racing Company duo Let's hear from, or getting ready to hear from it, I should say. Alan Isambard through the scales. Lap 1 underway here, Group A. And let's go to our Group B winners here. RRC, phenomenal to start the day.
Alan, it was a phenomenal first win on the day for you. How big is this championship for you?
I mean, for the team, it's pretty big. It would be their first one if we could get it done. And you know, I've had a few already, but it's big for the team, and especially for Paul, I want to get it.
And going into this next one today, do you and Ali have any strategy, or are you just guys out there running your own races?
I mean, he's here to help me a little bit, of course, if I need it, which I did need it a little bit there. You know, I could open up for the corner on the last lap, and he wouldn't go in. So it's nice to have a teammate that could play a little bit blocker and cover for me, so I can set up, which is how we got past Cash, and then he went in with me as well, so that helped as well. I didn't have to defend the last corner or anything.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Job's not finished yet. You can tell the focus is right there for Alan Isambard, but he sets the bar for Oliver Hodgson to try and get close or match. He's up to 4th here, picked up a couple off the green. However, he's got a little gap to make up to Caleb G. Behind him, Chris Harrower going to work on Hudson Brown. These two are duking it out back for the 7th spot. Josh Campbell closing in, Colin Lloyd there. And then you go a little ways back to find Andrew Hamill in the DPC Expree, Forrest Adams. And with these first couple laps in, decent movement up the board here for David Baker. He's picked up 6. Otherwise, all tame, all good, and not a whole lot of up or down changes in position here in your field. We just saw one there for 4th, a rookie, Edgar Rodriguez, going by Oliver Hodgson there. He wants to take this group up to the next pack.
Yeah, getting himself up there, and again, just a little bit of separation, right? Kind of surprised to see Clark, Ferris able to extend their gap a little bit here on Caleb G, as now more moves further back. Adam Brickley able to catch Oliver Hodgson by surprise. Brickley gets through for 5th. And again, that's all due to Rodriguez able to make his move as well. So gap's starting to open up, as the only one that's closing is Rodriguez is to Caleb G. Looks like he's starting to close it down a little bit. It's just over half a second, as again, more battles throughout the field, more battles throughout the mid-pack. And again, that cutoff being 15th, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. And here's a couple of the BJRs. Josh Campbell through on Chris Harrower. McKeithen looking to go by as well. And they stay side by side in a 5.
All good for the 3 blue, white, and yellow machines. Now they've got at least a lineup that might take them to this pack, with the battling continuing. Brickley to the inside. Problems for Edgar Rodriguez. The rear bumper broken on the SLA kart racing machine. Running 4th last time by the timing loop, and I think now he's going to realize it. Might not have saw it there. No, yeah, he definitely did. That bumper's fully dislodged, and it's going to get caught here in a moment. And Edgar is going to let this pack get away, and he'll quickly have to head for the scale line. Heartbreaker here. He had such a good run in the works. We got issues as well. Wrigley Keys, I believe, 1 of 2, collected in the last turn. The other one's going to be, I would think, Isabella Simpson.
I'm not sure, and there's another driver. There's a 923 off Gustavo Bandera, who's down in 29th now before crossing the stripe. And again, Rodriguez losing that group of Brickley, of Hodgson. And it just doesn't look like Hodgson, again, just looking at lap times right now, the McCrone Motorsports machine, a 50.566 compared to the 49, that Jared Clark's been able to set. That's pretty, 50.13, so again, just about 2/10, right? Give or take 2/10 in between Hodgson. And again, he hasn't been on the track, but 50 points the way of Isambard at the end of it. Again, still a good points off for Oliver, but just that little difference, which I believe is about 10 points maybe in between the two.
Just about. It'd be a 9-point swing as they run, with Hodgson in the 5th spot. And Isambard getting 50, Hodgson getting 41. Again, it'll be double that. Of course, when they get to the pre-final, there's a pretty big deficit there. 10 points alone would be 1st to 2nd in the A pre-final. That's when they'll get near each other also, because they're going to be still on opposite groups through heat number 2. Now with this group, as much as they've tried to work together, Harrower, Campbell, and Christopher McKeithen. Colin Lloyd has started to work his way through them. He's gotten by Harrower now, the Velocity Sodies, one of the quicker karts on the circuit, one of only 4 last time by that tracked inside the 49-second bracket. He just did his personal best. He's going to watch McKeithen now, send it to the inside of Campbell, try to follow, can't do it, tucks back in. 45 seconds plus 2 laps to go, though, so if he wants to get these final 2 spots, he needs to maximize when those windows open. There's not a lot of time left. Brickley and Hodgson seem pretty safe where they are, and your top 2 are just staying glued together. Jared Clark leading, Connor Ferris shoving him along and trying to keep Caleb Gaffera away and unable to catch him.
Yeah, Gaffera's laps are equal, but again, he doesn't just have the draft really to get himself up there. Doesn't have that little bit extra to get up to the top 2, and that's the only thing that's really been keeping him at bay. And as it stands, we're about to run out of time. 2 laps to go next time around for Clark and for Connor Ferris. So just kind of give or take, big gaps, big margins in between this group. McKeithen, Campbell, Lloyd, Harrower, and Hodgson and Brickley. And again, with Gaffera as well, who's putting in some good laps. So this is where we're going to see the battle in. Again, right on cue, Josh Campbell through on Christopher McKeithen. He's going to be side by side with Colin Lloyd. Able to stay ahead for McKeithen.
Coming at 2 to go this time around. Let's keep tabs on this group. Colin Lloyd to the inside of McKeithen there in 11. He's now got 2 of the 3 down. Caleb Gaffera is just hoping, praying for something to happen up front. Connor Ferris is playing this race to perfection right now. Whether he's faster or the same speed as Jared Clark, it doesn't matter. The fact he hasn't made a single move to lose the trust of Jared to continue to push him. They've stayed on the main line. They've put good laps in. Even if they duke it out a little bit on the final lap, Caleb shouldn't be able to really play spoiler, and definitely not back to nearly 4 seconds to find championship points leader Oliver Hodgson, who has, by the way, moved past Adam Brickley, gotten to 4th. That will save a 1-point loss. And again, we're also banking on drops going both for him and for Isambard, which it will have to for Allen. White flag in the air, 1 to go. Clark looked low, realized Ferris wasn't really even pressuring him. In fact, he started to back off a bit on this final lap now. Nearly a car length of extra space for Jared Clark. He'll safely just kind of stay to the center in the run to 4, though.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be close here. Connor Ferris, again, hasn't really shown his hand. We're going to see it in turn number 8. One of the biggest passing zones is Clark. A little wide there on the exit of 6. Drops the tire into the dirt. Now Ferris around the outside, looking to set up that over-under. Going to get himself alongside, clear now of Jared Clark through for the lead.
Oh, over-under, it's not done. Jared Clark back at him in 9. Gaffera's still not close enough. They'll be able to open up for the turn in 11, but Clark plays it nice, and he will keep that lead to the checkers. Heat 1 winner in Group A, Jared Clark over Connor Ferris and Gaffera. Hodgson to Brickley, and look at the scrum to the line. Colin Lloyd does pick apart the BJR 1-2-3 run in that second pack. He'll get 6th. A nice and slow upward trend there for Colin Lloyd. Still a good gain as well for Christopher McKeithen from 11 to go up a net of 4. And further back, a few drivers up 5, 6, or 7. Up 9 for Alexander Phillips from the ultimate rear of the field in 32nd. And a few DNFs, albeit otherwise another relatively calm start for KA Stars. Jared Clark, Heat 1 Group A winner to get the 50 points in the championship, and more importantly, match the 0 score in the heat standings against Isambard. And the chase continues into heat number 2 to see who's going to end up with that A pre-final pole position starting spot. With KA Stars parked, though, and the undercard classes through their first round of heats, they're good to go ahead and break for dinner. We've got 3 races still to go on our end, with OKN Junior on tap, and then OKN Stars and Pro Stars as well. But the KAs are done. Jared Clark, talk about a much better Heat 1 than 2 weeks ago. This is a great start to the weekend for the BJR driver.
Jared, it's another heat win for you on the Stars Championship Series this year. How proud are you of this performance?
Yeah, I'm pretty proud. Obviously, it was a pretty good heat race, and you know, the kart felt great, everything felt great, and you know, it was a good heat. So let's try to keep it going.
Thank you, Jared.
Yes.
Kart's on the circuit for OKN Junior. Just like that, good heat. Teamwork to perfection. Let's get ready to bring in the lineup here for the first moto for the OKN-Js. Lucas Palacio on the inside of Cole Medeiros. I believe Mad Max, the number 3 plate, on the inside of row 2 alongside Travis Pettit. Isaac Malquit will start on the inside of row 3 alongside Edward Kennedy. Then it'll be Ashton Wooner, John Antonino, Tristan Murphy, and Nathan Dupuis, your top 10. 20 drivers in total for OKN Junior, a solid and healthy grid. In its second year, more than double from last year. As a part of the record-setting night fight turnout, here we go for Moto number 1. 11 minutes plus 2 laps for the OKN-Js. OKN Stars are on grid and ready. Here we are with the juniors. Let's let them loose. Moto 1 is green. Barreling down the inside to try and protect. Look at Sebastian Rist, the only driver brave enough to go to the second lane, and I think he'll pick up at least one spot from it. Meanwhile, good start for Cole Medeiros on the Nash Motorsports 107. Moving up and sadly losing that spot right away in turn 8, and a big send as well from Edward Kennedy to quickly get into 4th and take advantage of that side-by-side moment. That's going to give your top 2 quite a bit of room here at the end of lap number 1. We've added 4 extra minutes and plus or minus around 5 laps compared to what they just did in their K Junior heat. So bit of a different animal here for these motos.
Yeah, as easy as that there for Edward Kennedy to get through as well. Ashton Woon and Marco Samet going through on Isaac Malquit. Able to get through for 6th. Those 2 drivers, Samet, so far a good weekend for him, putting himself inside of the top 5. The junior rookie towards the end of his first year in the junior ranks already, making some moves and working his way through the field as well. Up front, Travis Pettit starting to close in on Lucas Palacio, who at the start of this race came into this race having led 104 laps. Thank you to Emery Lida for that as well. 104 laps at the start of this race, and again make that 106, I believe, now to this point across both classes, K Junior and 125cc Junior, if you will. Travis Pettit looking to change that as again he closes in on that backstretch. Pettit looking pretty sporty here with 9 minutes to go, and this is really, I think, the closest any driver has been to Lucas Palacio so far this weekend pace-wise, and it's looking even closer now. Turn number 8, inside, Travis Pettit gets clear.
First big challenge for the 125 in OKN-J, and Travis is going to waste no time protecting the inside there in turn number 9. He saw what Lucas did to Ashton Woon in that K Junior heat. He's not even going to give him a choice. He'll cover low in 11 as well, and the difference here is the power band. Some corners the over-unders might not work. Looks like it does in 11. Back to the lead for Lucas. And while they had built up a nice gap, it's gone. Contact further back. Achilles Sapirko out, and again the lead changes in 3. Pettit wins out this time into 4.
You saw how much dirt there was there on the inside of turn number 3 whenever Travis Pettit went through, just kind of slid up the racetrack, was able to get right on through on Lucas Palacio, and all that battling really for the lead. Max Weiland back into the mix. Cole Medeiros as well, Edward Kennedy. 5 drivers in that lead group from what at the start looked to be a runaway from the 125 has now turned in to a brawl here, which is going to continue to turn into that. Pettit going to hold up Lucas Palacio here, knows what he has to do to keep the 125 behind.
Single file. Any movers here in turn 1? Nobody really close enough. This track race is so well for these OKN and now OKN-J packages. This race, this moto, could look eerily similar to what we get in the main, especially if you're able to trap who you think is the fastest driver outside of the lead, and the one that gets to it is adamant about protecting it. Travis Pettit, albeit he'd had really good speed in those opening few laps, whether he's worried about Palacio or just trying to trigger a battle for P2 to get a little bit of cushion and pull away. He is backing him up. Palacio sends him a shot there in turn 9. And that's going to continue as they go to 11 now. They are right on the heels of Travis, and the more that they go offline down the inside, the more dirt on the tires and clagging the rest. Here's Palacio way to the low side to make it happen. Look at Cole Medeiros again. That was smooth down the inside in 1, and Pettit's going to lose like 7, 8 spots maybe. Palacio back on defense though in turn 4.
Yeah, next one up to give it a shot on Lucas Palacio is going to be Max Weiland, who now is going to challenge, and we'll see. Not close enough. He won't be in turn number 8. Medeiros will be, though, inside for Cole Medeiros. Edward Kennedy looking to follow him through. Medeiros gets through. We're side by side there for a second. Weiland able to stay ahead. Woon looks to catch him by surprise. Tristan Murphy out of it early. Huge contact there with somebody, it looks like. That steering wheel very, very light.
Yeah, that was a broken right front tie rod at least. It may have snapped both of them. Here's Pettit trying to make up for lost ground. Can't do it on Marco Samet. Tucks back in. Palacio's lead now up to half a second. How fast is Cole Medeiros? He's put down a heater already, but it has since been bested. And to the credit of the rest of the field, they aren't necessarily way off the pace of Palacio. If you're looking at Isaac Malquit or Sebastian Rist, you're way better. Rist last time while 47.4 as Pettit sends it on the inside of Samet. Kind of got in the back of him right as he got to the brake zone. It caught Marco off guard, and now Sebastian Rist will pick up another one. That Carblos Racing Carlos Sainz OTK has already gotten 8 positions since the drop of the green, and we're just now at approximately halfway here in Moto number 1. A lot of time left for the 1-2-2 to keep marching.
Yeah, Sebastian Rist, really good pace out of him, but just as we said, that Lucas Palacio last time around set the fastest lap of the race. Everybody gonna wait for another lap. And again, these races very long for the junior drivers, right? The heats, that is, or the motos, if you will, pro motos. We are well into the pro show now. And again, longer than your usual heat race. And again, gives you more time to make moves, to wait on moves, to set them up as well. You got to ask yourself, were we battling too early? Did we let Palacio get away too early? A lot of questions you can ask yourself as a driver now as you sit and wait just patiently. 4 minutes to go, right? Plus 2 laps. As Palacio again resets the fast lap. Pettit on Kennedy going to go through.
Travis Pettit, since getting shuffled backwards, has started to put his head down and put some good laps together. And I think if he looks back on this one, he might be a little frustrated with how fast that 1:29 Cosmic is. I mean, he was only a couple of hundredths off the pace of Palacio last time as he was tracking down and then eventually making the move stick on Edward Kennedy. He'll have another lap that'll be eerily similar as he works towards Ashton Woon, who was Palacio's closest competitor in his group in the KA Junior Division that ran less than basically an hour ago. 4 minutes plus 2 laps though, and Pettit is far from the only one that might have something to say for Lucas Palacio. Cole Medeiros, last time by, lost only a hair. This time picks up half a tenth, even faster for Pettit, 47.158. Trav on the move now, and he could easily get to third. The question will be, does he have enough time to run back up towards the top 2? He's going to be Cole Medeiros' biggest fan over this next lap and a half. If Cole can get up there to the back of Palacio and start to bring the fight backwards again with the lead.
And it's really starting to come together, right? You kind of talked about it in the warm-up, right? If you're fast on that last lap, if that's really your money lap in the warm-up session, you're in a good spot, right? When you talk about long run pace, when you talk about these motos that are pretty long, that's pretty good for Travis Pettit. You see him, right, starting to come back into frame, starting to reel it back in, putting everything together, and that's important for the main events that are longer than your usual main event. As Pettit now goes on Ashton Woon, he gets himself back up to 4th. One by one, just putting down the laps, keeping that pace high, and in comparison, Palacio, you see the drop-off, his best of 47.3. We're 2/10 from that now, a 47.5, Pettit 47.2. So you're starting to see 3/10 the difference in lap time with still 2.5 minutes to go.
Indeed. Still there's time left, right? 4 minutes, or loosely, right? 4 laps, maybe 5. Travis Pettit could quickly get around Weiland He's still only 1.2 to 1.3 seconds back from the leader. We'll have to wait for this time to hit the loop and see what the official delta is. Medeiros again trying to close. That was the first lap. Palacio had an answer. He opens the gap back to half a second, opens nearly 2 full tenths on this group here for third. But again, Cole can almost taste the lead here. What a great charge he has put on. I mean, he started third, but he fell back pretty quickly and then was able to make some really decisive moves to be able to get to P3, get to then second, and start making inroads towards the dominant driver who has been barely challenged over the last 2 week span. Like you mentioned, over 100 laps he led since the X30 Junior shootout that, by the way, he didn't end up winning. It went the way of Ashton Woon, but to Palacio's credit, since then he's been on a tear. Pettit now into third, has plenty of racetrack to start putting some laps in. But with Medeiros starting to fade away from Palacio, I don't know if he's really going to be able to do too much. Only a minute 15 to go here in Moto 1 for the OKN-Js. And behind them, a lot of the battles have started to subside a bit as well. Sebastian Rist in 6th, Edward Kennedy 7th. They've made some decent forward progress since we last checked in on them. It hasn't changed though. The only way they're going to get more spots is fighting like this for third. Weiland trying it. Now covering low from Woon into 9. Ashton will say thank you very much, and that's a textbook crossover if I've ever seen one.
And I tell you what, Pettit there as well, the reason he was passed by Max Weiland just went a little too wide on the exit of turn number 6, and we've seen that a lot. You know, in the last 2-3 weeks that we've been here, just put it a little too wide. That rear right-hand side tire just hit that dirt and again lost the time, which allowed Weiland to be in the move. And then again, when he went in turn number 8, watched that wide, got to the dirty side of the racetrack, lost the time to Ashton Woon where he was able to get clear. So it's really just putting yourself on the right spot on the racetrack and being consistent is what's kind of been the name of the game throughout these longer races, throughout these, you know, whenever you do go to make a pass, just being on the right spot on the racetrack, staying on the grip, staying on the rubber.
And you just know, again, while it's not a 40 kart or 60 kart field, it is stacked to the brim with talent, but because the grid is a bit smaller, you're going to have to lean on your pace more than, say, a K Junior or K Stars heat race, especially with the length and distance. The race will have a calmness to it in the middle portion that we're really still in, even though we've just hit the timer of 0 with the way it's played out, that either you've got the speed to get to the front or drive away from the fray like Cole Medeiros and Lucas Palacio do, or you don't, and you're just going to slowly, as much as you try to fight it, slip down the leaderboard, and that's what's happened to Max Weiland. He's got Sebastian Rist on his heels. Now, if he can get the launches he needs into passing zones, he might be able to do something with Ashton Woon, but you saw there in turn 8, a little narrow on entry, a little wide on exit to try and keep it up, but that corner is really crucial from what it looks like in OKN Junior. You can see the drivers that, whether it's a gear combination, motor setup, or again, the way they're able to roll a little more speed, hit that power band right at the mid-range of the RPMs and just rocket launch into turn number 9. For a guy like Weiland, I mean, that gap was huge how much it opened up from where he was entering the corner to Ashton Woon. That wouldn't have happened in K Junior, but you'll see that with this power plant. It's not just faster, it reacts different. The speed comes at different points. And in the case of Weiland, with a half lap to go here, all you're trying to do is just survive. He's got him all over him. Rist and Kennedy side by side through 9.
Yeah, I'm also going to keep an eye on the championship as well, because John Antonino has been nowhere in the first of the motos. He's down in 14th as we're stacked up side by side. Palacio going to get the win in moto number 1. Across the line, Medeiros second, Pettit to Woon to Weiland. Your top 5, but again, the 193 of John Antonino, who came into this weekend leading the championship, has been just question marks in this one at the end of it all. Finishes 13th. But Haley, as we get ready to get going for our OKN Stars race, what do you have for us?
Winded going into this one. What just happened for you?
I forgot my neck brace, so I just had to run all the way back to the tent, which is almost near the gate entrance, and barely made it back.
Are you got enough energy left in the tank to go out and get a heat win done?
Good question. I think so. I'm going to do everything I can to take it to these guys. They've been a couple tenths faster, but we made a couple of changes, and I'm pretty confident that we have it.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Haley.
Nothing like something just to get your blood flowing and heart racing right before you go back out on the racetrack. Ryan Raffa will roll from a pretty starting spot in OKN Stars, right behind two drivers vying for the championship. And we've got those points, of course, tallied up, and we'll continue tallying them through the weekend. The Stars Championship Series is doing the same as well, folks, for those of you trying to do the math across your category and seeing where you stack up. James Overbeck, he starts the some of the furthest back we've seen him in this recent run over the summer. That doesn't mean that he can't make the most of the added distance to these motos and steal the points. Qualifying doesn't pay anything. Motos do, main events do a whole lot more. Diego Ramos knows all about that, and it looked like the speed was good when we talk about getting your stride at the end of the warm-up. That's exactly what it was for the PSL karting driver. But more importantly, after a night to go to work, a night to look at the data, and a night to make any changes as well to the go-kart or your driving that you think you need to find that last bit to fight for wins, we saw the warm-up session come down to less than 1/10 for the top 5 here in OKN, Caleb.
Yeah, it was very close, right? And there were some drivers who, again, had issues. Henry Wheeler was one of those throughout the day yesterday and as well today. We'll keep an eye on him, what he can do, getting himself through the mix. And, again, you look back to the first year of this OKN package. Wheeler was one of those names that was fighting for a championship. Austin Olds, this weekend, finds himself 66 points back from that championship points lead that Blake Nash currently holds with drops. And, again, Olds has been promising. And how about the reigning OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino, who's 4th in the championship, looking for a race win here at home.
A lot of drivers well within contention, folks. 300 points are up for grabs in a given race weekend. And by the math, Austin Olds is the last one in with an outside shot to dethrone Diego Ramos, because he's had 3 consistent runs in the season. His lowest score, 256 points. So even if he doesn't have the best of days today or tomorrow, he could still walk out with the title, dropping round number 4. On the flip side, Blake Nash doesn't have that. He needs to win here this weekend, or at least have a near maximum point score, because he missed out on round 1. He's got only the 3 rounds of the championship to this point. So with that in mind, for the number 40 or the number 64, Blake Nash, he's got to overcome. If you take out one of the 3 rounds on the season, he looks a little better. But we've got issues further back here. Chase Cassiat Lee trying to get underway. He had problems at the beginning yesterday, and they'll have to quickly shuffle him back down the grid, see if they can't get that Nash machine fired. He looked fast in the warm-up.
Chase Cassiat Lee finally able to get going. Issues for another driver, Remy Andriatos. He didn't get started. They're going to try it again here as his mechanic Jarrett going to push him off again.
Here we go. Lots of help. And good. Remy Andrados will race his way out, and good for him, at least, that Blake Nash is slowly gathering your field up here for Moto number 1. Here's how they'll stack up fully for the 17 drivers in OKN Stars. The 2 drivers in the championship with a must-perform scenario, Paulie Massimino and Blake Nash. James Overbeck falls in that same category, but as mentioned, he rolls back from the 4th row. Diego Ramos sits right behind row 1 alongside Ryan Raffa, Austin Olds, Aiden Lorenko, and crew. We're ready to go. Moto 1, OKN Stars. Andriano's trying to catch up at the back, so is Cassiat Lee. We're green.
And all ready to lead of the race, Paulie Massimino able to get through on Blake Nash. Diego Ramos now slots in on the 3rd spot. Ryan Raffa holds on a 4th, but Paulie gonna stack them all up as Blake Nash looking to go right back by on Paulie to the bottom of the racetrack. Everyone's gonna get stacked up. Austin Olds around the outside, a little too wide. Overbeck takes advantage.
Yeah, a bit too brave there as Massimino and Nash go wheel to wheel in turn 9. Here comes Ramos to the inside. He'll get a nose down low. looking good up the hill to 11. Again on the inside as Paulie parks it, trying to bring the fight behind him. Rafa now trapped in the middle. Here comes Overbeck to the inside for 4th. He'll get that spot and Olds will follow. And Nash goes back to work on Paulie again. Right off the rip here, we are aggressive in OKN Stars, and Massimino is trying to buy himself some time, but they are gathering themselves up for second just as it looks like he'll break away, and he's forced to go back on defense.
Yeah, everybody's going to get stacked up here. They're finally going to get a little bit of breathing room, and that's going to close right on down Paulie. Again, he knows that Blake's going to go for a move as soon as he gets the chance. Is Diego looking almost 3 wide. Ramos around the outside. He's looking to go for a second. They're side by side. Ramos goes wide, all out of shape for Diego. James Overbeck looking to go through for 3rd.
This is rare to see Paulie Massimino under fire and defending as much as he is at his home circuit. Look at Austin Olds. Look at Henry Wheeler getting up on the curbing in turn number 1. He'll pick a spot up, and Blake Nash continues to go side by side with Ramos. He'll let him through as now Diego becomes the one to bring the fight to Paulie. Ryan Rafa now getting shuffled all the way back to the end of the top 10 here. Finn Bailiff slipping by. That'll put him to 9th. Aiden Lorenko next up. Let's see what the 2-plate does. He looked a whole lot at the back of Massimino last year. He's going to follow him down to the inside here through 8. We've got a fight going on, and OKN Stars in contact at the back. 2-3 cars together. Alex Sharma along with the 19, Theo Corelli, and one more collected as well. It might have been Mason Kuhn in the 05. And finally, Massimino through that has gotten away. Ramos on protection mode now. Wheeler in 3rd, Nash down the inside will take that spot. Olds in 5th. And the gap Paulie was hoping to get off maybe 1 or 2 corners of that. He had to withstand 3 laps of holding it on the inside, and he does. Gets himself about a half second.
Yeah, and you don't see that a lot out of Paulie. Honestly, the first time I think I've ever seen that out of Paulie to do that. But again, it's just maybe doesn't feel like he has the speed in the opening laps of the race. Knows he has it in the end. Going to defend it with everything he's got to stay up at the front, to stay ahead of Blake Nash. And he did just that. And a huge shout out to the Stars officials for getting all that cleared out of the way in time. But again, Paulie gets himself to the lead early. We saw Ramos had long run pace in the morning. We'll see what Blake Nash can do. How long it takes him to get back up to Diego Ramos and how long it takes him to go through.
Little removal of the radiator tape there as the temps remain warm, and the action's only picking up now and starting to get a read on lap times. Blake Nash all the way to the dirt there, kicking up some dust as he closes up to the back bumper of Diego Ramos here for P2 once again. Massimino only even to Diego last time by, 46.9s apiece and 89 for Blake Nash. Part of the reason I'd have to think for Paulie to do what he did there on the start is we see Austin Olds with another very brave move on the brakes in turn 8. This time going to the inside, not paying off any better than that opening lap attempt to the outside, and now he'll be under pressure from Rafa for the 5th spot once again. And Overbeck looking on. Here's Ryan to the inside. No, Overbeck's going to say, if you don't go, I will, and that's going to trip them both up. Well out of shape. Here's Bailiff to the inside. He'll send Overbeck back. And look at Chase Gassie Lee. Remember, he was hustling to catch up to the pack at the start of this moto. He's going to tell James Overbeck, you better go. I'm trying to go with you, and it's going to send Finnegan Bailiff all the way to kiss the wall.
Yeah, that was a close call there for Finn, and again, too close because he lost a good number of spots as Rafa goes by on Austin Olds. He lost a good amount of time there. Further back, James as well. Aiden Fox, the driver right behind him. And they're all getting stacked up. Now further back is up front Henry Wheeler. Showing some good pace, getting himself to 4th. Just picked off the moves one by one at the start. He was able to get clear for 4th. Is now the battle for 2nd. Starting to heat up again, it looks like. Blake Nash closing in. The same for Diego Ramos, who he looks visibly closer on the racetrack. He was about a 10th off to the lap that Paulie Massimino ran. And here's that replay of the incident. James on the inside up and over the curb. And Chase just into the back of him too. And
side by side for 2nd as we're side by side on screen. Blake Nash able to get the move done on Diego. And the run into turn number 4, it's very easy in every other category, but in a direct drive class where if you lock the brakes up at all, you stall the motor for that split second, and it really, disrupts the handling getting hard on the brakes like that at the last second for James, I mean, all of a sudden the kart wants to go straight. So he's having to really muscle that thing to try and keep it off of Finn when he got that last little bit of help from Gasly. And Chase was no different. Once he realized those two were going to make contact, he had to get on the brakes hard too. A big moment, keeps them all at least running, but Finn Bailiff, the big loser out of it, as he has followed the 14th. Pass down below again. Ramos looks like he might have just gone back by on Blake Nash for second, and he has.
Yeah, Blake Nash, no time wasted. They are able to go through for, Diego Ramos, no time wasted. They're able to get through for second on Blake Nash.
And that's got to be championship related, right? Both Diego and Paulie know that if the two of them are, going to use this weekend as one of their best three, they need to outscore Blake by every point possible. And with only 300 points on the table, Paulie enters with his two best weekends being 52 back from Blake's, and Ramos 46 back. It's a 5-point difference from first to second in each of the motos, so you can make your main event a little easier. But the main is still going to be potentially a scenario where Blake Nash could clinch with a third or better if he can survive these two motos and not give up any more points in the process. Moto number one, outside of any mechanical issues, seems to at least be that for the 64. He's got a nice gap to Henry Wheeler, and he's just got to manage. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow. You don't want to give up any points that you don't have to, right? But this is only 6. So if this makes the two drivers in front of you happy enough, and you're able to just finish right behind them, if they go 1, 2, 3, I believe in this order especially, from here to the end of the weekend, Blake would still end up walking out Saturday night with the title.
Yeah, that would be huge for Blake and their operation, right? When they took a step aside from 125cc for almost a year. And then again, Blake back in it this year, right? Showed some pace in X30, showing some pace this weekend as well. He's been very happy with Greg Bell and Mega Power Engines, and again, has been really good about tuning the kart. Everything has been dialed from him. Very confident last night. And again, just having a good time in general for Blake Nash here this weekend, which is, I think, the biggest difference, for him in 2025. And the same, I think, could be said about Paulie, right? Enjoying some time in K throughout the year and 125 as well, getting race wins. And that's why you've seen the pace out of Paulie, the race-winning mentality out of them. That's why they're up at the front. And again, further back for drivers that broke through in 125, Austin Olds, James Overback this year with a win already to his name. Olds looking for his first, and James as well. He's probably within a better shot with drops than Paulie and then Diego with 39 points back, but this race just hasn't gone his way.
The saving grace is, again, from James Overback up to Diego Ramos is truly just the number of positions in terms of the points that he's surrendering, right? 45 points would go the way of Ramos, only 40 back for Overback in 6th as they run. He's got a little bit of a gap to try and hunt down Ryan Raffa, but that would only swing it 1 point back his way. And with Ramos keeping Blake Nash at bay there, he's keeping Blake from getting the moto win and that big 5-point difference. So that helps a bit. It was like you said, 39 back. If he's not able to be in the top 3 in the main, it might even be as far back as 4th that Blake Nash could finish Saturday night to walk out with the championship. Just wild again to think that, I don't know exactly what was in the head of Seth Nash or Blake himself, if the plan was to run all the way to the end of the year in this class, but without question how fast they were off the truck at King of the Castle for round 2 with the drop option, making it possible to fight for a chip. It was a no-brainer to continue, and here, with how good he was 2 weeks ago, that continued the confidence, the momentum wave they've been on. And if he can just keep his head about himself, rip off some thirds, some seconds, even a 4th in the next moto is only a 1-point difference from where he's at right now. That's not a lot of bleed out of that gap that he's built over the 2 drivers in front of him. So do what you need to do, but keep in mind that it's about finishing every session. Having one issue, self-inflicted, could change this story completely. And with 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go, we may see that. We probably won't with the veteran experience, the years of racing between your top 3. Ramos still holding Nash about a car length away and just trying to manage his race as well. Get a bit of a gauge of if there's anywhere he can find more speed. He's tracking exactly how he did in the warm-up. He went quickest back on lap 9. He's been holding relatively even to that pace, while Paulie Massimino started to actually fade off a little bit here in the final few moments. So good long run pace in the number 2 car. He needs more than that though, more than even just winning the sessions from here on out to have a perfect weekend. He needs a 64 to have more drivers ahead of him. And as they stand with now 3 laps to go, Massimino a 1-second lead to Ramos, to Nash, Henry Wheeler, Ryan Raffa, 2 Mike Doty racing machines. With support from LEM, I'd have to imagine inside the top 5. 4 spots up, by the way, for Henry Wheeler. Quiet start to the weekend. Didn't make any real noise on practice day or in qualifying. This is a big, big leap, and the speed for him isn't there yet of these 3, but he is right even where he needs to be to fight for a top 5 result and maybe pick up some pieces come Saturday night. His teammate, Ryan Raffa here closing in on him, does have the speed of the top 3. Last time by, really solid for the number 6 machine. 2 to go. We could have a fight here for 4th, just as we do for 2nd, and Overbeck could play spoiler to that battle here for P4 also.
Yeah, that could be huge for them as well. And again, speaking to Ryan on what he's found this weekend, right? What's kind of been different for him? He's, speaking to him, he's like, man, I've just been, very busy at home, putting in laps, sitting in time whenever I do have the time. When I'm not working, I've just been practicing a whole lot. And again, it's coming together, right? I've just really gotten myself in a shape to be in this position that I am this weekend. And it's showing right now. And he's showing speed as he's side by side with Henry Wheeler, through for 4th. Ryan Raffa able to get clear. As we look back in the battle for 2nd here in a couple of moments, Ramos and Nash look like they were close together there through turn 8. We'll see what they decide to do as we get to the closing stage. And it opens up again. And it's also closing up to Paulie Massimino, who's really fallen off of 46.7 the last time around, 46.3 for Diego Ramos, 4/10 the difference.
Still, though, with the gap that Paulie had built up, I wouldn't be surprised if he was starting to save a little bit, pull back a bit, and gear up for potentially another dogfight that he may try to stir up even on his own accord in Moto number 2. He'll need every bit to bring the fight to Blake Nash, try to bring more drivers into it, put some more between himself and the current points leader with drops. But he'll do his job in terms of what he can control here in Moto 1. Paulie Massimino will score the maximum, 50 points to the way of last year's champ. Ramos 2nd, Nash 3rd. Ryan Raffa ends 4th, Henry Wheeler 5th, Overbeck 6th, Austin Old 7th. Look at the run back behind him. Gassiet Lee will rebound into the top 10 in the mix of a couple of LN karts, Aiden Fox and Aiden Lorenko. And Finn Bailiff will also follow Gassiet Lee back through the field to get to 11th. But both of those drivers should have been comfortably in your top 10. A big moment in the middle of the race between Gassiet Lee, Bailiff, and Overbeck shook the order up. Good run for Aiden Lorenko to pick up the pieces and continue to learn a bit under the BJR tent for the first time. He's got some good talent under there to learn from, including the Moto 1 winner. And just like that, folks, Pro Stars is back on the grid. Biggest grid for the night fight event. One of the bigger ones on record. The Magic Man is still on top. The number 1 for Magic Kart USA will get ready to lead your field around and into the start boxes. 28 total made up the entry list here in Pro Stars. It was not close in quali. It was close in warm-up. And the drivers that were right nipping at the heels of AJ, even going maybe a little better than him, they're starting right around him. How about Mateus Morgado? We've got the front row from the Quaker City main event. And if it goes the same way, well, the winner from Quaker City, he might be able to do the same thing. Adrian Reneden rolling from the outside of that second row.
Yeah, very calm, very cool, very collected for Adrian Reneden here this weekend, looking to pick up another race win. Josh Conker on his return to the Stars Championship Series, a place that's given him success in the past. Looking to get a race win here starting from row number 2. The Canadian, again, has shown some promising speed. And along with teammate Justin White, who are actually like they were changing maybe the steering wheel position, making sure it was nice and tight. Justin White getting ready to take the green flag. And again, along like his Maranello teammate, they've shown really good pace. And how about second year sophomore driver, if you will, CJ Bowman, 15 years old, 1 year under his belt of shifter racing action. Finally starting to click from Gavin Bailiff as well, looking for that first Stars Championship Series win. looking to get himself into the mix in this one as well. Xander?
They're just moments away from going green, folks. Final session before the dinner break and a little more track cleanup to go. Pro Stars, we return for Moto number 1.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing.
Here we go, folks. Pro Stars on to the circuit. A packed Trackhouse Motorplex. 280 plus entries in the headline category. Now takes to the racetrack for their first of 3 race sessions on the weekend. You will unfortunately have one potentially absent grid spot. Will Power, 2-time IndyCar Series champ, Indy 500 champ, and, well, hopeful someday go-karter. Full-time at least. For now, as he gears up for his 2026 season, the training day from yesterday had him 12th in the qualifying lineup. Ahead of him, though, all those rows will be filled. Myers and Morgado conquer on the inside of Reddington, leading 2 Marinellos on that inside lane, going back to Justin White on row number 3. CJ Bowman, as mentioned, hot off the great run from Quaker, backing it up with some speed here in North Carolina. Vincenzo Saraceno and Gavin Bailiff on row 4. Gage Korn, Ian Quinn, row 5. And lots more to note here down the rest of the field here, Caleb.
Annie Rule slated to start on row number 6. He was supposed to be alongside Will Power, who's not taking part here today. Mateo Pappas and David Carmody on row number 7. Robbie Bajoso and Diego Ardiles on row number 8. Eli Fox and Dominic Karai on row number 9. Logan Hickman and Jono Taurino starting on row number 10 as our shifter drivers all lined up. Mateus Morgado, AJ Myers, and how many times have we seen this before? Brellart, Magic Kart on row number 1, getting set to go to war.
Here we are, ready for it. Moto 1, to the lights we go from Christian. Trackhouse Motorplex, Pro Stars action. Let's go! Nice and easy getaway for AJ Myers off the rip from the inside. In fact, they're going to quickly file down to the top 5 order from qualifying. Morgado to 2nd, Conquer to 3rd. Reddington is right there on him right now, clipping the curbing a little bit there in turn 6 for that group as he is not going to be vulnerable to White into turn 8. He'll cover low, and so does the rest of the pack behind. Good start for Gavin Bailiff. He got the better of CJ Bowman. He's gotten to 6. Ian Quinn with a good launch as well. I think we've got all of them still going, but AJ Myers is already rocketing away on the Magic Kart to put lap 1 in the books and give himself nearly a 7/10 cushion to Morgado.
Yeah, that's big. The biggest question a lot of drivers have been asking themselves, right, that have been asking towards AJ Myers, does he have that long run pace? Does he have the pace to go, the entire time, 10 minutes? And again, we've seen Mateus Morgado have that long run pace throughout the year in the past as well. We've seen Renaudin have it as well. We saw it at the King of the Castle, but we haven't seen it out of AJ Myers just yet this year. And again, we talked about how many laps he's led, how many times he's been up front. We're about to see this weekend at a track where he's done a lot of testing. He calls home now. We'll see what he's got. We'll see what the Magic Kart has to show us. As now Justin White getting a lot closer to the Frenchman and Adrian Renaudin.
Renaudin now closing in back on Conker, though, with a good launch out of turn 9. Conker's a little faster than Morgado here in the early going of Moto 1. Myers able to add a few more tenths to the margin, up to 9 tenths already as he tries to scoot away here and quickly go into conservation mode, while this group of 4 is waiting and at any moment getting set to open up and battle and potentially bring more drivers into it. Renaudin, big curb hit there in turn 5. Justin White's going to have a shot at him here in turn 8 if he wants it. Let's see. Thought about it, pulled back in. One driver off top of the screen. Way wide in turn 6 and 7. We've lost one around midway through the teens, as we'll put 3 laps complete this time by and try to get an update of who that was that just went off to the side. Tegan Poles not showing on the timing monitor. She didn't make it out of the opening lap. The rest of the field have 24 to the loop this time, and it is Ian Quinn. Quinn is out in the infield. That's big. That's a championship contender.
Yeah, that's a big unfortunate there for Ian Quinn, who, again, when you look at the points, he was leading pre-drops. With drops, he would have been 6th at the end of it all, but man, unfortunate there for Ian out of this race early. As we look back in to this battle, Renaudin, again, he's talked about the limited practice time. He's talked about it all weekend long. And he said, this is my biggest test session, a little wide there for Renaudin. Not sure if he missed a shift even, but Justin White able to over-under him. Nice and easy for 4.
A rare mistake out of the driver that's batting 1,000, 2 for 2 on his Stars starts. Winner from round 2 and round 3. Now with Gavin Bailiff on the charge, there might be a problem here for that Velocity Sodi as Renaudin continues to struggle and had a look over the shoulder on the front stretch. Have to keep tabs on it. On the other end, Gavin Bailiff looking really good right now on that TKG Beer Alert. He's pulled away from CJ Bowman. He also, like Quinn, enters with an outside shot to really spoil the party of the Renaudin, Morgado, and Myers show at the top of the championship standings. It starts here in Moto 1 with the first amount of points awarded. And he's got some breathing room back to a couple of young guns in Bowman and Gage Korn. And then there's this battle into the top 10. Podium finisher for Quaker City, Vincenzo Saraceno, and brother of front row starter for Quaker City, Robbie Boydishow, holding on to that 9th spot with all he's got. He's up 6 spots, by the way, folks. The Magic Kart's moving, especially those that didn't have the best quali effort. Team captain here, if you will, for Robbie, setting a high bar.
Yeah, Robbie able to get himself into 9th, and then you see the separation start to form just a little bit. TJ Bowman closing in now on Gavin Bailiff, same for Gage Korn. And you go back to Robbie and Vincenzo. Not much changes when you look at lap times here. Morgado able to go a little bit quicker, just a couple of hundredths of a second quicker, and then AJ Myers, but nothing really significant at this point in between the two. And again, AJ just showing, right, the pace still there as we're getting into just the halfway mark here in a couple of moments.
While we are at halfway here, as we see Ian Quinn in the scale line, or Ian Quinn off, Diego Ardiles to the scale line on the PSL Beer Alert. That young man with an early exit for Moto 1. He'll have a tire advantage though for Moto 2. No points awarded, or no points in the conversation for his only start on the year, like many in the classes across the board here at the night fight. So hopefully Ardiles can try to maximize that coming up. And speaking of maximizing the adversity you may face in a weekend, how about that Factory Fury GP kart that's climbing up the board? Charlie Steins is up 12 positions, folks. He's starting to really move. He had to start 28th on the grid. Final row. He has climbed his way to 16th. He's knocking on the door of Andy Rule. He's almost caught up to his teammate in Eli Fox as well. Little ways back here from the main group of 10. Here he is, top of the screen, in the red helmet. Oh, and there's problems as well. Gianno Torino in the black cart, the 299 pulling off to the side. The Magic driver at the end of the season here on his Lamborghini Super Trofeo campaign with a mechanical issue as we pick up Charlie's move. That'll be another spot gain for Steins, moving to 15th. Big time gains here for Charlie. Let's see what he can do on the back of Annie for 14th.
Yeah, Charlie starting to close in on Annie Rule, Inner Magic Kart there, turn number 8. Annie able to get a good exit. Charlie not the best of them. And again, still getting close. Onto the rear bumper now of Annie. As they work their way through now. Down into turn number 11. And again, Charlie's been just working his way through the field one by one, making those moves. Mateo Pappas, again, another one of the rookies in the Pro Shifter class. Finding himself just a couple of karts up the road. And Adrian Reneden finding pace here with 4 minutes to go, starting to close back in on Justin White.
Yeah, one mistake early. It might have been ultimately low air pressure that caught the Frenchman off guard. And that rare mistake that you just cannot have at the highest level at the Stars Championship Series, the Pro Stars. You don't get many opportunities to pass these guys at the front of the field. When those moments do happen, they are big. And for Adrian Reneden right now, every point does matter. There's no drop to fall back on. There's a 0 from being absent from round 1. And the unplanned season that's now turned into a championship campaign has another point staring him right in the face that he could get back, that he probably feels like he should have in his pocket had that turn 8 moment not happened. But Justin White is going right to the limit of the racetrack there in turn 6 and maximizing the exit, keeping him just out of range here in turn 8 for now. Like you said though, Reneden's pace looking good. It's not as good as the top 3, but it is a little bit better at best, or at worst it's even to Justin, who just got a good launch again out of turn 9.
And Reneden's just now setting his fastest lap of the race, right, a 45.7. So again, he talked about it, said 1 lap pace doesn't really concern me all too much. I'm concerned about everything on the long run, which right now, again, still kind of a 10th here and there. And again, we're starting to see a lot of conservation as well. So this is also really the first test session, right? A lot of the other drivers on this track have been here before. They've raced here before. They know what to expect. Adrian hasn't. He hasn't been in the situation, right? He hasn't raced in these motos at this place. So I think if anything, Moto 2 is really going to be where we're going to see him start to come to life, where he's going to figure things out, whether that's the gearing, whether that's the kart, maybe even just driving a little bit, right? This is the longest session he's had all weekend where he can really benefit from it all.
And be around all the fast karts, right? Get a good look at everybody that's near him. And speaking of fast go-karts, you hear that Jaws theme going? Mateus Morgado has picked off a 10th a lap to the race lead the last 2 laps. We are down to less than 9/10 now as he starts to charge to his biggest rival over the last season and a half, AJ Myers. Both of these two, either one of them could have clinched the championship with how good they were in the opening 2 rounds, but the crash at the start of the round 3 main event has now put the pressure on the season finale. The top 3 drivers on the year all need to perform under the lights tomorrow night, and it starts with the Moto right now, and this is a 5-point swing from first to second. Morgado knows that, and that's why he's pushing, and will pick up another half-tenth, but that's not enough. AJ was able to keep him at bay that lap and slow the progress, but a half-tenth gain still is good, and he could get more with still a minute and a half plus 2 laps around.
Yeah, AJ doing a good job starting to, again, just be consistent. Hold on to the lead of the race here. Again, he's been here before, but speaking to him a little bit last night, right, took a half day off of work yesterday. And then again, after everything was said and done, went right back home, answered those emails, went to work this morning as well, came back to the track today just to be here. And again, talking to him, I've tested here before, is what he said, but nothing prepares you for a race weekend, nothing prepares you for how the track's going to react to, you know, the amount of rubber that's being laid down, so the amount of drivers that are here this weekend. So everything's different, and even though this is a track he calls home now, it's still learning. Session by session, lap by lap, extracting as much as he can. He's going to have to, because Mateus has found an answer here late. 45.5 for Mateus. Just a 10th better in the closing stages than AJ.
That was big. You gotta mention too, I mean, the weather a little hotter today than yesterday. Lengthy sessions and low on sleep is your race leader, AJ Myers. Mateus Morgado closing in on him at the same point. Reneden did close the gap tremendously last time to Justin White. He was on his heels. We'll have to see if that position changed as well. Back for fourth. It's almost, but it's not quite yet. White still hanging on, a car length back, 10 seconds plus a lap to go, so this is 3 laps remaining. Morgado picked up another 2.5 tenths last time by. He knows he's got a shot at this moto win. Those 5 points could be invaluable in the championship standings. As they run right now, this would be big, and if they finished where they are, Morgado would inherit the drop, or the with drops factored championship advantage over Reneden by 19. But if you can get another 5 points his way and 5 points back the opposite direction for AJ Myers, that would make the delta even easier for him to try and cruise through. And you never know what could happen. These drivers are pushing the karts to the limits, the engines to the limits. Mechanical failures will usually play a factor in these championships. It potentially cost AJ the SCUSA Pro Tour this year when he was on track to dominate that season finale, and he had a motor or a brake failure in the pre-final of 40 go-karts. He was going to win it and get to start on the pole in the main. Instead, he started middle of the pack and couldn't quite get the momentum, and Billy Musgrave walked out with the championship. It's been over a year to this race that AJ Myers has tasted victory. And now Morgado is on him again, coming to the white flag, 3 car lengths. And while you would think it's only the first moto, take it easy. This 5 points could be the difference in the title fight. It's a 40-point difference as they run. Behind him, Reneden knows that as well as he puts the heat on Justin White for P4.
Yeah, Adrian Reneden not wasting time, looking to get through for fourth. And again, if you take a close look, Mateus really giving everything he's got to try and get up to AJ Myers. Reneden now inside, turn number 4, slots back in a line. Not going to make the move there. Mateus, like I said, just pushing on the curbs everywhere, looking for a little bit of time, looking for that little bit extra to go through on AJ.
AJ covered low in 8 there. Here they go over to 9. Morgado is close. He's diving it in deep there into the long sweeper. Myers tried to get a good exit. I think he should be good enough to 11. Mateus will keep him honest, but the Magic Man hangs on as the buzzer sounds. Moto 1 to the number 1, and Myers shakes his head. He knows they're going to need more than that with that lengthy main on tap tomorrow. Reneden unable to get the better of Justin White in the end, so they stay in that order, and the championship swing leaves the advantage of the Frenchman for the Brazilian. Mateus Morgado, second in Moto number 1. Our first race for them on the weekend. Won't get the maximum points. He'll give up a little bit to Magic and AJ Myers, but he will inherit the provisional championship point lead. Josh Conker playing spoiler a little bit here this weekend. Third on the racetrack to Justin White. His teammates, 2 Carblos Maranellos in the top 5, 3 in the top 10 with rookie Gage Corn, who just lost out on that 8 spot late in the going to Robbie Boydeshow. Vincenzo Saraceno rounds off that top 10, and what an impressive charge for Charlie Steins, up to 13th. Great march up the board, and sadly for Ian Quinn, a session he did not need with a DNF in the first moto. Let's go to the scales.
AJ, that was a flag-to-flag lead. How important do you feel like that off-the-rip gap was for you in this one?
Obviously important. Mateus was really quick there at the end. He struggled at the beginning, so yeah, same old story, and we go back to work.
And we heard a little bit yesterday that people thought maybe you're just a good qualifier, but not overall going to keep that long-run pace. Do you feel like you proved him wrong in this one?
Well, I mean, I won the race, but obviously Mateus was faster in the end. I'm going to drive the best the package gives me, and we've been working on it, and we're going to go win the next one.
Let's go talk to Mateus over here. He's pushed through a little bit, so I'll give it a second as we get him through scales.
AJ knows exactly where he's got to be, right? He knows what this race is going to ask of him. He's going to need to be good from start to finish. You can't always bank on a massive leap in the opening laps, but he was able to get it, maximize it, pull the gap out, and hang on to the end. Let's hear from the other half of that battle as Mateus Morgado's through the scales. Go back to you, Hales.
Mateus, that long run pace that you talked about finding yesterday, it really seemed to work out in your favor. What do you think clicked for you on that one?
Yeah, it's hard track. It's hard track to overtake, so AJ is very fast,
been fast since yesterday. We know that we are trying to improve every time more, and we still have a lot to improve. I think we went to the right path, and we keep following this path for the next races.
What are you thinking about going into this next moto to make sure that you come home with a win?
I mean, I want to be there. I know if I finish all my races behind AJ like this, it works just fine for me for the championship. I don't want to risk anything, so just try to improve a bit with the chassis, a bit with the engine, and make things a bit easier later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can see the exhaustion as well, even just in Moto 1, right? Everyone's feeling the end of it, and it's going to be no different tonight. The temps will cool, though. The racing will not.
No, definitely not, right? The excitement definitely going to be brought under the lights later on today, but that's been the question of the year, right, for AJ. Is the long-run pace there? Does he have it? And he knows at the moment he doesn't, right? Towards the end of that one, he just didn't have it. Mateus did. And again, Mateus has been confident about it, always said AJ was a good qualifier, and his points being improved right now. So, again, for AJ, for the Magic Kart team, they're going to get to work. They're going to find whatever they need to find. And for Mateus as well, they're in a comfortable zone. They know they still need a little bit more to make those passes a little bit easier.
We've got our short break in the on-track activity coming up. Before we do, a quick rundown of where the drop standings lie now with one moto in the books here for Pro Stars. Results are, again, unofficial as you see them here on our live feed. There's still a lot more to go through with, again, Morgado. He was able to head back to the tent to begin debriefing, but that go-kart's got to make it through tech inspection. Of course, all the drivers got to make it through the weigh scales, and there's still plenty of race control considerations to be taken. But with that session in the books, if you take in the drop round, Mateus Morgado, your leader in the point standings by 19 markers here over Adrian Reneden, AJ Myers 40 back. That's where Mateus's point about, hey, if I just run behind him to the end of the weekend and we go 1-2, I'm still okay to clinch this title. So he did what he needed to do, but you could hear it. He's determined. He wants to win the race and the championship as well, to have that big walk-off, send-off moment Saturday night.
For sure. Yeah, there's nothing less to it, right? PSL here to win races. They brought Mateus here this year to win races and ultimately win the championship at the end of the year, right? Or else they wouldn't be here running the Stars Championship Series. So for Mateus, who, again, has been on a full U.S. schedule, here to win the championship, and by doing that, he wants to win the race and the moto later on tonight. You know, when he's out there, wants to be in first for sure.
All the points will continue to get calculated through the rest of the weekend. We'll be back with you with on-track activity when we return following the dinner break here, 6:40 p.m., so just about 40 minutes away from when the Swift Stars head back out for heat number 2. We'll see you then.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. ready for action. Heat 2 for the Swift Stars division. Their first heat race got cut a bit short, unfortunately, with a red flag scenario. We've had a couple of those today. Thankfully, all drivers have been okay after getting checked by the on-site medical team, but it robbed us a little bit of what could have been a pretty barn burner, wild finish between the two Timmy Tech comp carts at Cade Wolf and Holden Myers. They've now got the top scores coming into heat number 2 in prime position to make it an all fluo yellow front row for the pre-final tomorrow. However, before we get there, it's time to run that second heat race. 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Put it on the board. Liam Nachawati, Maxwell Mancha getting onto the power as they get towards the end of the straightaway. And we are back in action here for the night fight from Trackhouse. Big run down the back straightaway as the field files through turn 4 and ripping the high sides. Holden Myers, the same move he did to be able to win the Miami Grand National Championship from 9th and entering 2 laps to go. He'll come away with 2nd this time as he puts the heat on Nachawati, who will bring that JHTD Kart Republic and the rest of the field into turn 8. Around goes Cade Wolf. Big moment for the 154 as he just barely stepped out over the tarmac into the grass as they hit the brakes, and around he went.
It looked like Macha was there on his inside just behind the timing pylon, and again, he was just looked like he was taking evasive action, and Wolf was just on the outside, and he went wide, hit the grass, and just went around there in turn number 8. Side by side further back in the field, it was like Hudson Howard was looking to make a move. As we check back in here, further up, Nachawati, a much better start in heat race number 2. To hold on a lead. Himself, Holden Myers, was one driver way up the hill. Looked like maybe the 164 that was out of this race early. Harrison Burklow.
Yeah, good call. It was 22nd across the line last time by. The field is a bit more together than where they were at this point, a lap and a half in. Back in heat number 1, the two Timmy Tech machines were able to get out in front while Nachawati, Macha, and Francisco collided. Here's a look. Cade Wolf kicking up a dust cloud on the run into turn number 8. And right as we started with that AKR replay, you can see there, he was already hanging the right side tires off the asphalt. And it was that little move for himself and the rest of the pack, just that natural instinct to open up for the corner by a quarter width. Pushed him just enough to kick up the dirt, lose the traction, and send it around. So he'll have a long road to get back to where the top 5 are. But as mentioned, unlike heat 1, we've got a good lead group here in the opening stages of heat number 2. This could go a matter of different ways, and we're going to start to see that unfold now. Maxwell Macha with the first move in turn 8. He'll take over 2nd.
Good move there by Maxwell to get through. Jaden Francisco and company, Lawrence Perriman, Cam Johnson, the drivers that have been working quite nicely to get up to this lead pack. We're going to get closer now. Maxwell Macha, the lead of the race, side by side. Holden Myers, Nachawati. Myers slots back in the line in 3rd for a 2nd there as he's looking for 2nd still on the J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. As quickly as that, Jaden Francisco takes advantage. Through for 3rd. Nachawati looking for the lead into turn 4. He's got it there for a 2nd. He's able to get clear side by side. Perriman into the mix. Your top 6 all within the same frame. Anybody's game as Perriman goes to 3rd.
Nice move for LP. He'll have a big gap back to Jaden Francisco, who's trying to hold the rest of the field at bay through the hairpin. That'll bog them down even more so into 9. Side by side here, Jake Manolio on the white helmet, the 190 to the inside of what looked to be the Timmy Tech machine of Holden Myers. They're still side by side going up to turn 11. Maxwell Macha, by the way, back to the lead, and he'll cross the line to mark it official and keep it the same for the first 2 spots. Perriman 3rd, and they've spaced themselves out a little bit. You see the sun starting to work its way down towards the tree line. The Swift Stars drivers won't get to experience the night lights tonight, but Lawrence Perriman will still shine bright there with a nice move to the inside to move to 2nd. And that newfound confidence for Lawrence Perriman is being put well on display. Let's see if he goes, yeah, right here, next opportunity. Oh my goodness, Maxwell Macha with a fade out of in the brake zone. Oof.
Yeah, just too close to be moving under braking there, as now we're battling for third. Johnson looking to get clear. He gets an over-under. Cameron Johnson through for third, as now Macha looking to go back on Perriman. Side by side, Nacho Wadi going up to third. Jake Manalio, Holden Myers, all single file, working their way through. As Macha now your new leader, side by side, Manalio through on Cameron Johnson.
What a shakeup that just did to the pack, and look at all the new players that are in contention. Santi Orioli on the Velocity Sodi. Camila Canache there on the Parolin down the inside of the 126. She'll send Jaden Francisco way back, as now Colton Bruck is also in this conversation. He's got his Parolin right on the cusp of it all. There are a lot of drivers in this group. You can even go back to Dominic Gaddis. He's 11th as of last time by. He'll be within shouting distance of the main group, but if they're not careful, the top two could break away. Maxwell Macha and Lawrence Perriman, albeit with a lap ago in turn 8. They've got a chance to try and break the draft, and Liam Nachawati, Jake Manalio, they've realized that. They have equally gotten into line and are going to shove as good as they can down the front stretch. LP wanted the lead there in turn 1, didn't get it.
Yeah, LP not able to get clear. We'll see what it looks like down the backstretch. Now for Lawrence Perriman already. Faded a nose down low. Going to do it again into turn 4. Lawrence Perriman through for the lead of the race on Maxwell Machinas. And again, we've seen him not waste any time. Maxwell has been quite adamant, wants to be in control, wants to be in the lead of the race. Checked his shoulder just before, and just like that, goes back in on turn number 8. Clear for the lead. Nacho Wadi well into the mix. Same for Jake Manalio on the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart. Colton Bruck through on Cameron Johnson. Canache looked to take advantage of that move and go through on both of them. And now Perriman back to the lead. Nacho Wadi looking to go through as well.
Jake Manalio up 6 spots, might net up 7 here if he can keep it going, maybe more. Macha open up last second, looking to attack on Perriman in turns 1 and 2. He couldn't quite get the deal sealed there, but he nearly left himself vulnerable to the pack behind. Down the backstretch, only 20 seconds. This is going to be 3 to go. 2 laps will remain, and when they get back to the timing loop, and it is anyone's game right now. Side by side back for 4th as Orioli tries to fight his way into line. He'll find a gap behind Jaden Francisco. Rocking it into the infield. Perriman to the inside, all the way down low. Macha leaves the door open for Nacho Wadi. They'll collide. Here comes Holden Myers. Nice crossover. Once again, waits for the seas to part and just walks right through.
Jake Manalio there side by side with Colton Bruck as Nacho Wadi goes wide on Orioli. Macha catches Perriman by surprise in a turn number 11. Macha through for the lead. Perriman fell back to 4th. Now Holden Myers is through for 2nd. Francisco looking for a move. We're still side by side. Nacho Wadi contact with Orioli.
Watch this. Turn 3. High side, low side. Back down low. Holden Myers follows. No choice here. He's got Jaden Francisco right behind him, but that 136 just finds a way when these races get wild. And there's a lot of drivers involved to be able to be probably the best average over the course of the times we've gotten to see it. Here we go into turn 8. This time by. Big lock up there for Macha. Big send for Francisco to the inside of Perriman. And Lawrence is going to get fed a wheel at the exit as well. Here's Orioli. They'll go door to door for 3rd. Nacho Wadi's back in it again. They're in 5th on the blue and white. And Maxwell gets a bit of a gap now back to Myers. Bit of a gap as well back to Francisco. White flag in the air. 1 to go. The 174 leads us to the line. Francisco checks back. Orioli's there. No move in 1 for them. Moves further back. That's the 2 Parolins together. Camila Canache, Colton Bruck up the hill to turn 3. And the run now for Holden Myers to mount one final charge at Maxwell Macha begins. He got a nice toe down the backstretch there, Caleb. He'll be on the cusp and ready to challenge here in 8. He points forward, but at this point in the race, you can't trust anyone. Let's see what Maxwell does.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it closely here. Maxwell, expect him to go to the bottom here. He does. Holden Myers to the top again. Macha moves up to crowd Holden Myers. Francisco through for 3rd. They're side by side. Nacho Wadi, Perriman, Macha able to stay ahead.
Nice move for Santi Orioli to get as high up as he has here in this heat race. Big points improvement for him. Myers tried to set the crossover, but Macha parked it perfectly. He'll win Heat 2. Maxwell, Macha, and Parolin on top. To Myers, to Francisco with another consistent performance here in this Stars season. And this incredible streak that Jaden has been on, where he has faded outside the top 3, top 5 spots on a race session probably less than 5 times in the last 10 major race weekends. The Ryan Perry Motorsport driver able to keep Santi Orioli at bay on that final lap. Nachawati 5th, Perriman 6th, Camila Canache, great charge forward for the young lady. She'll pick up 4 from her starting spot. Colton Brock Manolio, Dominic Gaddis picks up the pieces there at the end. Cameron Johnson, a backward slide with it all shaken out, sadly, sees the Nash driver drop to 12th. Behind Flynn Fallon, Hudson Howard, they're 13th, Nick Mose, and then Connor Lipka, your top 15. Bit of chaos in the opening laps deeper in the field, and definitely a lot of excitement up front. Maxwell Macha, though, victorious in our first session post-dinner break.
Let's roll up really quick, okay? So we can get an order going on. Some kind of order going on.
Dom, I got him.
You are the better. Trying to slow him down.
No, you're good. I got him.
I really thought we were going to get away at first. Nice drive, Holden.
Picturesque sunset here from Trackhouse Motorplex as we've now got our first heat race in the night show wrapped. Swift Stars will see action again tomorrow afternoon for warm-ups and then their pre-final. While we clear the rest of the grid for them, we can give you a bit of a read on to where the points potentially now find themselves off that unofficial lineup, and as well where they should stack for the pre-final grid if they end up, of course, stacking where they crossed the line. There still was a lot of activity to probably have a closer magnifying glass to look at. So we'll wait for the race control to, of course, make those sessions marked official on the Alpha Timing website and the official app for timing for the Stars Championship Series Alpha Race Hub on the iOS and Google Play Store. But Maxwell Macha scoring a 50 on that one will definitely help the championship hopes for some. When you take a look at the Swift Stars class and how close it can be at the top, Jaden Francisco enters with a super, super high drop round. But in the weekend that Maxwell's putting together, he's going to have a chance to knock on the door, because if he's able to get some more points in that pre-final and finish on the podium, it could easily get close to that 374 high drop that Francisco has entering the weekend. With 2 heats in the books, though, all you got to do to see who's still eligible for the championship chase is to subtract 300 from the non-drop score for Francisco. That would be 920 markers would be the minimum range that you need to be in right now if, again, you're hoping to improve on your score in the rest of the weekend. And that could put most of the field away, actually, with the way that this year's gone for Jaden. So only 300 points left in the season to snag. I think that might have been it, actually, Caleb. Jaden Francisco at 1,220. What an incredible score through the opening 3 rounds of this Stars Championship. We might be mathematically locked for our provisional champion Swift Stars now. Only 300 points available to the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, that could be good for Jaden Francisco. That's a huge championship implication. And for the majority of that, not the best for Maxwell looking for a championship here. For Jaden, it is going to be a best case scenario as our Pro Super Masters get lined up. Haley standing by with Maxwell Macha.
Max, that race was an absolute dogfight. Tell me how you got out to the front and kept the lead.
You know, like, if you don't pass, like, you're going to get passed. So, like, it's difficult because, like, if they pass you and then you just don't pass, it's really difficult. So, like, I had, like, a close gap, and they passed me, and then I passed them back, and just like that, I just did it. So.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
As Max said, I mean, when you have a big battle pack like that and you're going back and forth, corner after corner, the only safe spot is the lead. He was able to hold it to the line. Let's see what happens in KZ Masters and KZ Supermasters for their second heat race. Scott Presti and Matt Machiko will once again make up the front row, as will be the case for the rest of the classes. You'll see they'll line up in the same order as they did earlier today, outside of those drivers that may have taken a grid position penalty for the likes of an engine change or similar. That would only affect the next session, so they'd be able to go back to their qualifying spot for heat number 2. However, for anyone disqualified from qualifying, like unfortunately a few competitors were peppered through the 280 drivers, Jordan Musser finding himself one of them, their work will still be cut out for him here with the second round of heats. For KZ Masters and Supermasters, we are off to the lights, and here we go. Look at Jordan Musser right there, Caleb. Ripped the high side as everyone barreled down to the inside lane. He'll get to third, even better than where he was in heat number 1. And it's like that qualifying miscue didn't even happen. He's already right knocking on the door again of the top 2 in the class.
Yeah, what a move from Jordan Musser to get himself already up to third. And this is really the same battle that we saw earlier on today, right? Scott Presti, Matt Machiko, these three, again, we're up at the front. A race prior as somebody's taking one of the cones out there. One driver way wide. Going into the straightaway just into turn number 8. And again, a lot of dirt kicked up in the air. Up front, Presti, your leader from Matt Machiko, from Jordan Musser. And a huge turnaround for Hugh Templeman, able to get himself up to 4th.
Yeah, good stuff for Hugh off the back of that crash that sidelined him in heat number 1 on the last lap. Now, look at this Supermasters battle continuing. Frank Runco splitting him up as he goes to the inside. He's the 600 digit, so he's in the regular Masters category. And as he makes that move, stick to move to 4th or 5th overall, Morin Van Talk now sees one driver between himself and the lead in Supermasters. Look at all the dirt and dust and debris on the run to turn number 8. Goodness. Someone must have went off towards the back of the field. But yet we've got all 12 of them still rolling as they head for turn 11. This will be 2 laps complete. Presti leads to Machiko, then to Jordan Musser, who just knocked a couple hundredths off the margin, but not all too much as the Magics are going at it now for 4th overall. Runco gets by his teammate in Templeman, and Morin closes back in. This is the fight for the lead here in Supermasters. Big run for Morin Van Talk in the VTM Racing RS kart.
Yeah, Van Talk starting to close in there. Just 2 car lengths, almost a car length in between the two. Again, Morin showed some really good pace earlier on today. He showed it in the first heat race. He's showing it here just halfway through the second one, looking on the inside on Hugh Templeman, couldn't get through. And on his rear bumper, Daniel Perras just right behind him, starting to close in.
Only 7 minutes plus 2 laps. It's going to fly by here in Masters and Supermasters. As the lights are getting ready to get turned on, they're racing right at sunset hour. And Morin Van Talk's got pressure. Daniel Perras all over him, just like Templeman trying to make up for the crash in heat 1, but also, again, an issue in qualifying. The Velocity Sodi's going to look to the inside, in the bowl. Morin will let him through. Again, mixed class racing between the Masters and the Supermasters. Up front in regular Masters, you can see the delta is pretty much held even. Matt Machiko did go a little bit better than Scott Presti last time. That's the story from heat 1 as well. Machiko quick early. Presti and Musser especially quick on the back half of the heat races. But for Daniel Perras to make it the most of the moment from heat 1, he now gets by Templeman, this time all good, and now he opens up the battle for Supermasters. Morin slips on by there in 11. All 3 of them. There's Osley Cheek to the inside for second in the category. He'll take that.
Yeah, Osley Cheek able to get through there on Hugh Templeman, as well not too far off Brian Chatfield. And again, they're going to start to battle as Chatfield looked to go on Hugh Templeman. Couldn't get clear, and now Templeman looking to go back by. On Osley Cheek couldn't get through either, so everybody just single file line, and you see dirt kicked up again. One driver just wide in turn 6. I think that might have been Templeman actually in the Magic Kart machine. And you see him visibly lose a little bit of time to the factory kart of Osley Cheek. As they work their way around this time, a little update on your leaders. Scott Presti has been able to pull away. There's about to be a pass for second here, though, as Jordan Musser has closed in on the Magic Kart of Matt Machiko.
Yeah, we've got a close fight looming back towards the front of the field. Fight right on your screen. Hugh Templeman continues to slip away from the rest of the competitors after getting to the lead early in the Supermasters class. And now look at Machiko really sending it there through turn 6. I think it won't prevent the inevitable, though. Oh, man, it did for a corner. He hangs on. That was close.
Yeah, just had to hold our breaths there. Jordan Musser looked like he wanted to go into turn number 8, and I bet you he did. And then again, that just kind of saw it play out before it did, right? It would have been contact in between the two. Machiko was already turning into the corner. And again, just respect there out of Jordan Musser to back up, get on the brakes, and then try it again, right? Reel it back in, set everything up again. And it's going to take really 2 laps to get back into the distance to make that move on Matt Machiko. And then he's going to have to try and get to set himself up to go on Presti. And I think he might just run out of time here as you see Musser pushing over the curb, turn number 5. And that's to really tell here, you know, if a driver's being conservative, not, you know, pushing as hard, he won't go over the curb in turn number 5. Just be really patient. But when he is, you see it visibly because he starts to go over the curb, starts to be more aggressive on the line. And you see that out of Jordan Musser, right? Cutting the track short wherever he can, getting close wherever he can. And you see it now, that gap visibly closing down on the number 1 plate of Matt Machiko. What do we have? Turn number 1 for Jordan Musser. Going to stay in line for 3rd.
Yeah, Jordan's got to be thinking championship conversation here, right? Not only get by Matt, get up to Scott Presti. Don't give away any points that you don't have to here. Continue to set the pace, set the tone. And on top of that, there's no better exclamation point on a championship than being able to win out on the final race of the season. So if you can do that in a clean sweep, overcoming the qualifying that's had him go to the back of the grid, and even in qualifying, he was slightly bested by Scott Presti. So he probably wants to see if he can't get by Machiko and make a run out of his now problems here for the 619.
Ryan Chatfield off the track, looks like exit at turn number 6. Just going 6 and 7, that is, and just going into turn 8. Off the track, they're in the runoff area. That's going to end his race and his day early. As now we look back in the battle for second, Jordan Musser still setting up on Matt Machiko, still getting himself closer, getting himself within striking distance. And again, turn 8. That's going to be the passing zone for Jordan Musser here. His favorite one's been turn number 1. Hasn't been close enough there. And Machiko's line's been pretty good, nice and tight in an 8. Not giving Musser the space or the lane to really stick a nose down low.
Yeah, not giving an inch here. He's continuing to just keep that kart as narrow as he can on the entry, as slow as he can in the center, so that way Jordan can't find a way past him. And to Jordan Musser's credit, he's given Matt a couple of breaks where he could have forced the issue and didn't. In turn 3 as well. Whoa, big send there, a little lockup it looked like even for Musser. Can he catch him off guard here in 5? Machiko called the bluff, and right there it wasn't a bluff at all. Jordan Musser was determined. He sends it over the curbing, gets second.
Yeah, what a move out of Jordan Musser. We've seen a couple of those already this weekend. Turn number 5 being a spot where you can really kind of get yourself over the curb, aggressive, catch a driver by surprise, and Jordan Musser did just that. Sadly for him, though, Scott Presti just a little bit too far up the road. Scott Presti, again, has been over at the World Championships in the past. Like last year, has issues for the 568 of Moore Van Tak. He's out of this race, really looking to get himself restarted. But that's big implications here for what was the race lead there in Supermasters. And that's going to be a fall down the order, a tumble, if you will, down the order for Moore Van Tak.
But one bit of good news again with the smaller grids, it's not going to hurt him too bad in the points. But mind you, Moore Van Tak enters his weekend as well with the highest drop round by quite a bit over the rest of the Supermasters field. And drops or not, he has a healthy championship lead. In KZ Masters, though, 30 and over, this fight's not done yet. Scott Presti's going to score the Heat 2 win over Musser. Machiko third. Daniel Paras will overcome the woes from Heat 1. With the gap that he has, he should be able to hold off Frank Runco as they make their way to the final turn. Here comes that Velocity Sodi. He'll be fourth. Runco fifth. How about Owsley Cheek winning out in Supermasters' his second heat race over Templeman?
Yeah, there you go. Then Brad Danoff crosses the line 8th to John Distawig. Kevin Simonellick, Warren Von Tock, unfortunately 11th at the end of it all. Brian Chatfield, a 619, the driver we see not close this one out. And we get ready to go from some of our oldest drivers to our youngest here this weekend. Micro Swift getting set to hit the racetrack. And this driver here on your screen, Lennox Lockhart, looking for a much better heat race number 2 after contact. And he said hopefully they can get it fixed. Looks like they have. But again, he's chasing down a couple of other drivers. Driver who's found pace this weekend and towards the end of the summer, Jack Katowski, a driver to keep an eye on here.
Jack Katowski was quick to get to the lead in their opening heat. He's ready to go. Prime starting spot on the inside lane there from third for the Trinity Karting Group, number 92. Like you said, the young stars here, this will be the last session we get to see the cadet karts take to the racetrack, and a good championship conversation here for the micros. Brody Stoffel, Slate Harrell, a battle to the end in that opening heat. The Swift Stars tuned it up. I'm sure the micros will as well, with some more action to close out Friday evening here from Trackhouse Motorplex, and a very close championship conversation amongst the now Nitro Kart Ryan Perry Motorsport teammates on row number 4. So there'll be quite a bit to go back on from this race, I'm sure, before we send them back out again for warm-up tomorrow afternoon, pre-final action, and then, of course, main events. And mind you, we touched on it a bit when we had the grid up for heat number 1. There is probably some more fast drivers we're not mentioning or not showing quite yet because of how crazy qualifying was. And we got to see some new faces at the front of the field, like Chavo and Bo Stowers right here in the number 68. Both were solid in that opening heat and had their own flashes of brilliance. But the biggest star from Thursday night is getting ready to lead them to green, Enzo Ramos. The 16 looked like the field was getting after him in the opening couple laps. Didn't let it rattle him. He drove right back to it and was in the fight all the way to the checkers in heat 1. Another good heat like that, and he's going to continue to get to be at the pointy end of the grid when we see him again for the pre-final tomorrow afternoon. And then, of course, the main event straight on after that, under the lights to close out the season. Engines fired now for your Swift Stars. This is group number 3 on the lineup, folks. We got a loaded roster still to go all the way into the nighttime, closing things out with Pro Stars' second moto on the weekend that already gave us some glimpses at a battle coming together. We're going to wait for the last bit of the field to get fired up and that final command from Justin Newcomb on the grid that the track is clear and ready for the 7 to 10-year-olds, the next generation of all the motorsports, ready to put on a show. Dutch Westbrook there in the oranges, red, and blue Bennick. And then again, Enzo Ramos on the black, white, and red Parolin machine. We'll touch on the entire field. It's a healthy turnout. It's a big turnout for the micros. One of the bigger ones, by the way, on the season. We talked about how KA Stars, this is the biggest entry count for any KA 100 class outside of Supernats. The Micro Swift division here tonight and tomorrow night is one of the bigger ones on the year. One of the top 5 biggest grids, I think, for the Micro Swift division across all majors. And we've had quite a season to this point to close out the regular championships, the regular season part of the tour, with a picturesque North Carolina Friday night sunset. I don't know of a whole lot of better settings to do it. Enzo Ramos and Dutch Westbrook, Jack Katowski, Bo Stowers, your first 2 rows as we go through the Micro Swift second heat lineup here, Caleb.
Lennox Lockhart, Liani Schiavo, a young lady out of Florida on row number 3. Slate Harrell, Brody Stoffel, 2 of your championship contenders on row number 4. Bryson Barnett and Liam Francisco on row number 5, your top 10 starters.
Row 6, Grayson Knifick on the inside of Liam Compatiello. Row 7, Mason Brody. New go-kart, new team, new family this week. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart driver drove all the way into the top 5 when the checkered flag flew in Heat 1. He starts alongside Trey Sanders, Brody Brown, and Spencer Height back on row 8.
You go back to Roman Machine, Samuel Chavary on row number 9, Leonardo Tavares and Franco Schiavo on row number 10, your top 20 starters. And again, like you mentioned, a big field here this weekend. 30 drivers total to Emmett Dalton, Caden Cladera on row number 11.
Max Santana starts alongside Charlie Skurzapowski. We lost Charlie on the opening lap of the first heat. He was the only casualty. Hopefully he can get a better end to the night with a good heat 2. Then it's Allegreda, Berger, Lee, Torres, Pertelt, and Pugliese. Your 30 drivers here for Micro Swift. We're ready to go again. On the inside, Enzo Ramos is on the power early, and we're racing to turn 1.
Contact for a number of drivers, 2 off. Caden Cladera, Liam Francisco Moore go off on the top of the hill. 2 more of the Sodies off the racetrack here from the start of this race. And again, it was nice and quiet in Heat 1 at the start. Heat race number 2, not the same. And here are those 3 drivers that are off the racetrack out of this race early. Up front, though, Jack Katowski has been able to get himself to the lead. Slade Harrell through for second. Enzo Ramos, Lennox Lockhart showing some pace here, getting himself up to 4th.
With the way this opening lap shook out, Slate Harrell's made out even better than he did in the opening heat race. Let's see what he can do here with 1 lap on the board.
Oh, big contact. Further back. More get collected. More take evasive action. Carnage to start this race. That was a number 5 Nitro Kart into the wall. Another one of the Sodies into the wall. Looked like Wiley Lee was involved there as well. There's the 90 that was collected just at the start of this race, but mayhem as Brody Brown now looking for a move on Liani Schiavo. He's able to get it.
Through the infield we go. Jack Katowski still holding the lead. Back to Harrell and Ramos. Lennox Lockhart once again finds himself as the first driver to try and connect up to the main pack. He's got Bo Stowers behind him. Dutch Westbrook, an even rougher go off the opening circuit for the number 30, slipping all the way back to the 6th position. And he's got no help right now. He's pulled away a little from Bryson Barnett. He needs a bit of shuffling at the front of the pack. He's not getting it. Smart play here for Slate Harrell to continue to try and bolster the championship lead, that he might be able to get even more than what's just on his own accord, because it's also not been the best of starts for Brody Stoffel. He's still buried back in 8th. And the good news for both of them is, unfortunate as it is that we've lost already so many here in the opening 2 laps, that's a lower risk for any other DNFs or drivers getting knocked to the bottom of the leaderboard in those that are still running, as Enzo Ramos hits the grass and gets way out of shape here in turn 8. We were waiting for that in the whole last race with the Super Masters drivers and the regular Masters, Caleb. There was a ton of dirt and debris just off the line.
Yeah, that was a strange one, because again, I didn't see any dirt kicked up, but at the same time, the way he just kind of lost the kart under braking there was very strange. I don't know if he just locked it up a little too much or what exactly happened there.
I mean, there was that corner wasn't shaded the last time we were racing, right? I mean, the Masters and Super Masters, you could see the sun shining and the bit of green grass and shavings just offline. We never really had anyone else go 2x2 through there to clean the path back off. And then you see now with the shade, we can't really pick out that bit of dirtiness on the racetrack. I'm sure it's the same for the drivers as well going into the corner. Either way, though, it's going to continue to bite him right now, whatever the moment was, because he's under heavy pressure and now has lost the 5th spot. Westbrook's gotten by him. So it's pairs of 2. Slate Harrell, Jack Katowski up front, Lockhart, little gap back to Bo Stowers. Westbrook might be able to lead Ramos back towards the front of the field. And Brody Stoffel, he's at least picked off 1, getting by Bryson Barnett a few moments prior. So he's up to 7th, and now he's going to get a little bit of the draft off the back of the 16 to try and continue to close the gap as Slate Harrell, while we went and kind of dove into all that, of course, has swapped positions with Jack Katowski and leads the way.
Yeah, Slade Harrell now your leader, and that would be, again, another Good points haul for him over Brody Stoffel. Dutch Westbrook was the driver that was able to get the heat race victory in Heat 1. Now he finds himself right behind Bo Stowers as Stowers goes a little wide there on the exit of turn number 8. Now Westbrook gets himself that little bit closer, and Stoffel, the same for him on Enzo Ramos. They start to get bumper to bumper, nose to tail as we work our way onto the straightaway, and again, another moment there. Looks like under braking for Enzo Ramos.
Check out the movers on the left side of the screen. We'll catch these two moves right here as they form out. Westbrook on Stowers, Stoffel on Ramos, but the double-digit gains for Bautista Pugliese and for Charlie Skurzapowski. The two Paralins are up to 11th and 12th now, albeit a good ways back from the main group, but they are moving the chains quite a bit. Now on the cusp of Brody Brown to crack the top 10, and then not far away from Brody. A couple of seconds, you'll get up to Mason Brody, and then that 4-pack there. And then we've got our 3 leaders. Lennox Lockhart in the 14. Slate Harrell in the red and black number 8 out front in the 92. Smack dab in the middle, Jack Katowski. Minute 40 plus 2 laps to go. It's a pretty tame up front. That's why it's whittled down to only 3.
And again, those 3, it was 2 a couple of laps ago. Lockhart's been able to reel them back in, and this is going to help that second group as now Jack Katowski able to get himself up to the lead of the race. We saw a couple of movers further back as well. Enzo Ramos looked like he wanted to go on both Stowers on that front stretch, and he's going to slot in line. But your top 3 here, they've kind of been trading the lead for a couple laps. It was Harrell for one, it's Katowski in another, and now Lockhart. Again, it's on him whether he wants to split these two up, play spoiler, get himself in the middle, get himself to the lead. Harrell not going to waste any time on this lap to get up to the lead. Gets himself through in turn number 8. So Harrell wants control, Katowski wants it as well, and Lennox Lockhart just there in 3rd, ready to play spoiler.
Ready to play spoiler, but he hasn't even shown a nose yet, right? I mean, Lennox has done the heavy lifting to get to this point, and yet he's kind of waited. Maybe now's the moment. Here we go. Jack Katowski to the inside. There's Lennox's move, and it catches Slate way off guard. He'll fall back a good bit now as they rocket onto the backstretch. And Slate Harrell will need a mega run in the infield here. He almost had a bit of a send there from Lennox that would have brought things close, but the 14 backed out of it. 10 seconds on the board. It'll be 2 laps to go this time by. Jack Katowski, Lennox Lockhart into turn 8. Jack had a thought about going low, open back up, but he went a little wide in the corner, and we're side by side for the lead. Lennox to the outside, keeps it there, sends it deep, stays off the curbing, he'll have momentum, and Jack's gonna run him tight to the runoff, and that will hold the lead for now, but it brings Slate back in the mix again. 3 deep, 2 laps, here we go. Barrier's blown out there in 11. One of the Sodis has pounded the wall. I'm not sure who we lost there.
It's been there for a minute. It's been like that for a good bit of time. So again, that was the incident earlier on in the race by one of the Sodi machines there on the opening couple of laps. But that being said already, Slate Harrell going to defend for the 2nd spot, looking to pick up as many points as he can. Feels like Jack Katowski's a little bit too far up the road. And again, this is just maximizing points from Slate Harrell here, right? His championship contender and rival, if you will, Brody Stoffel, teammate, finds himself 5th with fellow Texan and Dutch Westbrook. So the two of them 4th and 5th. As Harrell now within a shot, looking to catch Katowski by surprise in a 9. He gets it. Katowski goes right back. Lockhart goes through for 2nd as well. Harrell falls back to 3rd. And here comes Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel with 1 lap to go.
Anyone's guess here of what will happen on this final lap. How about a send 3 wide to the inside? Lennox tried it, didn't quite get it all the way alongside. Now he'll have another run. Turn 3, Jack left the door open. Here he goes, and here comes Slate Harrell to the inside. Lennox will quickly get back over to cover, and now they're all going to have dirt on the tires as they slide into the bowl at turn 4. Here comes Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel. What could have been a decent change in the points now is only 3rd to 5th. Could be even less than that, or could go the opposite way. It all comes down to how this turn 8 run plays out. Lennox low, Harrell low. Westbrook trying to cross them both over. Jack's going to do it at least to Lennox, and he will get fully clear. Almost, no. Here comes Slate. He'll catch them both by surprise. Side by side, Katowski outside in the runoff. Side by side up the hill, Slate pounds the curb. Door to door.
Here comes Dutch. Big run. He'll slide it. And to the line, Slate Harrell wins Heat 2 in micro.
What an end to that one, Slate. Ate a whole lot of curb on the entry to turn number 11. Didn't phase him at all. Gets the win in the end over Jack Katowski. Dutch Westbrook recovers up to third. Brody Stoffel fourth. And again, another swing in the points the way of the number 8. Lennox Lockhart rounds up your top 5.
There you go, Slate Harrell from what could have been a bit wild there on the last lap, puckering, and then ultimately picking apart the pack to get that heat race win. That'll be a nice boost of confidence going to tomorrow. He'll sleep good tonight. Still a great performance from Jack Katowski in the works this weekend again. The now national race winners definitely got the confidence of one, as do the rest of your top 5. Enzo Ramos able to get close by the checkers, but only 6 for him from heat number 2. Bo Stowers, Mason Brody, Bryson Barnett, and then Liam Francisco. Up 8 spots, by the way, for Bautista Pugliese. That was a massive charge to 12th. And a great run for the number 8, Slate Harrell, your heat 2 winner in micro.
Slate, that last lap was really insane. Tell me about that move going into 11 and how you stayed committed.
Well, I thought I saw them go wide, so I said I was going to cross them over and try to stick with them for the rest of the session. Try to draft with Katowski and try to win.
You were a little bit of a rocket ship there for a second. Were you worried maybe it wouldn't work out in your favor?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but felt good.
Was it worth it for the win?
Yes.
Thank you, Slate.
You're welcome.
Quick commercial break from our side as Slate Harrell rolls on through the scales, and more races set to come your way. Quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Engines are fired. 1 minute down on the grid as Tristan Murphy gets ready to lead us out onto the racetrack alongside Isaac Malcolm. Joining me in the booth here for a little bit, Kyle Cuthbertson. Welcome in. You've been watching the racing from a different perspective, if you will. What have you thought so far? Lights finally coming on here at Trackhouse Motorplex.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day of racing so far. We just saw, the sunset, those fantastic drone shots by Trevor Blue. It's going to be a great night of racing. The temperature's coming down. It's cooling off, and I'm excited.
We're excited as well, right? There's a different feel to it here this weekend, like we've said all weekend long. And again, when the lights turn on, the show definitely starts, and the action is provided. Tristan Murphy, like I said previously, leads us to the green flag in Group B alongside Isaac Malquit with Travis Pettit and Ethan Skymaniachich on row number 2. John Antonino came into the weekend second in the championship after drops 41 points back from Pettit. He's getting set to start on row number 3 alongside Nathan Dupuis. Oliver Paludo, Callan Berghofer on row number 4. Mad Max Weiland and Nolan Carney, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. We get set to go green. Again, 20 plus get set to take the green flag, the first of our 2K A100 junior groups. As we get set to take it, Murphy on the inside, Malquit on the outside. We're racing again in junior. Side by side down the hill for Paludo, Nathan Dupuis. Everybody looking for a little bit of room on the racetrack. Going to be hard to find it as well. Keep an eye on that 15th spot. Some drivers might find themselves tomorrow in the LCQs when it's all said and done as we go racing here. For second, Pettit on the inside of Tristan Murphy, able to get clear. As we look further through the field as well, Paludo on Berghofer gets clear. Kai Mars looking to pick up a couple of spots on his Timmy Tech Comp Kart as well. And now up front, a little bit of what we saw in heat race number 1 with Pettit, Malquit. The two of them found each other up at the front, pushed each other away from the rest of the field. And you're going to see a lot more of that here in this one.
There's Kai Mars once again trying to make a move. Couldn't quite, and got around into turn 1, but singling out towards the bowl.
And Amachet, a little bit more of a tamer start than what we've seen in the other races, right? Heat race number 1 for Group A, that was very antsy start. Everybody was getting stacked up by Kart Republic's own Lucas Palacio, and another one on a Kart Republic. Antonino gets through. Max Weiland feeds a wheel to Nathan Dupuis to get himself clear as well into turn number 8. Mad Max able to get through, and again, remember back to yesterday, Weiland, Dupuis, they had to race their way out of that slower group to be up here at the front today. And again, they find themselves just on the edge of the top 5, 6th and 7th respectively. And they have now found themselves right behind John Antonino.
A little bit of an oddball weekend here so far for Max Weiland. A couple weeks ago, he was one of the contenders up in the top 3 all weekend long. Definitely not what he wants in the 6th spot, but he'll be trying to keep moving forward.
Yeah, you'll definitely try to do so here as this race continues to progress. And right on cue there, Kyle. Max Weiland, turn number 8. He's through a little bit wide. Overshot the exit a little bit. Able to get clear. Max Weiland up into the 5th spot. And again, Ethan Sky, Tristan Murphy, been nose to tail working their way through. As Travis Pettit, Isaac Malquit, you've seen the two of them very friendly off the racetrack as well as on it. They've been very content all weekend long, and as well when they're close to each other on the track, to really push each other along, to work together. And you're seeing that out of the two of them now.
Yeah, quick heats here. With only 4 minutes left to go, it's just a matter of time until one of these guys up in the top 4 pounces. They're going to have to do it soon because it looks like Weiland and Antonino are closing.
Yeah, they are. Max Weiland has been close, and they're going to close in even more as Pettit looks to go on Isaac Malquit. They're still side by side. Contact in between the two. Malquit into the dirt. He's still looking to hold on to the lead. Malquit on the inside. Pettit stuck on the outside. Kept his foot pinned on the gas for Isaac Malquit and is able to keep the lead, and vice versa for Travis Pettit. He almost had to check up, so he wouldn't end up on the grass on the exit of turn number 9. He gets down to 4th as Murphy now surprises Malquit into 1.
Like I said, it's like taking the pin out of a grenade here. One guy moves, the rest of them pounce as well, and here we go.
Tristan Murphy now your new leader, and like you said, Max Weiland closes in. John Antonino right there as well. 6 drivers in frame with Nathan Dupuis, who's 7th, looking to close that gap even further. Kai Mars, Cole Medeiros, who's been working his way through the field, has also got himself up there. They're going to close it even more as Malquit back to the lead. Manjicic through for 2nd. Side by side for 3rd. Murphy, Pettit on the outside. Weiland on the inside. Looking to go through on Pettit, who again is stuck on the outside. 2nd lap in a row where Pettit gets stuck on the outside and is pretty much has no option rather than to lose positions, and he lost another 2 in that corner.
Yeah, not a great couple laps here for Travis Pettit. He's going to have to put his head down and just try to make some spots up. You know, still 2 minutes to go. I don't think it's the end of the battling up front.
Yeah, definitely not. Ethan Skye again with his first taste, what could be his first career heat race victory here tonight. Finds himself within the best shot right behind Isaac Malquit, and that's all a testament to the development of RRC and the hard work of Alan Isambard, Alessandro DiTullio, and Murphy looking to deny him. Through for 2nd, side by side. Weiland looks to go by. Manjicic stuck on the inside, checks up. Antonino goes through as well for 4th. And now the first big gap that we've seen up in the lead for quite some laps, for quite some time. Murphy now a couple of car lengths in between himself and Malquit as Pettit looks to, again, pick up the momentum. Goes by on Ethan Skye, and he's through for 5th.
Like we were talking earlier, Max Weiland and Dupuis had to come from the slow group yesterday. Max Weiland sitting in 3rd right now with John Antonino behind him. He has a shot to win this race now.
Yeah, John Antonino, again, we saw a little bit of lack of pace in OKN-J. In case Junior, it's been there from the start for a good number of years, if you will, as well, for that junior driver. Is now Murphy goes by on Isaac Malquit. Weiland gets a good run on the exit, looks to over-under. Malquit still on the inside. Antonino goes through. And now Weiland's the driver that's stuck on the outside, looking to hold on, gives a little bit of a hand wave to Antonino, and again, John just let him through, and Pettit took advantage to get through for 4th. And now here goes Malquit, looking, turn number 1. The MDR driver is clear for the lead.
Change for the lead as Travis Pettit as well. You see him creeping back into the 4th spot. Like I said, after you lose spots for 2 laps in a row, you just have to stay patient, and Travis Pettit has done just that, and that's put him right back into the fight.
It's almost keeping his head down, right? And that's a little bit to what I was talking about this morning with Travis Pettit, the maturity level, right? Before you'd see that driver work his way back, and then desperation moves would find him in trouble, and it hasn't been the case in this heat race. Moves like that, very close with himself and Max Weiland. As Pettit looks to go, Medeiros now gets himself well in the mix. Looking to fight with teammate Nathan Dupuis, the two of them going back and forth. Is now Murphy looking, turn number 11 on Isaac Malquit. He can't get clear, offline, and now Weiland has a nose low.
It's a slight bobble there for Murphy exiting the final corner. Just got a little too much curb, cost him a little bit of time exiting the corner. As Max Weiland now gets around, he's going to have to put his head down to get back to the rear bumper of Malquit.
And here goes Murphy again, turn number 4. Goes right back by for 2nd. And again, these boys have to be careful with how much they want to fight, because it's 2 laps to go next time by when they cross the stripe. And again, you got to think, can Isaac Malquit run away? We saw with Lucas Palacio already, this is going to help Malquit as Weiland goes through deep into the brakes in turn number 8. He's able to get clear for 2nd. Now everybody's going to get stacked up as Kai Mars sideways has to brush the brakes. Berghofer into the rear of Mars. As again, they continue to fight further back. And now Malquit, with 2 laps to go, he's in the lead by a good margin. Again, expected to close down on that backstretch. Max Weiland, Murphy, Pettit, Antonino, Manjicic, single file into turn number 4.
See the battle for 8th starting to heat up here with 2 laps to go. I think Weiland has to wait now. Tristan Murphy and Weiland, they just cannot take the risk of battling here and letting Malquit get even further away. As you see, Weiland closes up to the rear bumper of Malquit. They definitely knew they couldn't battle there.
Yeah, just got to be careful with how much they want to fight here, especially when you have a look at Isaac Malquit, the speed he has. Weiland knows he's starting to pull away. Pettit looking to put himself within striking range with a white flag in the air this time by. Pettit to third, Murphy, Antonino. And now everybody working their way through here. Isaac Malkovic going to start to defend. Looking to hold. Max Weiland at bay. When you look at championship as well, Antonino's in the fight. Murphy's in the fight. Pettit is in the fight here. Even 5 3-points can make the difference tomorrow at the end of it. When it's all said and done, they're all going to get stacked up. Malkovic holds in Weiland at bay, Pettit at bay, as well as Murphy, who's 5th, Antonino, who's 4th. Now Malkovic to the bottom of the racetrack. Weiland goes even lower. Pettit with an over-under, looking to get them both. He does. Travis Pettit to the lead of the race on the exit of turn number 8. Now Antonino in 4th, looking to get a move done, looking to get himself 1 spot higher into turn number 11. Pettit still leads, good enough gap. Weiland gonna defend. Too close to call it just yet, but Travis Pettit, an over-under move in turn number 8, gets it done in heat race number 2, Group B.
And what a mature drive by Travis Pettit there, like you said there in the middle of the race. Just great patience, staying on the back of Weiland, not going for the aggressive move there, and just, it takes advantage. I don't think Weiland made the wrong move there, though. It's just hard racing.
Yeah, and again, you see a lot of that, right? Travis Pettit, when you talk about that driver, and I said it a little bit this morning in the pre-race show, that driver has matured a lot in the last 2 years, right, that he's been in this junior category. Was a rookie last year, learned how to race up at the front, how to race there, got that racecraft. This year, he's gained that maturity, right? He's gained that race-winning experience under his belt. He put himself in the position where he fell back, got himself back up to the front, kept his head down. And again, you see the result at the end, right? Number 1 at the end of it, points at the end of it. And again, a year that hasn't been kind to him when you talk about championships. He's putting himself in the spot that he wants to be in here this weekend with a heat race victory, and you see him pumped up about it. We'll go down to the scales.
Hey, bud, you gotta sit by your car. Here, I can run your scale real quick and then you can go. Okay? You're good to go. Thank you.
I set it up
326 tons.
I predicted that.
Call you, Dave.
I kind of got screwed in the beginning a little bit.
Yeah, I know. There we go, Travis.
Travis, how did you manage to just continuously put yourself in the right place at the right time throughout the whole race?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get off to a good start in the beginning. I kind of fell back. But, yeah, during the final lap, I knew what I had to do. I saw it coming, and I set myself up perfectly, and I just got the over-under, and I went.
And during those first couple that you fell back, did you think at any moment, hey, maybe I can't get this one done this time?
No, I never give up, and because at the end, anybody can win that race because everybody's battling up front. So I just kept a cool mind, kept my head down, and I didn't give up.
It's a never say die mentality from Travis Pettit. Travis, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well said, right? And again, talking to his dad, Adam Pettit, when he was rolling out of scales, he told him, right, I predicted that. I saw that coming. I knew that was going to happen, and he did. He's done that move before here at this place, and yeah, Travis Pettit, it shows you, right, the maturity like I was talking about earlier. It's showing on the racetrack as well.
Yeah, key word, anyone can win that race. In a battle like that, when you have, 5, 6 karts, anyone really can. And I think we're going to see more of that coming up in K Junior Group B or Group A. Luke Palacio there in the front row. He's been dominant here. And he's got a pack of hungry drivers behind him ready to put an end to that.
And we get ready to watch it all over again. The second half of our KA Juniors Group A getting set to hit the racetrack. Lucas Palacio, Nico Katowski. We saw him on the racetrack on row number 1. Ashton Woon and Oliver Nybert on row number 2 to Valentino Santiana and Nathan Golseth on row number 3.
Row number 4, Oliver Nybert, and Nathan Golseth.
And you go back to Darren Kidd, Ben Cleverman, that's row number 4 there. Isaac Payne, Landon Boer on row number 5, Ryan Mort, Lucas Dryby on row 6. You go down to Rodolfo Lavin, Riley Dobelier, and more getting set to take the green flag. Look out for those movers. Edward Kennedy, one of the ones to keep an eye on, as well last couple of rows that are getting set to take the green flag here. The second of our 2 groups, Group A. Again, here's a look at that last row of Maui Angel, Arthur Barb in 24th as we get set to take the green flag. Palacio was perfect in heat race number 1, Katowski Challenge. We'll see it this time. K.A. Jr., Heat 2, Group A is green. Second, Nico Katowski able to get back that spot from Ashton Woon, Oliver Nybert as well as they work their way through now. This time, turn number 6. And Palacio, in comparison to what we saw in heat race number 1, I spoke too soon. Palacio going to start to stack them up here.
He's just trying not to let anyone get around him again like he did in the opening heat and have to fight, but unfortunately he cooked it a bit into 9 and washed out, and now as he shakes his head, it's Nico to the lead, who will take them to the low side into 11. Lucas will cross him up and get a nose down low on the straightaway. They're going to drag race across the line. Nico's going to point forward and let him through. Hope that he'll get some trust as they all get bottled up there all the way down the top 10. Somehow they're going to make it up the hill to 3, and Oliver Nybert's right on the heels of Nico Katowski into 4. Palacio still your leader after it all.
And just some way, somehow, right, Lucas Palacio always finds himself in that number 1 spot, in the lead of the race, in control. Even when he's brought under pressure, he puts himself back into the spot to be in control of the race, and he's done just that, right? Checks the shoulder, sees Katowski still has a gap, but we have 15, 10 drivers almost all lined up as it all comes undone. Second on back, Nybert looked like he might have just gotten in the rear there of Nico Katowski as they work their way through that time. We're single file. Oliver Nybert starts to close in. Woon looked to go for a move on Valentino Santiani, gets clear. And now Isaac Payne looking to make up a couple of spots here.
So that'll send Darren Kidd now as the next one to join up, along with more Landon Boer and crew. Mind you, again, you just want to stay in that top 15 zone, but that zone now is going to encapsulate quite a few all within a bumper's distance of each other. Let's take a look back here at that opening lap moment, or actually, sorry, just a moment ago, really. Nico Katowski kind of getting shuffled out of the way in turn 8 as Nybert got by, and now he's going to give it right back to him there in that same corner 1 lap later. Nico Katowski back on the march, back to second. Palacio not necessarily breaking away, even with all that going on behind him, though.
Yeah, again, we said it's hard to, right, as Nybert goes a little wide there on the exit. Looks like he might have just got a little too deep on the brakes. Now going to follow just a little bit under pressure to Nathan Golseth as they're all single file. And Katowski really showing his pace, right? Showing his hand here. And again, that mistake out of Nybert has really given him that little bit of breathing room in that time to get back up to Lucas Palacio. The 2 of them have been quickest so far this weekend, hence why they started on the front row here in this one as they continue to work their way through that battle at the moment. Sits for 3rd. As now Nathan Golseth looking to go. As that front bumper, I will say here, Xander, we saw that incident with Nybert, Nico Katowski. It looks a little pushed in here. Definitely some just a dent in it. But that's something I'm going to have an eye on here as this race continues, and maybe into the scales as well for Oliver Nybert.
And he's not alone. I mean, go down the whole pack, and there's probably quite a few that have had some battle scars from how close they all were. I mean, you can see the side pod of Nico Katowski's Beryl Art's got some marking on it. Both sides, actually. But I think the big equalizer of what's been able to keep them close is the fact is the track has cooled off. Not everyone's as stuck to the surface. And maybe that setup that Palacio was able to have a leg up really on everyone in the daytime is not nearly as much of an advantage. And mind you, again, the last time the K Juniors really ran at night, Nate Golseth shined the brightest, and now he's got a gap as Nybert goes to the wayside. Ashton Woon side by side with Valentino Santillan. That'll end up shaking out back to single file pretty quickly, but it's given Nathan Golseth the room out back to focus fully forward. Let's see what he can do as he tucks his head behind the wheel. Just past halfway, 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Nybert still fending off competitors. This time it's Isaac Payne on the Holtz driver development entry, putting the heat on him down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and again, the top two continuing to break away as Nybert still feels like he's under pressure, feels like he's under fire, and he continues to defend from Isaac Payne. As Darren Kidd's not too far back, rookie Ben Gleberman for Ryan Perry Motorsports find himself in 9th with Landon Boer. Look at Kidd. He thought about it on Isaac Payne and just thought better of it before he even got into the corner. So this battle, still single file, still nose to tail, looking for a little bit. We'll see what Golseth can do this time. His first real lap in clean air. What he can do in comparison to your two leaders. 50.4 for the leaders, and the same for Nathan Golseth. So it's closing in. Ashton Woon has been the fastest. He's been 0.3 up on your two leaders. So Woon looking to push Golseth up there, looking to do it on his own as he gets through for 3rd.
Ashton Woon in the SCR Carlos Sainz entry has definitely had a whole lot of speed shown as well under the lights here at Trackhouse Motorplex. And now as we fully race into nightfall and the bright light system lights up this circuit, let's see if he can light it up on the time charts. The delta last time by to Golseth was just shy of a second. Now they've passed, but it still doesn't look that big. Nico Katowski has only been able to get within a car length and a half at best to Lucas Palacio. A minute plus 2 laps to go, and the delta even shrank with the pass, down to 0.8 back to Woon. Pass behind, Nybert clawing his way back up the board. He's now 5th. Here's Darren Kidd looking on Isaac Payne and Santian. No changes there. Santian will end up sliding in line to 7th as Payne was able to get by Kidd right behind him as they roll through the infield. Lucas Palacio, 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. He's got 3 drivers bearing down on him and more that could join if it really gets wild up front. For the moment, he stays on the groove. They will be on the border if they get another lap. I think they will. 20 seconds plus 2 laps on the board.
20 seconds plus 2, so they're going to get 3 laps to go this time by. Palacio still your leader from Katowski, and we talked about the pace that Ashton Woon has had at hand. 0.4 of a second quicker than Palacio and Katowski. Woon definitely going to be a factor here on the Speed Concepts racing machine. Katowski knows it, goes for the lead of the race into turn number 4. Katowski, your new leader.
Nico Katowski and the TKG Beryl Art now out in front with a lap and a half and another lap to go. Double sticks in the air this time. Here we are in turn 8 with the defensive driving already up front. That's going to only bring more into frame. Oliver Nybert loving it. 2 seconds back last time. How much will that close by the time they get back to the loop? Nate Golseth is there. Woon is there. All on the low side into 11. As they round that final turn, Woon tried to pinch it. It won't be enough to get the momentum down the front stretch. Katowski covers all the way to the bottom. Look at Golseth setting up for an over-under. He'll have a nose on Woon if he can hold it. Up the hill, not quite. Here comes Nybert with a run. Katowski slides wide in 3. Palacio's got the edge with help from Ashton Woon. New leader in turn 4.
Yeah, we talked about the dirt there on the inside of turn number 3, and Katowski just went that little bit wide there. He's still well in the fight, well in the mix here. A lap and a half to go as Palacio leads them away. Again, looking to go back-to-back in heat race victories as now Katowski on the outside. Everybody going low. Keep an eye on Katowski contact. Oliver Nybert, Isaac Payne out of this race.
2 drivers stuck in the way of everyone else, and now they'll slip below that top 15 window. This is going to shake things up for that A pre-final tomorrow. Meanwhile, headed for the white flag, Palacio's got a big gap now as Katowski focuses on just hanging on for second. Woon on the high side, Golseth down low. Big over-under from Ashton, but he got tripped up there. Won't happen up the hill, and the pack is 6 deep to Darren Kidd as they race to the bottom again, down to turn number 4. Katowski all the way on the low side, still holding. Behind them, Rodolfo Lavin Jr. is now up into 8th. He's up 5, up 13. Further back, Arthur Barb from the tail end of the field again has put an impressive drive together. He might get one more before it's all said and done. With this, contact, Golseth to the wayside, into the dirt he goes, 3 wide, 2 by 2 now to 9.
Katowski's going to get away. Woon should be all right. Look at Darren Kidd to the high side. He'll keep the momentum up. He might just do it. He does into 11, just ahead of Santillan. Palacio wins the second heat in Group A. Katowski second. What a last lap move for Darren Kidd.
Yeah, what a move around the outside. Darren Kidd able to get it done with a checkered flag in the air. Palacio, more of the same of what we saw in heat race number 1. Defends, lets them implode behind him, and runs away with the win. Almost 2 seconds, actually 2 seconds, the gap in between Palacio and Katowski. Lucas able to get it done. Second heat in a row. That should put him on the pole position for the pre-final later in the weekend. That'll be tomorrow. The next time we see some of these drivers, and most of them will be in OKN-J. But again, Valentino Santillan, your top 5 to Golseth, Gleberman, Lavin on a career best finish of 8th in heat racing action. Landon Boer, Ryan Mort, your top 10. Great moves by Arthur Barb to get himself into the mix, into the fight as well. And he should be safe to get himself into the pre-finals. They roll into the scale lines.
I got the big tire over here. Oh, are these the easy ones? Nope.
Nico, it's a P2 in that one. Lucas has been the guy to beat these past couple of weekends. What do you think it's going to take to get it done in the finals tomorrow?
Just stay consistent, stay in his draft, because I think if he goes away, there's no catching him. So just stay in his draft and stay close enough to pass him in the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Stars Championship Series night fight is ready for more. 3 of the undercard classes still have to set their pre-final grids. Next up, OKA Masters. Dusty Davis has had them all chasing him since we really got onto the circuit with FP1 Thursday afternoon. He put nearly a full half second on the field in Thursday night qualifying, and there were almost single-digit pass attempts, much less even passes, in the opening heat race with how hard they were trying to hold on to the coattails of the 277. We'll see if Heat 2 changes things up. Fully under nightfall now, cooler temperatures, about maybe 15 degrees ambient, and probably 20 to 30 on the surface. It's a 25, pushing 26 driver K Masters field. Again, all hunting after that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. That'll lead them to green. Chris Horan on the outside. Byron Daly was best of the rest in heat number 1. Slipped to second on the start. Never looked back because he was fully focused forward trying to hang on to Dusty. KA Stars are up next. Then it's the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show divisions. But KA Masters is ready for one more shot at it. 7 minutes plus 2 laps and we're green.
Whoa, big contact at the start of this race. 2 drivers off and out of it early, just on the first lap. But up front, Dusty Davis able to get himself to the lead over Byron Daly again. And if you're Daly in this situation, right, this is the closest you've had Dusty Davis to you all weekend long. You gotta assume, right, you gotta go for a move here.
You would think. Again, but these two, a lot of respect between the pair. They've raced each other for years now. Byron Daly and Dusty Davis, North Carolina natives, representing the home state well. They'll come to the line this time for lap number 1, round in 11. Single file further back as the field populates up the hill, and we'll get a tab on the 2 drivers involved in the first turn incident. A little less tidy than heat number 1. Bo Amato appears to be one of them. The other one might be Austin Queen. That's going to have some championship implications for sure, if not on the heat points alone. Pass for third. John Bonanno to the inside. Down in turn 4 as we take a look back there at the start. Here's the replay on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see Queen trying to avoid the barrier side by side with Todd Shambo, spins around, and at the same point, almost 2 separate incidents there as the field just funnels through the chicane. Bo Amato gets spun to driver's right.
Yeah, it looked like it just went off the racetrack there, so unfortunately just ran out of room, it looked like, for those drivers. As now we're a little bit ways into this race, a couple laps down, 5 minutes to go, and Byron Daly, I must say, looking a lot better in this race in his best kart because he's kept Dusty Davis honest as this race has gone on. And here's a look at the championship as well. Just that update. John Bonanno, Adamar Caligaro, the 2 drivers in the fight here this weekend. But it's been, again, a close battle in between those 2.
It will probably stay close to the end right now with the way things are going. Bonanno making up the valuable points he needs in the heats already. And he's bearing down on the top 2. Behind him, movement here. Laurentiu Mardan to the inside of Chris Horan. That was back for the 5th position. Move him up another spot as he tries to march towards the leaders. Dusty Davis up the hill. Daly a car length away. Bonanno tracking both of them down. Last time by, he was purple. I think he'll be purple again. 51.58 the time before. 51.18 that time by. Bonanno moving. 3/10 better than the race leader.
Yeah, John Bonanno definitely found something, and he's definitely coming to life here at night. Turn number 3, I will say, looks very dark there in the entry in comparison to here what we see turn number 4. So something noticeable there is, like we said, Bonanno starting to show some pace here, coming to life under the lights as he's starting to close in on Byron Daly for second.
Miguel Mir slipping back a little bit, but still within eye shot of the leaders as well. He also could shuffle the championship podium quite a bit with a good run here at the night fight to close the year out. But Bonanno, driver on the move for sure, at least highest up on the board. He'll cross the line this time on the heels of Byron Daly, and here he goes. The number 1 plate looking for second, not quite in turn 1. Didn't have it, didn't have the confidence there on the brakes. Byron sent it nice and deep, and he'll actually get a better run, I think, out of turn 1 and 2. Down the backstretch than even your race leader, Dusty Davis.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Bonanno, right? Just didn't have the confidence, like you said, in a turn number 1 to get that move done. We'll see. Close back up there. And turn number 8 is going to be another one of the passing zones. He's not close enough there as well in turn number 7, so we'll keep an eye on it as Miguel Mir, much better race this time out, putting himself up to 4th. Laurentia Mardan, you're in your top 5.
And on the opposite end, Chris Horan has slipped all the way back to the 8th spot, the outside of the front row from qualifying. The Magic Kart driver buried in that kind of second group. You can see the separation from Mardan onwards to Caligaro. He's gotten by Todd Shambo now, so change in 6th as the leaders remain in lockstep up the hill to turn 3.
They worked their way through that time by, and Byron Daly again showing his answer. He's about 0.03 of a second quicker than Dusty Davis, showing his response this time out. Right, Dusty kind of left all of them scratching their heads whenever the sun was out. And now under the lights, Byron, that best kart coming to life. The same for John Bonanno. And again, the speed just the same for Dusty Davis, but everybody's gotten better, right? Everybody's caught up. And that's the hard part of being out in the lead, of having that gap up, because you don't really, if you will, learn much where you're missing.
Yeah, he's relying solely on the spotters. Yeah. You can see he's got the onboard cam there on the left side off the seat rail. I wouldn't be surprised if he turns that thing around tomorrow if he feels confident enough in the pre-final, because he's well on his way to sweeping these 2 heats and not letting anyone else lead a single lap, not even for a corner. Now for Bonanno, from that moment earlier on to now, it's taken him a minute to kind of recharge, build momentum again towards Daly, and he's since kind of decided to ride. It looked like he wanted to go. Now he's content to stay behind, and you saw a bit of that difference here in the strengths and weaknesses between the two. Daly a little better coming out of turn 8, about equal out of turn number 9, but on the high-speed sections, John Bonanno, maybe a little bit of a lower gear ratio to the man in second, really closes up in the run down to turn 1. There's 4th and 5th, and here's the fight for P6. Shambo bringing the fight back to Caligaro to turn 1. They'll go wheel to wheel. Adamar will have to give way, and that'll bring a run for Chris Horan to the rear bumper. This group having a good little race amongst themselves as Todd taps the helmet and says, let's go forward, after he takes command of the pack once again. But they're a good ways back. They're 2.5 seconds away from even Mardan, nearly 5 seconds back from the race lead. There won't be much changing here to the end of it. 30 seconds plus 2 to go. The leaders should make it back to the line to make this basically 3 to go at the stripe. So they won't really catch anyone else, but if they do work together, they might be able to pull a little bit away. Caligaro still a little wide out of 9. Paul Montopoli a little wide as well as he slips backwards from Anthony Stifler here at the end of the top 10. 3 laps to go indeed. Dusty Davis resets fast time, opens the gap up to 3/10, big as it's been in a minute. About a full tenth of a second faster than Daly and Bonanno. Here's a look at him. You can see from 1 car length up to about 2, nearly 3, as he really pulls them nicely out of turn 4.
Yeah, Davis really starting to turn it up here again towards the latter half of the race, with just 2.5 to go left in this one, and Daly just still right pushing with everything he's got to get himself within just an arm's length away from Dusty Davis. Bonanno, again, he's shown that he has a little bit better pace than Byron Daly, but a little bit of what we saw, right, where he ended up 5th in heat race number 1, just hasn't felt confident enough to make those moves in turn number 8, even in turn number 1 as well. He tried it earlier. And there was a little bit of a half move in the end. We'll keep an eye on it for Bonanno as this race continues. As they work their way through now. Bonanno feeling confident now, turn number 4, inside, and
not enough.
The brakes, yeah.
Byron Daly again, able to go in nice and deep to both of the major straightaway brake zones, and he's got such good roll speed through the infield. He's able to really pull away and not make turn 8 nearly as much of an opportunity for the reigning series champ. But that moment in turn 4 definitely didn't help Byron's chances to keep Dusty Davis close. The one good takeaway, the race, the main event tomorrow will be around this time. It won't be in the sunshine. But still, though, under the bright lights, Dusty Davis continues to set the pace and the benchmark. 1 to go, the gap now 4/10. Bonanno, this will be the best chance he's seen yet. He's on the heels of Daly again. Looks slow, down the back, not there. Daly covers, no move for P2.
And this is really what Dusty Davis needed, right? Get that extra breathing room, pull away. And again, the pace has been there. The long run pace has been there. Fastest lap of the race with 2 laps to go. He's looking to go even faster on the white flag this time, or the checkered flag this time, as work our way through. Daly still keeping Bonanno at bay, and we thought they had an answer, and it looks like they don't yet.
Work to be done indeed. Dusty Davis, a perfect Friday at Trackhouse Motorplex, day or night. He's on top, and he'll sweep it with a Heat 2 win. Further back, here's that fight for P6 we were following. Todd Shambo is going to get it over Caligaro, and that'll again affect the championship haul for the SLA kart racing driver. Only slightly, of course, because the heats only pay 50 deep, and it's about a 1-point difference through the top 10. Regardless, the 277 will score the maximum to Daly, to Bonanno, who keeps that top 3 streak alive. On track, at least, it's been nearly perfect for the number 1 plate, and why he's been able to keep that sticker still on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart year after year. And with more and more drivers joining the grid, sadly a bit of chaos in the opening couple laps, and that's what's sidelined Austin Queen from the top 15 at least. He was able to keep going, as did Bo Amato, and Queen was able to get back to 21st, but this will hurt him a bit, both in the points from this and that pre-final lineup tomorrow afternoon. So KA Masters are wrapped. Here they go into the scale line. KA Stars on deck. The night continues here for the Stars Championship Series.
I've got Dusty Davis here. Dusty, you've got the home track advantage. It's really showing. You actually used to run this place. Tell us, how is that impacting your driving out there today?
I guess I would say knowing the track conditions just really helps a little bit. So trying to adjust for the track and that, although I will say in that last heat, the track loosened up more than I thought, so I couldn't produce the speed that I was in the heat before. And Byron Daly, who got second, you know, he knows this track really well as well. So yeah, it sounds like his go-kart was hooked up. I kept looking back, and I wasn't building a gap like I was the first round, and I knew I was going to have to work for it on that one.
Do you feel like there's anything else out there, like kart-wise or just in your driving, that you think is giving you this extra edge? I mean, you've been absolutely whooping these guys all day.
Well, I would say just the home field advantage, just kind of knowing the track. I mean, every time I race the Masters, as we get through the weekend, the guys get faster and faster and kind of slowly catch up to me. So I definitely expect it to be a closer battle tomorrow. But, you know, just the knowledge of the track and kind of what to do. And then Ryan Perry has been a huge help over the years, just kind of getting me dialed in on the setup. And, you know, now Ryan just kind of knows what to do. We're like clockwork, and so it's been really nice. You don't have to second guess anything. We just know exactly what we need to do.
Thank you, Dusty.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Always great to chat with Dusty Davis, a very humble racer in his own right. He doesn't have to be. Like, oh no, we need to get back onto this. We've got problems on the access road. A spin from one of the early starters, and then it's collected a few more. And that will make this outlap a little more frantic here for KA Stars. in Group B. Oliver Piatek on the Aiken Racing LN Kart will get ready to lead your field to green alongside Alan Isambard once again. Same order as when we saw them last. And the full house grid for KA Stars. We get to see half of them here. Oh, Sam Frutsky warming the tires up. Dusty said the track loosened up more than he anticipated, and I think it's catching a few more of these KA Stars drivers off guard too.
Yeah, I mean, just strange opening lap, right? Track temps, you heard it there from Dusty, right? Cooled down a little bit more than they expected, and I guess these drivers didn't expect it, obviously, going around in the opening lap. But here we go, getting ready to go racing. Again, the top 15 make it in automatically out of both of the heat races. The rest going to have to race their way in. Piatek on the inside. Alan Isambard fighting for another national championship on the outside. KA Senior, Heat 2, Group B is green.
Good start through turn 4 for the pole sitter, and you can see the rest of the field are all struggling a little bit through turn number 4. Good start for ADT. He always finds a way to excel in these low grip conditions. He's got himself to second, up to third for Avrutsky. Isambard under pressure for fourth, and behind as well, Henry Taylor and the rest of the pack are gonna hug the low side or go side by side through turn 8 and continue that into turn number 9. We've been able to at least group them all up and let them loose. This will be the end of the first lap right here. Pass back for fourth. Cash Perkins wasting no time here in heat number 2. He quickly goes by championship contender in Alan Isambard. And as the rest of the positions shuffle along the left-hand side, it's Oliver Piatek leading, but he's about to get his first bit of pressure. Here comes DeTulio for the lead, turn 4, wheel to wheel as they roll through the corner. He'll eventually complete that move by the end and move the Rocket Racing Company team back out front in KA Stars once again.
And again, you look back to that first heat race. Piatek didn't make it easy for Alan Isambard, and now ADT not going to make it easy for Piatek, who's into the grass. Side-by-side contact in between the two. Elbows out, racing wheel banging all the way through. Piatek holds on to the lead, but ADT going to look to go right back on Oliver, as now they're all stacked up with Avrutsky in third, Cash Perkins in fourth, and Alan Isambard through as the rolled up black flag comes out for a couple.
No surprise there, and I don't think it'll be the last time the officials are keeping a very close eye on the field. Oliver Piatek determined to not let this heat race slip away. He'll take them quickly down to the inside of the racetrack into turn 4. And the first driver to maybe even poke out a line will be all the way back. Lucas Steck in the 902, fighting for the 6th spot and the 5th position as well with Alan Isambard. Didn't quite get anything out of it. Piatek again looks back behind him. DeTulio still right there on his heels. He'll send it around the high side to push Piatek deeper on the brakes, try to force a mistake, didn't get it. And Cash Perkins still alongside Isambard, holds that 4th spot for the moment. Look how close everyone is. Look how close Anthony Rivera is in this heat race. Charging through the field. A penalty for him in qualifying. He's up 8 spots. I think he's going to be up 1 or 2 more here at the end of this lap, and he's technically in the main group as he tells Mateo Rubio Luengo back there in the red suit to keep the focus towards the front. That might have been his the AM machine of Mick Gabriel. Either way, Rivera's in the top 10. Great start for him.
Yeah, great start for Anthony Rivera, and again, they're working their way through here. Sam Avrutsky went to defend from Cash Perkins as we're side-by-side. Contact for the lead of the race. Piatek facing the wrong way. Luengo goes through the grass. But Piatek all the way down to the rear, and that was contact between himself, ADT, more contact further back. Absolute mayhem in KA Stars.
This race has exploded, folks, and it's not done yet. DeTulio with the big lead, but the midfield is still a mad scrum. Look at them all up the hill. Davin Roberts trying to pick up some more. He'll pick a spot off there in the final turn on Lucas Steck. And as they reshuffle, it's now DeTulio to Avrutsky in second. Perkins third, Isambard fourth. Look at Luke Welcome there, going side by side with one of the many Prodigy Motorsport best karts. That was Matt Landers, it looked like. Perkins defending and making the move for second. Cash is on the gas, on the money once again here at Trackhouse under the lights as he closes the gap now to the leader with a big run through turn 6 and pulls away from Sam Avrutsky. What a moment. Let's try to rewind the tape a little bit here. Coming out of turn 4, Piatek a little bit wide. DeTulio going to catch him off guard just up the road from this group. And you can see two drivers not wanting to give into the chicane. DeTulio was there. Piatek left just a lane to set up for the corner, and contact at the moment, tire to tire, it made Piatek a passenger. And Mateo Rubio Luengo, evasive action to go through the grass, and now Oliver Piatek. Roll, another spinner, final turn, the 947 goes backwards. That's Everett Thomas. And I think Talon Laney also got tripped up in that lap. And now Davin Roberts is out in turn 4 with Mick Gabriel in the wall.
Oh, man. No idea what's going on in this second heat race in Group B, but wow, mayhem from start to finish. And now Cash Perkins to the lead of the race. Through on Alan Isambard, through on Alessandro DeTulio. Alan Isambard was through on Sam Avrutsky. So now the two RRCs going to find each other here shortly in a couple of moments. Take the fight to the lone BJR inside of the top 5 for Cash Perkins. We'll take a look at it as ADT takes a long look behind him. Sees Isambard's right there as now more movers. Luke Welcome, another one of the RRCs in the Kart Republic, finds himself just ahead of Safik Sarathi. Landers, Gaunt, Luengo round up your top 10 as they work their way through now. Everybody gets by and everybody gets clear as well.
Finally, a moment of calm here in heat number 2 for Group B and KA Stars. Group A on grid, probably puckering, looking at all this from the sidelines. Contact in the middle of this group, 2 and 3 wide. Way wide for the 965 machine of Matt Landers. And now Luke Welcome is slow in the middle as they swarm him in 9. And the Rocket Racing Company Kart Republic drops back. And to the front of the group goes Lucas Theck into 5th. Meanwhile, the RRC machines are trading the lead. Isambard to the point as he tries to max the score and max the points haul. DeTulio, no pressure as he drops to 2nd. And now Avrutsky and Cash Perkins are going to have to get creative. They know ADT is going to want to block for his teammate to try to help him out. And he parked the bus deep there on the brakes in turn 4.
Yeah, ADT let Alan Isambard just right on by. Got himself past Cash Perkins. Now he's going to stack him up. Avrutsky right behind him in 3rd. Perkins in 4th. And DeTulio going to defend again as Perkins now looking to set up an over-under on both of them. Side by side, ADT, Cash Perkins. Alessandro holds on to the inside. Avrutsky catches Perkins by surprise for 3rd.
3 to go at the line. Isambard is gone. Teamwork done. Job accomplished for Alessandro DeTulio. Now can you break back away from Avrutsky and Perkins? Behind him, look at Safik Sarathi now into the 5th spot in that 2nd pack. He's gotten past Lucas Theck. Matt Landers somehow through it all is still in 7th. Welcome 8th. Rubio Luengo 9th. Ben Gaunt 10th. What a shakeup here in the standings in KA Stars. Check out this group inside the top 10 now. Comfortably at that with a gap back to Luengo and Ben Gaunt.
Yeah, they're all single file line here as Lucas Theck now. Looking for a move. Luke Welcome is the one that's going to get it on Landers. Welcome through for 7 as he gets his way by. And again, more drivers stacked up behind Rubio Luengo, Ben Gaunt just further back on the edge of the top 10. And I think 2 laps to go, this time by Indeed for Alan Isambard. ADT just had the fastest lap of the race, starting to pull away from Cash Perkins and Avrutsky.
Perkins able to get back to 3rd. Sam Avrutsky behind him now. Let's see if they can't run down DeTulio. DeTulio himself just went fastest overall and picked off 3/10 to Isambard's lead. I think he's just going to charge up there and probably coast in 2nd. Happy to continue to help Allen's championship hopes. And meanwhile, this 2nd group, this is the fight for P5 on the final lap. Lucas Theck covering low. Welcome right behind. Sarathi looking for a crossover. Landers a little out of shape. Look at Safik. He'll get by Welcome. Can he get Lucas as well? He can. Nice move for Safik Sarathi. The Dandevero Racing Machine goes back into the top 5. They'll head to the white flag this time by. Theck going to try and no. Thought he was going to go for it there. He did not. He'll stay back in line. Rubio Luengo's pack. They are catching tremendously now to this group here in the fight for the final spot in the top 5.
Yeah, Soffick going to look to hold on to this fifth spot. Again, that would put him starting inside of the top 10 maybe for the pre-final, as he's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. Lucas Theck, welcome to the outside, as Rubio Luengo looking to hold him as one of them. The rear bumper on Landers is best Kart. That's loose. And again, last 2 laps of the race, so I think they might let him finish.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no choice, right? At this point, they haven't even gotten the meatball flag from him.
Yeah.
Contact for 5th. Here comes Lucas Theck trying to take advantage. He won't get fully past Sarathi. He's going to have to rip the high side. He'll be a little wide there. And meanwhile, to the lead and the win, Alan Isenbar doubles up in his heat races. Over to Tulio, Perkins, and Avrutsky to the line. Lucas Theck ends up 5th, 3 wide behind him. Ben Gaunt slips past them all to get P6. Sarathi 7th, Welcome 8th, Rubio Luengo 9th. Landers will cross the line 10th, but sadly that'll be a demotion to the rear of the field with the broken right rear bumper. Far from the only one we've seen today. Oof, that was a lot. Anthony Rivera got all the way up to 10th on the opening lap, and when things really got wild for the lead, he couldn't really make any more headway. He ends up 12th. Still a great charge and a better ending to the night for him compared to some. Mick Gabriel, Talon Laney able to finish. He was the last one across the line. Gabriel, Davin Roberts, Evan Thomas, Evan Centeniello, Joseph Nastasi, all the DNFs from a chaos-filled Heat 2 for Group B in KA Stars.
Sounds good.
Sam, it's P4 for you on that one. Tell me, what do you think it's going to take to get it done tomorrow?
Just a little bit of driving, honestly. Kart's great. Thank you to OKN Racing for the chassis. A-Power is awesome. Just don't have it right now. We're missing it by a 10th, but I think we'll be better tomorrow.
What do you think you're going to need to tweak overnight to make sure that you can find that little bit?
Just need a little more grip. That's it. It frees up like crazy at night versus the day. I mean, in the day we were stuck, and now we're really free. So just got to get a little better with tuning this chassis. That's all.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Going to be a lot of cleanup after that for KA Stars Group B with all the wildness going on. Group A ready to go here on the grid, and with a chaos-filled race like that, there's no surprise that there's a whole lot of chatter in the scale line as well.
So, you're going to drive me through the entire corner, spin me, keep your foot in the fucking throttle. I was in the middle of the turn, dude. That's how people get hurt. Please don't hurt me. I said that person. Okay? Good luck.
As we debrief from it all in only one half of the KA Stars field, the Group A drivers are ready for action. We'll bring it right to you on the other side of this break, folks. Coverage from the Stars Championship Series night fight rolls on here from Trackhouse.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
Back at it as we release the other half of your KA Stars field for their final bit of action here on Friday evening. Connor Ferris is getting set to lead them to green here for Group A. Overall top qualifier, worked really well with third in qualifying from last night, Jared Clark in the opening heat. They put on a clinic of teamwork, keeping everyone else at arm's distance or further. Caleb Gaffaro was best of the rest. He started third, he ended third. He starts alongside the rookie from Mexico, Edgar Rodriguez. Adam Brickley start on the inside of row 3 alongside Chris Harrower. Championship points leader Oliver Hodgson rolls from the inside of row 4 alongside round 3 winner Colin Lloyd, Hudson Brown, and Forrest Adams. A couple of North Carolina-based pilots on row 5. McKeithen and Buscalia back on row 6. And the field trudges on, 32 drivers for Group A in total as they make their way down the tram lines. One quick look at the grid before we pull it to the left side. Connor Ferris will be on your left here, folks, in the black and blue Team Ferris Racing colors. Jared Clark in the white and blue for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing. Pre-final action on deck for tomorrow, but to get there, we go through Heat 2 for Group A, and we're green. Big moment and a big look there for Edgar Rodriguez. He quickly tucked back in to the low side. Adam Brickley lined up behind him on the privateer Alonso Kart entry. The father-son duo into the top 5 here as we crack through halfway on lap 1. And Connor Ferris quickly covers low. Clark a little bit wider to get the good exit. He'll pull alongside him as they roll over to 9 and then let him back in and give him a nice little shove. There's Oliver Hodgson as well, right behind the BJR entry of Chris Harrower. Both of them looking to go on Brickley in the last turn. Here's Edgar Rodriguez sending one on Caleb Gaffaro for P3 at the end of the opening lap. And Brickley's going to take the rest of the pack down to the low side at the end of the front stretch. Harrower has to follow, so does Hodgson, so does Lloyd. And here's Lloyd with a look on Hodgson in turn 3. Did he get it? He did not. Here comes Forrest Adams to challenge now into turn number 4. And the fight works its way back down the order.
Yeah, everybody getting stacked up there at the start of the race. And Connor Ferris, Jared Clark, we saw the two of them pull away from the rest of the field in the first of their heat races. Now, this is going to stack them up a little more. Jared Clark goes through in turn number 8. They didn't lose all too much time, but enough where Rodriguez was able to close down as we're side by side further back. Hodgson with Harrower. Lloyd goes through. And again, that second pack battling a whole lot. You see how much that gap has opened up here as well, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, huge margin from the top 4 to Brickley. Here's Hodgson looking for 5th. He'll go. Lloyd wants to follow. He can't. Clip the curb there as well. Broke his momentum. He'll be vulnerable down the backstretch. That'll let Adam Brickley breathe a bit. And we're going to trade the lead back. Connor Ferris determined to keep the Team Ferris Racing machine at the front of the field. He takes over in turn 4. Rodriguez follows. And we've got a 4-way fight for the lead early on here in Group A for the second heat race. And Ferris will take him down to the inside in turn 8. Look at Clark trying to go around the long way in the hairpin corner. He'll get it done on Rodriguez, albeit a little bit clumsy at the end. Contact between the two. That'll give a bit of breathing room for Connor Ferris as we put 3 laps in the books this time by. Look at Gaffaro taking advantage. He'll take over 3rd.
And again, these guys are just going back and forth, right? Back and forth, passing each other one at a time and giving Connor Ferris a little bit of breathing room here in the lead of the race, given that's going to close down as this race goes on. Jared Clark is going to get himself back up there. And here's Adam Brickley. We're side by side further back. Christopher McKeithen, Hudson Brown, 2 of them side by side. Campbell goes through. Looks like he might have just gotten in the rear of McKeithen, pushed him up the racetrack. Able to get that spot done.
Here's Colin Lloyd now going back to work on Adam Brickley. I thought this was almost done there with Hodgson going to the point of that group, but ultimately they're not. And that's going to bring more drivers back up to their bumper once again. They had an opportunity to maybe split away from that massive line of go-karts from Josh Campbell and Chris Harrower onwards. Look how close a few got to the wall, and look how close we're going to race up front. Contact, Brickley versus Lloyd. Here's Hodgson looking to keep his nose clean. He went all the way low, expecting those two to potentially wash out. Up front as well. Another close call for the lead. Clark trying to go. Connor Ferris will not be denied here under the lights for the Stars season finale. And Colin Lloyd, Adam Brickley, they're not done either. Here's again another look for the lead. Clark, now Gaffera through. Ferris back to third. Furthest back he's been so far today. Caleb Gaffera had been hunting Connor Ferris and Jared Clark all race long in Heat 1. How long is he willing to wait in second? I bet you will see a move sooner rather than later out of Caleb G. He's got a big shove to Clark. They're good buddies off the racetrack. They might work together well, but again, Connor Ferris has a ton of speed. Edgar Rodriguez is showing the same here in Heat 2. I don't think anyone's going to be able to really split this pack up unless we fight too much for third. That was a nice look for Rodriguez and a smart move not to go.
Yeah, again, they would have lost a lot of time there. And Edgar, that's been one of the biggest things, right? Learning curve for him. Coming up to senior, different perspective, right? Different drivers that you're racing with. It takes a higher level of maturity. And again, he's taken to his class very well. Again, showing some mature racing so far in this one. Getting a little mistake out of him in turn 8. Lost about 3 car lengths to Connor Ferris as they work their way through now. You talked about Caleb G wanting to go. It's going to be turn number 11, right on cue. Gets himself through for the lead. And Connor Ferris looks to go for second as well. Gets back in a line, and you see that gap, just massive. 4 seconds in between Lloyd and Rodriguez. Huge gap in between those two groups, and that's going to close out a little bit. Jared Clark goes through back on Caleb G. Ferris looks to go as well for second.
He's going to have to give way, and he does, into turn 5 and 6. Behind him, that second group continues to race on. Colin Lloyd, Oliver Hodgson, Adam Brickley. If they had been single file the last few laps, they might have been close enough to the leaders to join them, but they have passed almost as much, if not more, and it's definitely been not as tidy as what we've seen for the lead, and even that's been a bit close at points. We'll go down to just 1 minute and some change left, plus 2 laps afterwards. This should be 4 to go here this time by the stripe. Lloyd to Hodgson. They've at least broken a little bit away from Brickley now, and the pack that was wild seems to have calmed down, albeit it's still pretty mighty in size. Look how many go-karts you got in one big train down that back straightaway.
And finally, right, like you said, just starting to calm down, starting to catch their breaths a little bit. Enzo Vidmontian, one of the drivers I've been keeping an eye on here, up to 12th on a practice motor after his motor blew up. Something in the piston just exploded on a practice motor, up to 12th. As we work our way through, Caleb Gaffera back to the lead of this race. Jared Clark to second. Connor Ferris stays in third. But again, we're stacked up as Clark not going to waste any time. Back through for the lead. And we're side by side for second. Connor Ferris on Caleb G. And again, slots back in a line. Doesn't want to risk it all too much with 3 laps to go.
And mind you, not only did Enzo Vidmontian have the motor let go, it happened in an inopportune time where he missed entirely heat number 1. So no matter how good he charges, which he's up 20 spots here to the 12th position, he will more than likely be headed to the B pre-final tomorrow afternoon to race his way into the main event. These 4 should be well to the good into the A pre-final. The question is where they'll line up, and of course if they keep their noses clean and don't crash out before then. We're headed to the double sticks this time by. 2 laps to go. Gaffera, Ferris, Clark, Rodriguez. Could be any of them when we get back around in the next 2 laps. Down to turn 1 though, we'll keep them in line, on the groove. No moves yet. And behind, the same for Hodgson. He's gotten past Colin Lloyd, and that's dropped the 961 down to the 9th position now.
As we go, Jared Clark on the outside. First one to go wide as Caleb G, Connor Ferris went to the bottom of the racetrack. And again, Gaffera's learned a hard lesson throughout the year, right, of defending with 2 laps to go. Keeping himself in that position, in the lead. And again, turn number 8 just closes in enough where Connor Ferris can't stick a nose down low, although he did think about it. We'll see. Turn number 11 has been the passing zone where a lot of these drivers have caught each other by surprise. Is that going to be it for Connor Ferris? We're about to find out. Gaffera.
He went about a lane low. Yeah. He'll go real low here. He will have to. Ferris is going to force him. He'll follow him down. Clark tries to cross up Connor. It won't happen. too slow through the corner. Spin at the back. The 937 goes for a ride out of the midfield. That is Christian Velez. Back up front. Big lock up there for Ferris. You saw even the smoke come off the rear tires into turn 4, trying to keep his nose clean off the back of Caleb G. If Connor Ferris could win this heat race, it would help him at least go to the front row for tomorrow night. But Caleb Gaffara's trying to play spoiler, so is Clark. They both wash out wide. Clark to the outside. He'll get past Ferris and have the inside lane in turn 9. But that'll give Caleb Gaffara the gap he needs. Out of the double right. Final time, over to 11. Caleb G is going to score the Group A Heat 2 checkered flag. Clark second. Ferris, Rodriguez, your top 4. Here's Hodgson. He'll snag another good finish, having to overcome the qualifying effort that put him buried in the pack. And speaking of buried, Enzo Vidmontien, 25 spots up from the final row to 7th. Massive, massive gains for Enzo. Now, I don't know how they'll calculate the heat points with a DNS for heat number 1, but take a P7, combine it with a 32-point score, that puts him borderline of being in that top 30 overall, depending on everyone else's scores, because we know that Heat 2 for Group A at least, or for Group B at least, definitely mix things up. Group A, similar, not as chaotic, but definitely some spotlight moments and some big names that'll have a bit of a worse score than what they did from that opening heat race. Most notably, Colin Lloyd slipping all the way down to 13th. A heartbreaker at the end. And for the final few, we actually got them all to the line. All 31 finish. All behind, though, the 911. Caleb Gaffara, once again, finds himself under the lights, shining bright here at Trackhouse.
Caleb, it was a race-long battle for you. Tell me, how tough was it to keep it out front?
I mean, it wasn't too bad. I mean, I was trying to push Jared there at the beginning, and then I had a little bit more pace to the infield. So I was like, all right, I'm going to get by him. I was hoping he'd work with me. He went back on me in the last corner. I was like, all right. So then Connor followed me through on the backstretch, and we were able to kind of break away a little bit. And I just kind of went a little bit defensive on the last 2 laps and just played it safe and came in with the win.
How happy are you with the Kart after that one? I know it's kind of hard to get a read whenever things are crazy.
I mean, the car was pretty good. We're a lot better in the cold. We're just going to dial it in for the heat tomorrow and see what we can do.
Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
And just like that, 3 races remain on the evening, folks. The Mazda Motorsports Pro Show divisions are geared up for action. OKN Jr. will take to the circuit when we return from Trackhouse.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound. Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Timer back at 0. It's time to go racing with the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show triple header. OKN Jr. ready to kick things off for the final 3 sessions of the night. Moto number 2, 11 minutes plus 2 laps. Lucas Palacio getting set to lead him to green, but he had quite a bit of company being ready to bring the fight to him in Moto number 1. And to be honest, I don't think we really saw the end of it. And if the night continues to tighten these fields up along with the natural progression of a race weekend, I think we're well in store for an even bigger battle and more faces being able to contend for the race win. 20 drivers in total. We've got them all safely off the grid as they begin warming those tires up one last time. Travis Pettit was blisteringly quick in the daytime. Just couldn't quite get every move to fall his way, I think is the best way to describe it, because the speed was no doubt at points better than anyone else on the racetrack. If he can get a good start here, maybe he can drive to the Moto 2 win. Let's find out. We're racing at OKN-J.
More of the same out of Lucas Palacio, going to stack him up here on the opening lap. Goes to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 4 on Travis Pettit, who again in his second. Cole Medeiros gets himself one spot better up in a third. Max Weiland looking to respond in a turn 8. He's clear for third. Malquit now look to take advantage as well. Only going to be 5th as Woon goes on Malquit. Samet goes through as well.
Marco Samet, good start for him. Great start for Cole Medeiros, though. We saw him quickly rocket towards the lead in Moto number 1. A lengthy race here, plenty of time to pick your passes and slowly cut your way up the field as we see Tristan Murphy be the only one to make a move down at turn 1. And as they get back to full song down the backstretch, Travis Pettit is all over Lucas Palacio. Keep an eye as well on John Antonino in that red and white MPG Motorsports car. He has had a great season of consistency, and yet this weekend he may be having to fall back on that because he has not been able to keep that up, at least off qualifying, and the opening heat race wasn't spectacular with the standard that he's set in comparison to rounds 1 through 3. So maybe Moto 2's got a little more oomph in it. Still in 11th as things run. In fact, everyone, no change through the whole top 10, the whole main group at the end of lap 2. It stays as Lucas Palacio rolls up the hill to 3.
Yeah, Lucas Palacio able to stay up front, and the same for Travis Pettit, who's been that little bit quicker in the first 2 laps in comparison to Palacio, has still worked their way through. Woon, like he was able to get, or was trying to get clear of Cole Medeiros. Going to correct myself there. Medeiros still the driver in 4th. Now Woon's going to look for turn number 8. The SCR Carlos Sainz machine gets clear on Medeiros, and that's going to bring everybody that little bit closer. Here's Katowski as well coming into frame as we're all single file as we work our way through turn number 11. And again, that separation in between the top 2. They kept their nose clean, stayed patient the opening lap, and are able to pull away. That's where you see the gap. That's at a second between the top 2 and Max Weiland.
Another driver to note in the championship conversations, Nathan Dupuis, right? Along with Antonino, if you took only the best 2 rounds of the season and counted a drop out of the opening 3 rounds, he entered the weekend 2nd, but yet he's right back there in the early teens with Antonino. Now again, the motos don't pay a ton. They're only 25% of what you can get in the main event, but still, being that far back is going to make that main a bit trickier as Tristan Murphy gets shuffled a bit to the outside. Now Malquit on the outside. Still wheel to wheel through 9. Little tire banging, and it'll end up going the way of Murphy. But as we put a lap in the books here, Cole Medeiros is in a great spot to capitalize under the lights if he can get back towards the front of the field once again now with Marco Samet right on his heels and a little gap up to Ashton Woon. Max Weiland no different. Both drivers with low drop scores. Medeiros with a missing round, Weiland with a 233. That means again he was 67 points shy of a full scoring weekend. So there's still a lot to play for in that main event. And starting in the first 2 rows, as we're finding out here in these motos, is crucial because this midfield has closed up as the season's gone on. It's tough to navigate. Antonino's doing it to his credit. He just picked up another one. Mark him now to 9th. But Malquit versus Murphy flip-flops again. By the time they get back to the loop, you'll see it basically going to 7th for Malquit, 8th for Murphy, and it might change again by the next time they get around. Dupuis, on the other hand, still right in the middle of that fray, ahead of Indy Anderson, behind Jack Katowski. And out front, Lucas Palacio to Travis Pettit, still holding strong. Dupuis even with a mistake there. Anderson able to get by him now, and he slips further down the board. 13th for Nate Dogg.
Anderson able to get himself up to 12th as we look in with Edward Kennedy, John Antonino, who we also talked about, came into the weekend leading the championship points. First heat race, I mean, the pace was nowhere really. It was down in 14th, and now it's coming back to him, right? Gets himself inside of the top 10, up to 9th. Looking a little better here for the MPG Academy Kart Republic this time, and again, can't quite nail it down, whether it was power, whether it was something else that was amiss on that MPG machine for Antonino, because he's shown to be a contender, right? Given why he's in the championship fight, in the championship points lead, if you will. Now Dupuis goes back on Indy Anderson into turn 1, gets clear.
Again, the one saving grace for John Antonino, both the fact that the motos don't matter all too much and the fact that he still outranks Dupuis, and that's the closest challenger he's got. Medeiros is good opening heat, or opening moto, along with Weiland's, pull them a little bit closer to Buddy Antonino, but he only gave up 21 points in that. And that's the difference alone in the main events from first to second. So just a one position change in the final would make up for falling all the way to the end of the top 10 and potentially further in either of these motos, but it all adds up. Max Weiland knows that. He's going to do everything he can to stay as high as he can in the running order. Last time by, though, Ashton Woon picked a 10th off the gap to him, and now he's right there challenging for P3.
Yeah, Ashton Woon starting to close in here on Max Weiland. And again, you see the two of them aggressive.
Medeiros even faster than the both of them last time also. Nobody's in the same zip code, to be fair to the top two, though. Travis Pettit, 47.46. Lucas Palacio, 47.54. It was a 0.8, 4 tenths off the best time for Max Weiland last time by. A tenth better at a 0.7 for Woon and a 0.6 for Medeiros. That next group now has Malquit at the lead of it. He's charged up to 6th. He's starting to find some speed in that leading edge motorsports, Tony Kart. Of course, that was the power that was getting Brett Cruz into that head-to-head dogfight with Brandon Carr from a couple of years ago that we featured earlier on in the broadcast programming at OKN Stars. And the LEM machine last time was only a tenth off the pace of the race leader in traffic with a pass, mind you. And we might see a pass for the lead sooner rather than later as well. That's why we're back up to the front. Travis Pettit, once again, 1 full tenth faster than Lucas Palacio, closing in. It was just shy at 2 tenths last time by. Let's see what it does this time. Across the timing loop. Back opened a little. Palacio with the edge over Pettit. And behind them, fastest car on the circuit, matching the pace of the leader with the best time, but still being relatively quick, Cole Medeiros. And nobody else necessarily super close. Sebastian Rist, I'd say, definitely deserves some honors, though, and some kudos. He's up 4 spots. He was moving in that opening moto as well. Day or night, the Carlos Sainz chassis has started to roll. And as we check back in for third, Woon has pulled the trigger to go past the number 3 plate of Weiland, and now Max is going to have to deal with Cole Medeiros. This is similar to what we witnessed in Moto 1 as well. Max Weiland struggling a bit to get out of the infield hairpin. And by the time we got to the closing stages of Moto 1, it was just survival mode. Try not to fall back any further than you have to. Here comes Medeiros with another run at him to 1. You can definitely see the power difference here. Max Weiland's got a lot of top end, just not a lot of getting up and go out of the slowest corner on the racetrack, so he's having to try and carry that. But on the flip side, you can see he's right on the heels of Woon by the time they roll into 4.
That could be a lot of things, right? That could be gearing, which is one of the biggest things that's very, unique about this OKN package. That gearing is if you miss it, that's a big thing here. So you're seeing those differences play out, right? A lot of drivers have talked about it. Greg Bell, they say, they've been able to run a little bit more teeth, less teeth in some corners, as now Medeiros gets himself through. And he's, as well, one of those mega power engines with Nash Motorsports this weekend. And again, Greg Bell, a lot of experience in this OKN class. He was in it last year, in the opening year as well, with Caleb Gaffera with Leading Edge, who's running for a championship. So they're going to show some pace as well here. For Travis Pettit, though, again, the pace has been there. He's been that 10th quicker than than Lucas Palacio, but for whatever reason just hasn't been able to make that move, to make that lunge on Lucas.
Yeah, eerily similar to the OKN Stars main event from last year that decided the championship. Here's Antonino's progress update. Mark him 7th now, starting to hunt towards Malquit. So the MPG crew have him tuned up. Here's Sebastian Riss trying to pick up more spots. Little bit messy there as he tried not to make any contact with anyone. He'll get it over Marco Samet. And now he can focus towards Edward Kennedy. This time by, only about 4 laps remaining, maybe 5. Minute 20 plus 2. Weiland with a late send in turn 1, taking advantage of that power at the end of the main straight. And now he'll rocket away through turn 3. The other part too, right, you kind of play the gear to the instrument that you've got power in the wheels. And with the OKN and the KZ classes, you've got a lot more room for the engine builders to do what they do best and produce a fast piece of artwork. So you're gonna find that across the grid, there will still be variance in gear even if they look the same, or a big variance in performance on the racetrack in terms of where they're strong or weak based on how they wanted to build the motor beyond just the gear ratio that we're used to talking about when it comes to some of the spec classes like the IAME K100s or the Mini and the Micro Swifts. As we check back in with our leaders, 3 laps to go essentially. Lucas Palacio, Travis Pettit, they have yet to move out of formation. All in that 2/10 bubble. This is the closest actually Pettit's been to him, but he just kind of loses the front end rolling through turn 6 right behind Palacio there. He'll close back in the run to turn 8. Let's see what the launch looks like for the two of them. Palacio open in his hands, taking advantage of that runoff out of the corner. A little wider as well through turn 9. The roll speed they've got for Lucas here is just incredible. And while it may not pay as much of a benefit to him with the cooler temperatures here at night, and everyone else, as mentioned by the drivers, are experiencing a much freer, more of an oversteer of sensation on the circuit than during the daytime, it still is enough where Lucas is able to open up the gap quite a bit from that middle sector of the racetrack all the way to the finish line. 2 to go, though, given last time by. And again, Travis Pettit tries to march forward with a big send through turns 5 and 6.
Yeah, turn 6 again, it was really one of the spots where you see him just lose that little bit of time in comparison to Lucas Palacio. And the biggest topic that we saw last year, especially in this class, aero wash came up a lot. Do you think we're seeing that here in this race?
I don't know. I think the other part of it is weight when you factor that stuff in, right? That you've got a good bit of extra lead strapped to the go-kart or just a heavier driver in the OKN Stars class. But no doubt, I mean, they're ripping faster than they ever have, both here in the class alone, much less compared even to the X30 Junior package. With the way that this track shape is, the flow of it all, it really favors the racing for this package to get the most out of it. Stay right in that middle of the rev range where it's got the most torque. But that said, we've got a last lap battle potentially. Palacio covered for the first time all day. Now into turn 8, it looks like he'll have to do the same. Pettit could get him at the over-under if he bogs the motor, but they're both going to bog it as Palacio parks it nicely on the apex.
Yeah, and Pettit just went right into the rear bumper there of Lucas Palacio. Turn number 11, that's the next zone. Can we see Pettit go for a move there? We'll take a look. Palacio to the bottom, Pettit looking for the outside here.
Not quite to the line, Palacio holds. OKN Junior. Sweep of the action for Lucas Palacio. Pettit second, Madero's third. Look at the run for 4th. Look at the run further back for 6th, 7th, and 8th. To the line, Weiland, Woon, Malquit. Kennedy gets 7th. Antonino slides to 8th. Riss 9th. Murphy 10th. And in terms of championship contenders, a bummer ending to the night for Nathan Dupuis as he falls down to the 15th spot at the checkers behind Achilles Sapirko, Nico Katowski, Andy Anderson, and Marco Samet outside and knocking on the top 10. All relatively close, though. Then Arthur Barb, Colton Schniegenberg, Jose Alejandro Halfin, Alexander Savage, and Amelia Gus Wunderl. And even though it's direct drive where there's no room for mistakes or spins or spills, we got all 20 through the full 16 laps in Moto number 2. OKN Stars now on the grid. They'll be ready for action here in just a matter of moments, truly, with a clear racetrack, and Pro Stars will follow them. But it's a clean sweep for Lucas Palacio and a close call for Travis Pettit as that gap is starting to shrink from the 125 to the rest of the field.
Dude, you had so much more gear than you did. So much more what? Gear. Coming out of the hairpin, you double right. You pulled me, but then on the straight right, I touched you. It was like this the whole time. Yeah. I just think you were faster though.
Right behind you.
Got Lucas Palacio here. Lucas, you were the guy to beat all day. Tell me, how did you stay so consistent across the different conditions?
I just drove like I would in the other sessions. Yeah, I drove the same, and yeah, I got that win. It feels good to get both of the wins in these two categories. Yeah, it feels good.
So you've been gapping the field. Were you a little bit worried whenever you looked back and you saw Travis was right there?
I wasn't too worried because I knew I was good at defending. I defended against him, and yeah, I got that win.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
Whole lot of confidence for Lucas Palacio. Can't blame him. He's got the pace to fight for the win in OKN Junior tomorrow night for their main event. He'll be the first of three to line the front straightaway under the bright lights at Trackhouse Motorplex to close out our season. And the middle of the three divisions in the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show are ready to roll off. Blake Nash and Paulie Massimino, and this was a show to watch indeed in Moto 1. If it's anything like that here in Moto 2, we're going to be on the other edge of our seats here from start to finish, Caleb.
Yeah, Paulie kept it exciting in the opening couple of laps, able to get the lead on the opening lap. And we'll take a look at it here. Diego Ramos under the lights in white this time around. We'll see what he can do on the second heat races. Finnegan Bailiff issues to get going as this place is, again, lit up. We're about to see some action for our OKN Stars. Again, Blake Nash, Paulie Massimino on that first row with Diego Ramos and Ryan Raffa on row number 2. You go back to Austin Olds and more getting set to take the green flag. Aiden Lorenko, Henry Wheeler, Olds over back to Rafe Shaw and Remy Andriatos on row number 5.
And while we know the grid will stay the same from Moto number 1, the one note here to kind of explain what we may see again is the championship. 50 points are up for grabs, and they're pretty tightly packed through the top 10. A 5-point swing for first here in any moto, and then after that, 1 point between each position. After Moto number 1 in OKN Stars, Blake Nash, assuming the drops are factored for the top 3, still has a commanding lead to James Overbeck, 43 markers back. Diego Ramos, 45 back, and Paulie Massimino, 46 back. It's a 20-point difference from first to second in the main, and I believe only 30 from first to third. They need to shuffle him back, and they need to do it now. Under the lights for Moto 2, OKN Stars is green. Right off the rip, we're at it again. Blake Nash trying to keep Paulie Massimino at bay as Paulie had a nose down low and Blake was going to call him right all the way to the grass and behind them. Good start for Diego Ramos into third. Good start for Austin Olds as well. He's gotten to fourth. Rafa's fifth. Overbeck sixth. Lorenko seventh. Big moment further back. Big contact. Mason Kuhn trying to avoid the field as he spins it around going into turn 8. He'll collect Chase Gassiet Lee in the infield hairpin. And up front, Blake Nash is already trying to get away, and the fight for fourth is on. Austin Olds under heavy fire. Here comes Rafa with a big run. Looming down the front straightaway. Let's see if he goes. He does. Turn 1, inside and through. Ryan Rafa takes over that spot and the top 3 get an even bigger gap out front.
Yeah, good move there out of Ryan. Raffo's way off the racetrack, into the grass, keeps his foot pinned, able to save it, but he just got the move for 4th, and as quickly as that lost it. We'll see if we can get another look at that as well later on, but Austin Olds gets back up to 4th when it's all said and done.
2 decisive moments here in this race already. Austin Olds now 4th. Overbeck, big benefactor out of that. Remember, he did not have a good run in Moto 1. He seems to be a little bit stronger in the early going of Moto 2, and his teammate Paulie Massimino is trying to keep this championship battle alive. He is still right there on the heels of Blake Nash, but they've already built a massive gap back to Ramos and company. Overbeck, the closest to Nash, but with the way that they run now, he'd start to lose second to Ramos. Let's look at this moment here up the hill, turn 3. Olds sending it back with a crossover, catches Raff off guard. And it was so last second, Ryan didn't have enough time to adjust, and they both just washed out on cold tires.
Now pass for the lead, Paulie Massimino through on Blake Nash. That's your new leader. Paulie's shown, again, he showed it in that first moto that he was able to be that little bit quicker than Blake in the opening stage of the race, held them back, stacked them all up. Towards the end, we saw Blake close down that gap. We'll see how it plays out here in the second moto. Again, conditions have changed. We've heard it from a variety of drivers on how they adjust, right? And I'm sure Paulie, being local to this place, has raced here in all different conditions, going to know how to adjust perfectly.
Again, Blake Nash doesn't need to win the championship in any of these sessions. As they run now, it's only a 5-point blow, and Massimino enters this session 46 markers back, so he'd only increase it or drop it down to 41. And with that in mind, if Paulie would then move to be the closest challenger to Blake Nash, which he would be, he would leapfrog both his teammate at Overbeck and Diego Ramos. They'd all be just in the low 40s away from Blake. He could finish 6th potentially and still clinch the championship tomorrow night. So that's a big, big safety window for Blake. Assuming, again, all goes to plan. For Diego Ramos, he's got the best drop score at anyone. It still needs more than that, though, to be able to end up where he wants to be as the champ and right the wrongs of last year. Here's Overbeck and Olds again, and back to Henry Wheeler even in the 18. The Mike Doty racing machine is up a couple of spots after dropping back, and behind him, 2 movers up 6 apiece. Frankie Iadavea and Theo Corelli, both out of the Carblos Racing Engines Maranello camp. 9th and 10th now from buried in the field.
Yeah, both of those drivers working their way through just inside of the top 10 as well for another one. Remy Andriatos inside of the top 10. This would be one of the best finishes he's had on the year. As Overbeck looking to gain a couple of more points on Austin Olds, able to get through for 4th. James through, Olds through, and as well, that's going to bring Remy a little closer. Aiden Lorenko as well has been running inside of the top 10 to close down that gap. Wheeler, and again, didn't have the opening lap that he would have wanted as one driver went way off and kicked up a lot of dirt on the track.
That must have been in that group with Overbeck and Olds and company. As we check in up front, Blake Nash has faded backwards from Paulie Massimino. It's Aiden Lorenko now on the heels of Austin Olds. I wonder if he tried to bring the fight to Overbeck and ended up going into the dirt and now has backed into a further fight for 6th and 7th. You can see definitely some dirt on the inside of the wheels of the MPG Kart Republic, if he indeed was the one that went a little bit wide in turn 3. So it's Massimino, Nash, Ramos, Overbeck, the top 4 in the championship. 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the racetrack. Top 5 indeed back to Austin Olds. But again, it's not in the order that would spur up a really, really enticing championship battle tomorrow night. Because Blake Nash's consistency in the first 2 rounds he's run, rounds 2 and 3 of the championship, makes things really easy for him. If he can continue that now, as we've got problems with Theo Corelli. Lost a tire all the way down at turn number 1, into the front straightaway.
We'll work our way through now. Austin Olds going to lead that mid-pack through on Aiden Lorenko. Remy Andriatos working their way, and then again, Austin, you saw how much time they lost to James, and that's back to the point that you made earlier, right? Because Austin a little bit wide there on the exit of turn number 3 where the gap opened up. And you talk about gaps opening up, Paulie Massimino really coming to life here in the middle stage of this race. Still a lot of racing to go. Anything can happen. But again, Paulie's showing really, really good pace here under the lights.
And I think he probably would have had something similar in Moto 1 as well, but he had the knowledge and the foresight to know how close the field was to the heels of him and Blake when he got to the lead, that he thought he could maybe try for a couple laps to back Nash up into the pack and stir up some more fighting, some more battling. But when he got to him and finally was able to make that move, when we were looking at the replays of some of the moments from earlier, one of them including, of course, Ryan Raffa, the number 6, who's now rebounded back into the top 10, getting past Frankie Iadavea and the likes of Rafe Shaw and the 49 of Finn Bailiff. Meatball flag for one driver in that group. Who is it that we are going to be seeing exit? Doesn't look like any of the rear bumpers have gone loose, so it must have been a lost part. No, it's Henry Wheeler that's got the meatball flag. Let's take a look. Oh, there,
wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
Indeed, that right rear bumper bolt has broken off. Granted, looks like the bumper saver might still be keeping that thing connected to the, or in the air, so it's not necessarily bouncing on the ground, but it's, again, still exposing it. And at some point, that'll break too, and there it goes. So Ryan Raffa gets by, and Wheeler's going to be headed for pit lane this time around. The Mike Doty Racing driver will exit right here into the scale lines.
Yeah, unfortunate for Henry, right? Had a good result, heat race number 1, but again, last 2 years, just bad luck for Henry, right? Was able to get good results last year when he was with Burrell. His move over to Mike Doty Racing this year just hasn't gone the way he would have planned on the OKN side of things. And unfortunate, that bad luck continuing here this weekend in the final round of the Stars Championship Series. For Austin Olds, there you have it. Yeah, that just held on by a zip tie there.
It looked like the bolt fully backed out of the frame rail. But like you said, the zip tie kept it at least connected enough, and that extra safety to hold it on kept it from digging into the ground. But once the bolt fully fully came out of the tubes, it's no different than if it were dragging. It would get that meatball flag, and per the new rules, or the rules clarification, whether he would have stayed out and tried to fight it or not, they would have stopped scoring him regardless. So might as well pull it in, not hurt anyone else's day, not affect anything, or risk any further action. James Overbeck in the 48. This is an improvement from Moto number 1 for sure. He's still about 2/10 off the speed of his teammate in Paulie Massimino, who was the fastest up until the last lap by. Blake Nash has gone a little bit quicker, 46.697. Massimino slowed the pace down for himself out front to a 46.8. That's matching what Diego Ramos is doing back in 3rd.
You think it's just conservation now from here on out for Paulie?
I mean, you get a new set of tires tomorrow. I think at this point, cruise it, no need to push the limits too hard, but honestly, I don't know any reason why you would be backing off at this point. You've got 2 minutes plus 2 laps. You've got a sizable advantage, but not a multi-second one. You're at least not having karts as close to you as Austin Olds does. Remy Andrianos really finding another step up here this weekend. 6th and on the cusp of a top 5, fully on merit. The 32 is there. The 29 of Aiden Lorenko's had a couple of weekends already, but this is his first 2-stroke weekend with the Brandon Jarsicrack Racing crew. They've definitely gotten him tuned up, and he might be able to pick up the pieces if this battle doesn't go cleanly in front of him. Andrianos looking inside on Olds, turn 11, he's by, and now Lorenko goes to work on the number 50 down to turn number 1.
Yeah, that's a different Remy Andrianos than what we saw at the start of the year, right? Driving out there with some confidence. Knows he has the speed at hand. And I'm sure he's going to be happy about this result, getting himself up to 5th.
It's unfortunate Finn Bailiff hasn't joined him here at the front of the field. It's been a rough go both days, really, for Finnegan Bailiff. A hairy moment in qualifying, and beyond that, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time more times than you want to be, which is 0 in Moto 1, and here in Moto 2, he hasn't been able to really break through from that group that he's in with Frankie Iadavea and Rafe Shaw. They've lost a little touch to Ryan Raffa, and while Paulie Massimino pulled away early from Blake Nash, the gap has come down to 7/10 now with 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Again, back to what we were touching on earlier with how defensive and aggressive the first half of Moto 1 was. Partly by design, I have to think, for Paulie Massimino to see if he could shuffle Blake down the field. When he got to him here in Moto 2, they were both long gone from the pack. At that point, just go by him and hope that maybe something else would happen that would bring more drivers into the fight and take some points off the table for the 64. But it's only going to be a 5-point increase in the deficit coming down for Paulie Massimino from 46 back to 41. And again, as mentioned, with the way the points are for the main events, Blake Nash would only lose 40 points if he finished 6th, and Paulie won tomorrow night. You look at how far ahead the top 4 are from the rest of the field, but especially those top 2, it would take a lot to really send Blake Nash into a dangerous situation where he could risk losing the championship. And to do it without even being present at round 1, with probably not this championship or this series fully on the commitment plan in January of this year. He might be standing tall as the champ tomorrow evening when the dust settles. And for these drivers here, there is still a lot to fight for. Austin Olds trying to hang on to a top 5 spot in the championship. He might be able to leapfrog a couple to get to 3rd, but he needs to find a little more speed, evidently. He's still got company here with Lourenco and a wicked fast Ryan Raffa, who has already rebounded from the off-track moment back here at turn 3 early on.
Yeah, Ramos looked busy there. Looked like he was making some sort of adjustment on the engine. And again, he sits in 3rd, but Paulie has just been able to keep himself out in front. Blake has been close, a little bit better in those closing stages of the race, but again, Paulie's been able to make those moves when he's been fast at the opening stage of the race and is looking set to go 2 for 2 in motos.
It'll be a bittersweet feeling. He's going to need a big night tomorrow night to repeat last year, but he's at least put himself in the best spot to try it. He'll sweep the motos. Paulie Massimino, Moto 2 winner. Blake Nash, Ramos, again another adjustment there, reaching over. Ryan Raffa frustrated at the end of Moto 2, animated as he crossed the line, trying to pick up a couple more spots. He ends up 8th behind Lourenco, Olds, and Andriatos with a top 5 run in the second moto. Nice run for Remy. Good improvement for James Overbeck as well to end up 4th. Rafe Shaw, season of 2 starts. I'll have to double check if this was the first on the year for Rafe. I think it might be his second, but 9th for the 23. Finn Bailiff rounds your top 10 to Aya de Vea, Aiden Fox, Alex Sharma, and then a couple of DNFs. In fact, Henry Wheeler, Theo Corelli, Mason Kuhn, and Chase Gassiet-Lee. Contact on the opening lap in turn 8. Would love one more look at that if we have it as well from that first lap. With the scary moment, it looked like Mason Kuhn had no brakes when he got down into the infield. So I don't know what went wrong, but he did everything he could to try and avoid traffic. Went to the inside, and sadly there was going to be a driver there at the apex. It was the 31 of CGL. But Paulie Massimino ends up as your Moto 2 winner. He'll start on the pole tomorrow in the main event. Nice overhead view of a lit up and filled up Trackhouse Motorplex. One more time, it'll heat back up on the night. Pro Stars on grid and ready. Let's take a look back though here as we're getting it queued up with our Shop AKR replay from that opening lap. Look at Mason Kuhn on the inside.
Yeah.
I don't know if he fully lost the brakes, but it really looked like he was doing everything he could to spin the kart around. And sadly, big time damage for Chase Gassiet-Lee. Probably had no idea. The silencers on the OKN packages make them significantly quieter too than the rest of the karts. I'd be surprised if he even heard him coming until all of a sudden there was a go-kart right on his knees.
Yeah, well, here we go. Round 2, or I should say round a good number in between AJ Myers and Mateus Morgado as they get ready to go at it here in their second moto. But we head back down to Haley, who's standing by with Paulie Massimino.
Paulie, that was a great race out of you. Total gap of a win. Paulie, how fast was that kart?
Yeah, it was almost as fast as Xfinity Mobile, like Connor Zilic just said a bunch this year. So, no, kart was fast. Definitely in the beginning, it was really quick. Definitely towards the middle half, towards the end, it kind of seemed like Nash was reeling me in a little bit. So maybe we went a little bit too high on air. We'll go back and look at it all, but kind of seemed like we took off good, and then we kind of hit a plateau, and I'd say a little bit after halfway.
And is there anything overnight that you're going to either keep the same or change to make sure that you're able to walk away again tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to go back and look at all the videos and all the data, talk with the other driver coach, Austin, under the tent, wait for Brandon to get back in town tomorrow, as was not here today, and see what everybody thinks. So I think I know what we need to do. It's not much, just a little bit to get it fully dialed in.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
You're always hunting for more, even when you clean sweep a day, and that's what champions do. The reigning champ closes the margin in OKN Stars standings. Paulie Massimino now with the class into the scale line, moves up to second in the points, 41 markers out of the lead, with drops factored for himself, Blake Nash, and James Overbeck. For Diego Ramos, that high drop score makes things somewhat interesting. We'll have to head-to-head combine that and see where it would put him if he underperforms tomorrow night. But a third there in that moto would definitely get him a higher score than what he has as his lowest on the weekend, going back to Charlotte Motor Speedway with the penalty that cost him his first OKN Stars victory. For Pro Stars, we've got them on the circuit again. We talked about it. Round 2 on the day. Round I don't know how many of AJ Myers versus Mateus Morgado. And what does the story hold for us now with the night show? We saw Mateus close in on him and run out of laps. He might have only needed one more to get to the Magic Man at the end of moto number 1. That's got the fence line here as we bring the rest of the gearbox machines to life for the final time this evening.
All eyes on the Pro Stars, and you talk about round, I don't know how many, as well, with AJ Myers and a Burrell Art, whatever driver that may be, whether it's Kremers, whether it's Morgado, whoever it is. Again, they're always finding themselves up at the front. And again, last night, in the colder conditions, AJ showed that pace. We'll see how well Mateus has adapted to it. We'll see if Adrian Reneden found anything as well in that first moto. We talked about his limited practice time. His first time here, has only done 5 sessions, if you will, on the weekend, and see if he learned anything on his Velocity Racing Sodi, as well as Josh Conker looking for a little bit more out of him. Justin White, we'll see what they can do to take the fight up to Myers and Morgado as we get ready to take the green flag here in this one. Myers going to start on the inside, Morgado on the outside. We'll wait for those lights.
One final look into the driver's eyes. The final session of the night. The fence packed. The rest of the paddock ready for action. Here we go, one more time. Pro Stars from Trackhouse Motorplex for the night fight. Moto 2, Myers versus Morgado on the front row. We're green. Couple of drivers wide off the start. One of the Maranellos and 2 more collected. One fully backwards in turn 1. Great launch for Adrian Reneden. Look at him ripping to the high side here on Morgado, challenging already for second. Mind you, Reneden had the initial advantage over Morgado and Myers, but after moto number 1, he slipped back, and it's Mateus Morgado by 19 points. Look at them all on the edge of grip in turn 7, and Morgado is right on the heels of AJ here as we work through lap 1.
Yeah, from the start of the race, Mateus Morgado got a much better launch, but again, they were side by side, just opened up, let AJ have the corner, but he's been hot on his heels, right on the rear bumper of the Magic Kart in this opening lap of the race. Everybody slipping and sliding around. Very minimal grip out there for these shifter drivers as Myers going to stay in the lead for the opening lap. Justin White, Josh Conker lost a good number of spots there at the start. He was up on row number 2. He's all the way down to 8th.
We'll get a look at that when things begin to calm through this 11-minute plus 2 lap race, but it is a 3-driver breakaway up front. In fact, here we go from another big moment on the opening lap. Look at the out of control, on the limit moment for everyone in the field, and especially Adrian Reneden hanging that right rear off the curb in turn 7. And up front, Myers still under heavy fire. Morgado looking at every turn to try and find a way past. We know Mateus is no stranger and far from afraid to send it. When does he find his moment here, and how much does he keep that championship in mind? He mentioned it in his post-Moto 1 interview that he knows what he has to do. He doesn't need to win, but he'd love to do it anyway. Here he goes, turn 4, almost into the side of AJ. The race is on here in Moto 2, Caleb.
Mateus Morgado just got on the curb there in turn number 4, and again, he had to brush the brakes, or else himself and AJ Myers were going to make contact very similar to what we saw at the Earthquake, and Adrian Reneden just right there to pick up the leftovers. Mateus Morgado threw into turn 8. Adrian Reneden got into the rear of him, and Justin White's brought right back into the mix.
Reneden had to basically grab the clutch and full-on launch the thing to get back out of the corner as he came almost to a complete stall across the line. Still a lot of racing to go. Myers starting to bear back down on Morgado. Let's take another look at that. Last second, last ditch, throw it down the inside for Morgado, and as Myers went to close the door for second, Reneden got tripped up on his left rear. Hopefully no damage there for the Magic Kart. And now we've got a frenzy at the front. Justin White is there. Ian Quinn, he's got fresh tires off the early exit for Moto 1. Keep an eye on the 286 back in fit, that all-black stealth machine for Mark Steele Motorsports. Gavin Bailiff 6th, CJ Bowman 7th. Conker trying to rebound after going wide in turn 1 off the start. But Mateus Morgado out in front. Just only 3 minutes in, plus 2 laps, a whole lot sooner than he saw the lead in Moto 1. He almost got to it, but it was right at the end. Now he's got the opportunity to try and build a gap.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just in the beginning, right? First couple 2-3 laps, if you will, for AJ Myers. It didn't look like he had the same amount of grip that Mateus did. Could have been just a little bit too low on tire pressures, and those are going to start to build up. Those are going to start to come in here for AJ, I think, as this race goes on. But again, a lot of drivers well into the mix as Myers lost a little bit of time there. Exit of 6, exit of 7, gets himself a little bit closer to Mateus Reneden as well. Starts to get back up, starts to build up that momentum again to close down that gap to AJ Myers as they work their way in. And just getting word, Gage Korn, rookie, into the pits early out of this race.
He'll join, unfortunately, a few other drivers that have not been able to make it out of the opening lap. Gianno Torino out as well in the 299 Magic. Had that spin in Moto 1. Heartbreaker for Gage. Had a lot of speed through yesterday and a solid result in Moto 1 for him. Now he'll be on the back foot for the grid tomorrow. Look at Reneden, by the way. He knows that he needs to take the points back that Morgado is starting to eat into his championship lead. This is a 6-point benefit for him if he can try to make it 5 with that. Crossover from AJ. He'll say no dice right now, but the battle is still on for second, and Morgado was just starting to feel the two of them bear down on him. Last time by, they both were even or a little better, and now Mateus has a bit of a gap.
Yeah, and we're in critical stages of this race, right? We're about that halfway mark. 6 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. So for Adrian Reneden, if he wants to get up to Mateus Morgado at the end of this race, we've seen Mateus have that long run pace. Again, given different conditions, but Reneden feels just as confident, but he has to make quick work of AJ Myers to, again, like you said, the really 2 contenders that are first and second coming into the weekend, Reneden and Morgado. So he has to get there, and he can't lose this many points in Moto 2.
I will say, with the cooler conditions, it's going to be a huge benefit for the Magic Kart USA squad. If the struggle for them this year has been keeping the tires cool, keeping the tires on the machine, really, to the end of the race, the cooler track temps are going to really help band-aid a bit of that issue. And that, of course, is what we're going to be racing underneath the bright lights for tomorrow's main event that pays 200 points. So for AJ right now, as much as he needs to keep Morgado in his sights and not let him get any bit further up the road, both on the racetrack and in the standings, I think we could see a bit of a better long-run pace out of AJ Myers here at night versus what we saw in Moto number 1. But still, again, he needs to get back to Mateus as things stand right now. Forget the long run. We're at the midway point. We're seeing the raw pace of them all. AJ was purple last time. Mateus was a 10th slower, but his best lap is still in that same 10th bracket. Both of them clocking a 46 flat, Reneden the same. Look how close AJ rolled through turn 11 though, compared to the 2 around him. That is definitely his strongest corner in comparison to both Reneden and Morgado and it paid dividends that lap. Another 10th lopped off the gap, and they're tightening up again at the front.
Yeah, it's getting closer here. Renenden, AJ still within the same 10th, and you see it closer on the cameras. You see it closer on the racetrack as well. AJ really starting to push, give that Magic Kart everything, push it to the limit. You see sparks starting to fly as well on that Magic machine. AJ really on the wheel, closing in on Mateus, and you see that gap still closing down bit by bit with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Couple of shout outs here through the field. Once again, Charlie Steins has made quick work of the first half of the Pro Stars grid. He's gone from the back row up to 15th again. Also, rookie Mateo Pappas inside the top 10 in 9th. Robbie Boydeshow once again picking up a few spots off the start. He's up 4, trying to get closer to his Magic Kart teammate, who's in the fight for the lead. Look at this big moment. Sparks flying as AJ hangs that right rear right on the ragged edge of the concrete. He knows this place very well, and he's pushing it to the absolute limit. Morgado and Renenden, first trips here, and they are right there with him. And Mateus was able to find a little bit more last time by. He opened the gap up, and it looks like he's starting to do the same this lap too.
Yeah, he was able to find the answer there, right? The response, if you will, to AJ Myers and the pace he had just found. And you see that gap just open up a little bit more, and we'll have a good look at it this time, right? With just 3 minutes to go, Renenden looking a lot closer to AJ Myers, and you see it there. Mateus just set the fastest lap of the race that time around. So that pace still coming in with 3 minutes to go for Mateus Morgado, and vice versa for AJ Myers, right? Just slow down to 10th. We'll see if he can get back on it and try and reel Mateus back in.
What can Adrian Renenden do if AJ Myers starts to fade? He's trying to set him up where he can. He's keeping a close eye on that Magic Kart, a closer eye on the Birol Art that leads the way. Myers again with a great launch out of turn 8. Keeps turn 9 out of the question. He'll roll good speed out of that, going up to 11. Renneden's going to need to maybe send it in the hairpin, or maybe out of into turn number 1. That was a decent roll through 11, but he didn't get up the gears as good as AJ did. Speaking of pace as well, how about some kudos for the 2 guys in 4th and 5th that are keeping a close eye on the leaders and are staying well within range. Justin White back in 4th on the Maranello, and Ian Quinn on the Stealth machine. Gavin Bailiff is not too far back, and then there's CJ Bowman and Josh Conker. Conker still trying to work his way back up the top 10 after the moment from earlier on in turn 1 on lap 1 when he went way wide as the front brakes locked up in the cold, and he lost a ton of track position.
Yeah, you see now AJ starting to close back in, gained a 10th the lap prior, and you see that gap close in on your screen. AJ starting to find the pace here with 1.5 minutes to go left in this race. It's looking close. AJ, again, has the response this time by, inching his way forward, closer to the Birol Art machine.
Game of inches, a game of hundredths, if you will. The 1/10 of a second back the way, the Magic Squad. A 3-driver breakaway. It's a matter of minimizing those mistakes as they roll through turn 6. Morgado, your leader, to Myers and Renenden. Once again, Adrian rolls turn 7 a little better than the Magic Man. He's continuing to really put the heat on in the run to turn 8, but he's been giving him ample time to try and make those inroads towards Morgado. 1 minute plus 2 laps to go. It'll be borderline if this ends up being 4 or 3. Should be 4 more laps for Myers and Renenden to try and get back up to Morgado.
Yeah, and very fine margins. 46.05 for Mateus, 46.04 for AJ, 46.04 as well for Adrian Renenden. All 3 of these drivers inside of the top 3, just very similar lap times, and that's why you're seeing the gaps just stay consistent, right? Nobody really able to close in, nobody going faster than one another at this stage of the race. Just 2 laps to go next time they cross the stripe. I think it might be 3 even if they can get to the line.
That was the first mistake we ever saw to Renenden also in turn 6 that time. AJ now has some breathing room, and I think he did pick up a little bit again. It's a reverse of the script from Moto 1. Myers hunting Morgado. 3 laps to go. New fast lap of the race for AJ. 46.02. 200ths closer. Still 3/10 away as Renenden slips further back down. You've got a former European champion in 3rd. Former FI World Champion in single speed and last year's SCUSA Pro Tour champ in the lead. And not only the #1 plate, the reigning Stars champ in second, one of the most decorated American karting drivers in the last 2 decades across any category, AJ Myers. These are 3 of the best in the world, and we're getting down to 2 laps to go. What do they have left? One mistake all race long out of Adrian Reneden is enough to allow these two to pull away from him. Will we see one out of Morgado? He's been flawless since he's gotten to the lead. 2 more laps to close it out.
And we're about to find out here. AJ Myers going to give it all. Again, no saving. New set of tires tomorrow. AJ going to be on it, looking to close down the gap to Mateus Morgado. Same for Mateus. Going to keep that gap out in front. They're going to go up and over the curb at turn number 5 here. It's just marginal. Very, very fine margins in between 3 of really the best in the world going at it here at Trackhouse Motorplex.
Myers made a small mistake sending it over turn 5's left-handed curb, and he kind of caught the curb on the outside going into 6. That hurt him a little bit in the run to the infield, which had been one of his weaker points already. A good run out of turn 9. It won't be close enough to get to him this time. 1 lap to go by timing and scoring. White flag in the air. Morgado pulls it back up to 4/10. Reneden now sets the fast time, but even he oversent it a bit to turn 1 that lap, completing it 45.93. Myers still struggling to break through that 2-car length barrier, and I don't know if he'll get there here on this final lap.
Yeah, it's just very hard, right? You see AJ, again, just very similar lap times in between the 3 up front, and it really shows. Those first couple laps, very important, right? Because it's almost been that way. The driver that gets to the lead is pretty much going to stay in the lead for the majority of it. And I know it's not going to be the same tomorrow, but that's what we've seen in the motos tonight.
Myers really backing off now as Morgado will close this one out. 1-1 is the score. Mateus Morgado wins Moto 2. Myers second, Reneden third, and Myers taking a look at the gear lever. I don't know if he just struggled to pull back to get out of turn 8 or if there is something going with the shifter linkage on the Magic Kart on that final lap. It might have just been a cool-off moment, though, as he crossed the line. It was still wicked fast up until that last circuit. 17 laps in Moto 2, and an edge of your seat game of thousands between 3 of the best in the business. Mateus Morgado reigns supreme and will score the Moto victory. That will all of a sudden negate the 5 points that AJ was able to close up to him in Moto number 1. Ian Quinn, big rebound here in Moto 2. That'll help him in the starting positions for tomorrow night's main. Gavin Bailiff 6. Conker able to get the better of CJ Bowman in the closing laps. So that moves the Magic driver, the rookie, back down to 8th. Conker back up to 7th. Mateo Pappas, top 10 to end the night. Boy to show. Saraceno outside looking in. And then a heartbreaker for Gage Korn, Dominic Karai, and Gabriel Holguin. Pair of Velocity Sodis going out before the checkers flew as well. Morgado, your winner though in Moto 2.
Make some more mistakes, man. Fuck. Only a couple small ones. Yeah, and I look back, you guys are there. All right. Your race.
Got Adrian Reneden in here. Adrian's P3 for this one. What do you think it's going to take to get it done farther up in the final tomorrow?
I think I need to find a bit more pace compared to the other one. I'm more difficult behind them. They have a good package, but they're getting better. And I think if we find just the little tips for the final, would be great.
And thoughts on your performance out there? Is there anything that you feel like you left out there?
Yeah, I think we still miss a bit. Also, me to discover the track, I still find some limits, especially during the night when you lost all the things you see today. But I think we can do better tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful evening here from Trackhouse Motorplex as the Pro Stars drivers close out the night, heading through the scales and over to post-tech inspection. We'll have more post-race coverage from the second to last day of the 2025 Stars Championship season, the second to last day of the regular national season. Caleb, it's already almost over. Thankfully, we get one more night to really do battle here under the lights of this beautiful venue.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end, right? And you think about the year, all the hard work for all the teams here, the drivers as well to get here. And again, we're going into Saturday, and we have no idea who it's going to be at the end, right? 3 drivers going at it, 3 of the best in the world, like we said. AJ Myers, Adrian Rennerden, Mateus, and they're all looking for a little bit more when it comes down to Saturday night. The lights, it's all changed. The excitement is there. The fence lines have been packed. And again, it's lived up to the name, right? Trackhouse Motorplex, it's been a fight. At night, if you will, night fight. You want to call it again? I kind of butchered that one there in the end, but
that's
that
all
being
right.
said, it's been good. The excitement's been there, and I just can't wait for tomorrow. Again, just one more day, right? One more day, and we're gonna find out who the new champions at the Stars Championship Series are in 2025.
Well, to close things out before we take a break and then come back with the Perico post-day coverage, let's look and walk you through what the drop standings would look like as they finished on the racetrack in Pro Stars. Mateus Morgado, with the moto win, improves the margin over both Rennerden and Myers. And heading into the main event tomorrow night, if, again, there's no other intervention, which I don't think there would be based on how tidy that was at the front of the field, especially amongst the 3 championship contenders, Mateus Morgado's lead at 25 markers would then go down to a tiebreaker if, say, Adrian Rennerden could win it and Morgado would end up third. Unfortunately, for the scorekeepers, the tiebreaker would then be 2 wins to 2 wins. It would then go to second place finishes and third place finishes, I believe. I'll have to actually double check the NK rulebook to see that. But we would end up in a dead tie if Rennerden were to win it and Morgado were to end third. AJ Myers, though, he's got the biggest uphill battle going to tomorrow, needing to overcome a 45-point deficit on Mateus. That would need to see the Brazilian fall down to 5th for those 2 to tie, and then it would still be, again, a tiebreaker with AJ having 1 win to Mateus's 1 win. And it may go down to drop scores as well, which on that accord, again, all that to check on the NK rulebook. I went over some of it. I didn't go over enough of it, obviously, to break you all those ties. But they're even, basically, coming in. 5th or better, or 6th or worse for Morgado is the only way, as things stand, for AJ Myers to have a realistic chance. And not only that, he would need Adrian Rennerden to be 3rd or worse as well, because 25 points back, that would be a tie for the 2 of them. AJ's 1 win to Adrian's 2. The tiebreaker, if AJ Myers were to win and Adrian Rennerden were to end 3rd, Morgado 2nd, would go the way of the Frenchman over the 2 of them, but it would still go, I believe, to Morgado on the overall with the point swing. So a tie for 2nd, but Morgado as your champ. That's a lot more to break down. We'll have more scenarios fully built out for you all with all classes tomorrow, because Pro Stars is far from the only category that's going to go all the way down to the wire. But as we take a look back here with your Coastal Link recap from the day, across the board here, a lot to dive into over the course of tonight's Perico post-day show, and the same probably again tomorrow. Thankfully, with all the big moments, including that one there for Lennox Lockhart and a barn burner race for the Micro Swifts to kick off the afternoon in their very first heat race of the race weekend, one of the first races, period, for the 2025 edition of the Stars Championship Series night fight, setting the tone, and it just continued through the rest of the day. A couple of big players in a few categories, like Lucas Palacio in the junior ranks, setting the stage. A head-to-head championship fight that could go down to the wire, and KA Stars, Alan Isambard and Oliver Hodgson, both of them will be starting at the pointy end of the field tomorrow as well. But in the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show divisions, of course, a head-to-head fight here in Pro Stars that will go all the way through to the checkered flag, it appears, between Rennerden, Morgado, and Myers, with some other drivers ready to play spoiler as the gaps have closed. The same in OKN Stars that already had a few scary moments in Turn 8 earlier in the day, even before the moment in Moto 2 that we witnessed, and there, a moment for Gassiet Lee and Finn Bailiff in Turn 4. But starting in the afternoon, in the heat of the day, upper 80s for the drivers, all the way to the night show. A head-to-head fight is set for tomorrow. The night fight returns tomorrow afternoon.